For 3 Canadians in the chat,
who are
they
still
will know
awake
the
at
reference.
5 in the morning. But yeah, you know, I've always got some sort of reference that I can make from anything on there, I guess. Anything on the screen at all times. But we'll see how this kind of works out for both these teams. I think you gotta keep the body moving when you got a pause like this. Keep yourself active.
I'm looking at Celery. He has this
Stress ball?
stress ball, yeah. You can use that for massage as well. It doesn't feel too bad on your back.
The spiky ball?
Yeah.
Yeah, to like put it on your chair and just kind of do that bear shuffle. You know how bears kind of like scratch their backs on trees? Yeah, you do that with the ball. And yeah, yeah. I do that on the corner of
Did
walls.
you know that there's a bunch of people that do believe that Tiger would win in the fight against the bear? Against the grizzly bear.
Well, a grizzly... Now,
You're one of those people, aren't you?
I might be Team Tiger here. I mean, Tiger's definitely gonna be, I would say, quicker. But then you see those videos where bears are going full speed and they can climb up an entire tree in a heartbeat. That stuff's scary as hell.
That's basically Snorlax in real life.
Snorlax isn't that vicious. And also, they didn't make a giant bed for a human out of a Snorlax plush. I don't know if I'd sleep in a plush. I was going to say Ursula? It's the bear Pokemon
Ursaring. Yeah.
From Gold Silver, I believe. Damn, I'm taking a look at Stream B in the top right as we start to get back into this game number 1. 12-2 over Extreme.
And let's focus on this one, Benjamin. Talon against Gaimin Gladiators. The game did on pause, and we're going to be seeing Queen of Pain against Mikoto in the mid lane. Lina likes to play into this matchup because Queen of Pain does not get to bully her in any means. She's the one putting the pressure, and you can already see Quinn kind of suffering in this matchup. 1-0 against 6 and 2 on Mikoto. This is the matchup that I also want to see, as we talked about, that Lifestealer doesn't die in this matchup no matter what. It's just going to be super easy. You don't have enough damage when you're playing into like Mars Shadow Demon. It's very slow. It's you need some time to build up the damage in the lane, so he's perfectly fine.
Already, you know, you saw the 3 heroes for a moment at the top of the CS for the Radiant side, but it's Lina really up and ahead over this Queen of Pain. Only 2 CS for Quinn. I mean, this is just...
He'll get there eventually. It's really bad. It can get pretty bad. And Natsumi getting a kill in the bottom lane.
Talked about how the lanes had to be good for Talon here to get off the mark. And immediately we're already looking at it as they're up 1-0 over Gaimin Gladiators, and Quinn actually sitting really low in lane. He needs to be very careful, as we're going to get another pause here from Makoto with the
Makoto, yeah.
Makoto.
He's automatically muted. This is what happens with Dota players.
Must have been something he said.
Yeah. Something from the pubs. The game recognizes.
Yeah. The mic auto mutes when you're being toxic.
But
not saying that's what happened.
No, definitely not. But it could also be one of those BM pauses, because he's dumpstering this matchup right now.
But he has to blame it on the mic.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not working. I can't hear anything.
I can't hear Quinn right now. Yeah, his mic is not working. 3 CS against 12 and 8.
Woof. That's like when I go mid.
All right, they're ready to go.
Ready to go again. Going ready. Sorry. All right. Well, we're ready to go. Back into it. Quinn has to hide in these trees. Make sure that he doesn't die. He has to pick up a water room because he
does not have enough money to buy a bottle. He's still 30 gold short.
This is tough. There he goes. You know what? 2 in a row. Back in the CS train. Everything's good again.
Yeah, got to bottle up his feelings here, because it's not an easy one, and there are no runes to be bottled up.
Yeah, you start to see how this matchup has gone, and we were talking about how the Tiny would have suffered over mid, but now you've got Alina that's really dominating, and that's a complete 180 on the expectation of the lane.
They used the opportunity in the bottom lane once they got that level 2 immediately on Phoenix with the dive, with the blood grenade, immediately starting to play aggressive. Tiny pushed out the lane. Also, it's very difficult to deny against Tiny at the early stages of the game in the lane because he has that extra damage. So that means that they got level 2 faster, used that opportunity, got the first blood.
I'm thinking about Ace right now as he's doing all right at 12-3. You try to think about that timing for the Ags on Bristleback. Very important timing. But top lane, just sending Jocam back a little bit. Nothing too terrible going on. But you've got Celery on this Pugna, and right now, I think Talon are kind of okay with where the lane is at, how it's kind of going. The Mars not getting everything out of the lane, but for right now, happy, at least for what they're getting for the most part.
I don't remember seeing anything like this in the mid lane happening to Quinn. Maybe there was some Huskar matchup where he's playing some Ember Spirit, so you have to jungle. Problem with Queen of Pain is she doesn't jungle as fast, so he needs to come close, get as many CS as possible, but also try not to die against Lina.
Yeah, you can't be dying here, especially when it's about to be 30-14 to the 8-0. This is almost 4 times the CS. Ooh. It is really so much. WS almost dead there as he needs to be very careful with where he's at. Got a lot of life left on him, and Watson playing pretty aggressive, honestly.
Munching on them.
Just
this lane is just very difficult. Like, this is why they picked it on 18. Lifestealer was such a good game for it. Quinn, let's see what he wants to do. Maybe kill some courier or try to pull the creep wave behind because he's not getting anything.
Might have to. Jocam in trouble, but the spear comes through. They're looking for one more shot onto the Shadow Demon. And it will be Celery who gets the kill there and evens up the kill score to 1. And yeah, doing exactly what you said. Just trying to pull the creep wave and get something out of the lane, and finally doing so at about the 5-minute mark. This bottom lane also kind of in an interesting spot.
Yeah, they stacked a small camp, but you're also playing against Bristleback, so in the end, it's not going to benefit you. It's going to benefit Gaming Gladiators because he's going to get most of that farm. Watson playing again aggressively onto WS.
Yeah, every time he's got a little bit of an opening in between CS, he's throwing shots out
Oh,
there.
that's nice.
Celery.
Very good surround.
Another blast, and Celery needs to get into the trees. No spear, and now Celery will end up dead to the Shadow Poison as the right click's coming into WS isn't going to be enough as Shadow Demon also walks away from this Lifestealer. Lack of lockdown kind of showing its face there.
I thought he was going to pick up at least Orb of Venom in this matchup, knowing that they don't have any kind of extra slow, but if you want to trade a kill, Pugna can play aggressively, and then you're still going to be able to get something done. Quinn, first Laguna Blade eaten, but Raindrop keeping him alive.
Not only that, he gets to kind of stay in the lane. He got his bottle refilled by the TP over. So Celery, who died over to the top lane, it's actually good timing considering the fact that he gets to come over and refill this bottle. And now an amplified damage for Quinn, but he does have to be a little bit careful with his life. They do get the kill into Jocam pretty quickly as Tofu's going to die to Cuckoo off screen. Oof, one more right click, almost enough to kill this Queen of Pain.
Anything really Quinn can get, this was pretty much handled to him, getting that extra gold. For now, he's farming the jungle a little bit, but there's a big, big difference. 51 against 21 CS, 6 minutes in.
Yeah, the net worth's going to be a bit of a split here, and it'll be interesting to see. I'm curious to see if Celery's going to try and get this 7-minute Wisdom Rune or try to steal it, if either team will. Looks as though for the moment, Tofu is going to be stacking and grabbing their Wisdom Rune, but Avalanche Toss, Ace is more than fine.
Ace also popping the glyph, knowing that he's not going to die in this matchup, but also he does not want to give him any kind of extra gold. So uses the glyph.
Ooh, spear, Celery kind of spotted here.
And this is what I talked about. Gaimin Gladiators understanding that 2 supports, they rely so much on getting that level 6. So he did try to go for a play, try to steal the enemy Wisdom Rune. Didn't get it in the end, but nice try.
That was close. Maybe a second or two too late, and they were ready for it. Ace Has some help here from Tofu. Maybe looking to get a kill here on an Natsumi. They throw the blood grenade to start, but that really doesn't do much of anything. And Ace is actually quite low. Cuckoo's level 5. And Celery just dealing with level 4. Natsumi being attacked here by Watson, who's got a lot of help with that bushwhack that connects, and Ace gets credit for the kill on a Natsumi. So 2 heroes joining for Gaimin Gladiators to get this kill to the Tiny.
That was such a nice rotation from Watson, actually managing to go in and secure the kill. Mikoto picking up the haste. Quinn would definitely love to pick that one up.
Just putting some damage onto the tier 1 tower over mid, and just about has this tower as well. Need to be very careful. But Quinn now finally at level 6, 2 levels behind Mikoto. The experience difference is pretty massive, and you look at the gold difference there, it was about 1,400 net worth from Mikoto to Quinn. Did I do that math right? That's more now. So
yeah, it's 1,600.
Dokam in trouble, and Ace will get that kill. Laguna Blade used onto Celery, but again, another Laguna Blade that doesn't net them a kill. That doesn't feel that great.
Gaimin is fine with any kind of kill they can get, considering that they would definitely love Quinn to get the kill, but it was also Mikoto who had haste runes, so they knew that they cannot kill him. So he had a pretty free entry to the fight. They're still defending the tower, leaving Lifesteal alone in the top lane. We haven't seen much from WS. As we said, Mars a bit of a slow in terms of him coming online. He's not level 6 yet.
No, so no arena, and like you asked for, he is going
He
to
is
be,
level 6, never mind. She just did not pick it up, almost level 7.
Oh. Yeah, he's just holding a skill point. So, just holding a skill point as there's going to be an arena here. The spear comes through, lands onto Watson, but that first arena getting used and not much to follow it up, which isn't exactly great there for the side of Talon. But what could be great for you guys is coming to visit Belgrade, Serbia with a ticket here. If you just put !point ticket into the chat, you'll get more information, and you'll be able to show up to, in my opinion, a solid event. Am I biased? No.
No, definitely not. It was a great event. Feel free to join us, guys. We'll definitely love to see you here. But to go back to what happened in the top lane, Mars, he needs to play with Lina, or he needs to be around Tiny. That's the burst damage, because Phoenix doesn't provide you with much. Even though he is level 6 right now, it's still a bit of a slow damage. Also, if you want to kill something like a Lifesteal or Bristleback, you're going to need to bring the numbers.
Right.
Cuckoo will get the Observer Ward kill, which was on the low ground. So that's pretty nice. But also, first 2 Laguna Blades and first Arena didn't get them anything done.
It's leaving a lot to be desired for this lineup, where a couple of kills might have gone their way, and maybe they would have been able to get something a little bit more. And I will say the result for that first game on the B stream is already there. Wildcard getting that first game win over Extreme. So they'll go to the 1-0 bracket. Well, Extreme will wait to see who they're playing in the 0-1 bracket. A little bit of an upset to start the day.
I'll be honest, I definitely didn't expect this one to happen.
Icarus dive. Trying to get away from these heroes, but blink forward from Quinn. Now they've got the avalanche. Toss up into the air. Quinn's a little bit low. Sonic Wave going to be thrown out. Cuckoo's going to end up dead. The open wound's going to be onto Jokam as Ace just trying to throw those quills out there and put some damage on. They will finally get themselves a second.
Bushwhack connect.
Bushwhack connects onto WS, who throws an arena around on 3. Makoto's here with Natsumi trying to get anything they can, but they'll infest into the Hoodwink. The Laguna Blade's going to be used.
He's still alive.
Where's the Decrepify that saves Ace, and he's able to walk away from the fight? Tofu finally dies. They'll take it the Hoodwink. They've got the life drain onto WS. They'll finally get the kill here onto the Mars. Watson, a little bit of life left, but he'll fight against Makoto. The life drain keeping him alive. He goes to the open wounds. They've got the Supernova. Makoto trying to run the LSA lands. Natsumi's there. One more right click. They'll take the Life Stealer. Toss onto this Pugna. They'll get the counter Celery as well. And eventually, Talon have turned this around. They're going to try and get the Bristleback with the Icarus dive right on top of him. With 3 heroes here, I mean, he is certainly dead. And there's the dunk with the toss as Natsumi gets a triple kill. And I believe that was a full team wipe. There was definitely
I don't think
kills.
Quinn died.
No.
I think Quinn is the only one who survived. But this fight was going on for so long that Cuckoo came back to a fight, and we can see the damage numbers. Pugna dealing actually the most damage inside of Gaming Gladiators. How many times did he use Blast? 7 times, plus also 2 Nether Wards. And we can see that Mars, he's still struggling in terms of getting his items, but...
big arena there.
It was a big arena, keeping them inside, but they also didn't expect this build-up, this item build coming out from Ace. Because he didn't go for Aghanim Scepter, he did buy Vanguard, which makes him super tanky, and I just had to double-check what he's been playing in the last couple of days. He did play 4 matches on Bristleback, 50% win rate, and he's still going for the same item build, picking up some Crimson Guard. There's going to be a lot of right-click coming up from Lina. He likes to go for different itemization, picking up Blade Mail in a lot of situations if there is uncontrollable damage, picking up SNY instead of going for that Aghanim Scepter, Lotus Orb. So he wants to tank up, he wants to play more the offlane rather than be carry from the offlane that we see him do.
Very interesting there too. I mean, just Pugna. I know they didn't exactly win that fight for Gaimin, but there was so many chances there where Pugna just kept heroes alive, life drain, the Decrepify. It really extended that fight, and I could see with maybe a couple more items here for Gaimin that could be a bit of a bigger issue for Talon. That being said, now they've got that Blink Dagger from Mars, so they do have that initiator, they do have that way in, and it should be now that maybe Talon are the aggressors.
Yeah, it also can be, like, question can be asked whether a different itemization from Lifestealer could have made the difference there, considering that, let's say he has Armlet, he gets 2-3 toggles off, it's also more damage, because he's rushing Radiance right now. Could have been a slightly different fight for them, but because a lot of the times you would see Lifestealer just pick up that casual Armlet so he can fight with the team and then go back to Radiance, but this time around, Watson opting to go for Radiance straight away, playing into Tiny, wants to have some extra damage. Lina also deals quite a lot of right clicks, even though she is playing the magical build.
Interesting. The average on Mars Blink is 22 minutes.
Yeah, it's not good, because a lot of the times you would see Mars lose the lane, be on the back foot trying to recover, and a lot of the times you would also see him get an item in between. Sometimes it's been like pipe. It really depends on the meta. I'm not sure if the stats was from 7.37 or from slightly before, but yeah, Mars, not the great offlane right now.
Saw the Shadow Demon who had Ags queued up.
We're just rushing Ags?
Yeah. Had it queued up for a moment. Well, fun fact for you, in 2024, WS from Talon Esports climbed from 1,200 MMR to 12,000 MMR to 15,000 MMR. Sorry,
yeah, the power of double downs.
Yeah, power of double downs. I was speaking my own MMR with 1,200 to 15.
You're like, wow, this guy's good. Yeah. He climbed pretty quickly, gained that 300 MMR. Basically can do it in one day.
Yeah.
One good day
power
of Dota.
Double downs. And I missed a 0 there. But yeah, 12,000 to 15,000 MMR.
It's pretty impressive, though.
To put that into terms that obviously all of chat can understand, that's about as much MMR as you have difference in the MMR that he got. And I said y'all, but you can put me in there, I guess. I don't know.
You're part of the community.
Yeah, I'm in the community. Spear onto the Pugna, toss up into the air with the Avalanche. The arena comes down onto 2 of these heroes. Tofu going to the Sharpshooter. The Supernova is going to be used here by the Phoenix. They get the kill to Jokem, but the damage just not enough yet to finish off any of these heroes just yet. They'll lose WS. There's the Laguna Blade on Accelerate. They'll get the kill onto the Pugna. A 2-for-1 so far. Avalanche toss wiping out Watson so fast. And now maybe a bit of a mistake and an overreach from Gaming Gladiators with that, but Ace still going forward. We're going to get a kill on a Natsumi. Slowed him up quite enough. Bushwhack there. They've got the control. They get the kill onto the Tiny. They'll take out a third. Ends up being a 3-for-2.
Well, this fight for Gaimin, not the perfect one. Queen of Pain still, I don't think we've seen a single Sonic Wave being used.
No, we did. It was just a bottom fight.
Bottom fight, he used it? Okay, but this time around he did save it, did not want to commit. We see Lifestealer 226 damage and then gets instantly popped by Tiny and Lina.
Yeah.
And that was pretty much 1 hit and Radiance burn for 2 seconds.
Jokem again, Sharpshooter. Oh, avoided, but seemingly extending the inevitable here. That was the case. Tofu getting credit for that. He'll be healed up by Celery with not only the Seeds of Serenity, an amazing tier 1, but also the Life Drain. I'm a big fan of Seeds of Serenity.
Still?
Still, yeah, I know you.
It's a good item. It's a still very good item.
The slow pan over to look to me to just be like, yeah, still, but I don't know.
It was so OP. We had some of these. You know what I missed?
So
Keen
strong.
Optic. I missed that one. 75 range, cast range. and
That's
some
one of the
extra
things
mana.
that I miss in the patches, like the rotation of.
Fairy's Trinket.
Ooh. Man, Specialist Array picked up for the Lifestealer, and yeah, you can still see top right of your screen that upset of Wildcard Extreme for that first game there in Stream B. If you want to catch some more action on the secondary stream, they've, of course, got 3 more BO1s for the first half of the day, as Tofu's going to die there to Makoto. That is a Laguna Blade that does get a kill.
And now we see the power of Lina with Aghanim Scepter, has Eye of the Vizier, having that extra cast range.
You think people get confused by Nest of Thorns? Because Specialist Array picked up for the Lifestealer, very good in Nest of Thorns. Not that good, as good outside, but still a great item, I would say, as a neutral Specialist
Wanted
Array.
to have some damage. I think, like, one thing that we do say, we want to see what the options were. I think one day we're going to be able to see what the options were, because he definitely didn't get Orb. He didn't get the big items, so this is something that you pick up on a Lifestealer if there are no better options.
Probably
Like,
not.
look at check Tiny, what he has. Grobo. Yeah, that's why he's popping that. Oh, good arena.
Spear. Quinn caught. Laguna Blade with the LSA. Makoto dominating with a quick kill there on a Quinn. Hex being built for the Phoenix straight up. So if my eyes aren't deceiving me,
2 supports are going for 2
huge
really
items.
massive items, just basically rushing it, going for Aghanim Scepter on Shadow Demon, double break. Ace, he's quite alone.
Sunray with the disruption LSA and the damage in. They are making these kills look easy, but the invest pop, they're going to go for WS. Sharpshooter hit the Lina. Oh, they snipe Makoto. Supernova Egg's going to pop. The Avalanche lands on a 3, but the chase is on. They'll try to TP out, but the damage is overwhelming enough to get the kill there onto a 3rd. Natsumi TP's away, and you can see the damage come from Gaming Gladiators, despite the fact that they didn't have Bristle or the Queen of Pain.
Queen of Pain, yeah. Queen of Pain was not in that fight.
That was some fast damage.
This game's getting weird, because they just popped Bristol back instantly, didn't lose anything, then they lose a full team fight against only 3 heroes.
Yeah. Started with that Infest pop, and they kind of just went for it. Is that Axe being built for the Tiny as well? There's that Radabe Toast for the Hoodwink, though. Let's go look at this replay. And it starts with this, well, it started with the Quinn kill. But then this kill, they showed how quickly they can
And they're all pretty healthy, pretty much. And then Watson comes in and gets sniped immediately. Egg, not in a good spot this time around. Watson, I still think, even though this was like 4K gold lead for Talon, that it's a free Lifestealer game, and he should be able to carry.
It was the start of that fight, or well, after the Bristle died, they all had 6 stacks of the Viscous Nasal Goo on them.
Yeah, because he has the facet, something that we did not mention. Most of the time you do see Bristle going for seeing red facet, wants to play that carry. Oh, nice catch.
Good catch. Quinn gets the kill, a little bit of revenge on the Cuckoo. And there's the Wisdom Rune. They also have the Tormentor to go for. So they will take some time to...
I have an idea. This sounds like it's coming from your head.
Okay, I'm ready.
Listen up.
First idea.
What if you could, when you use Glyph, you also Glyph enemy Tormentor. So they're doing Torme, and they're about to kill it. You pop a Glyph, you have vision, and you kill 2 of them. I mean, you don't get the credit, but they still die.
Wow, that really did sound like guys thought of
It really
that.
did, huh? You did infect me.
I love the idea. Will others love the idea? I don't know. Avalanche toss into the air with the arena coming through onto a couple of these heroes. They get the kill to Watson very quickly. Lifestealer in trouble. The Sunray doing a lot of damage. The Sonic Wave's late. They'll get the kill to Quinn. They'll look over at Ace. They'll take out all 3 cores on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. A clean wipe there for Talon Esports as they make that fight look easy.
That's why I wanted to see Unfettered Facet on Lifestealer. This is the perfect example. You get initiated on, and you can just straight up pop it.
Yeah,
you don't care about the stuns. But this is a bit of a weird one from Gaimin. Like, they feel that they're still strong, but Lifestealer can't die. I feel like he needs another item. He needs some S and Y, and I also wouldn't mind seeing something like Scotty on him. Just tank up and be very annoying in the front line. Just have as much HP as possible.
And when he died there, he died pretty quickly.
He died again, yeah. When they focus him down with Tiny and Lina, he's gonna die. Mikoto, he is going for a BKB this time around. Wants to have some extra protection.
Now, I gotta admit to some faults here. I had saw the point booster for Tiny. He went to the phylactery, he's going into the Conda, but so many people are building Ags, and I'm just like, everybody's just getting Ags here. But he's gone to that phylactery. He's almost got the Conda.
Yeah, it's a later item.
Yeah, a much later item. That's why I was a little bit surprised in my thought, but you get used to
in your own
seeing
defense,
Ags
the
there.
game was paused for a really long time. So you added those like 10, 15 minutes of the pause.
You really
and
know
now
how to
you're
help
building.
me out.
Yeah.
You're really, this is a 45-minute timing right here. Easy Tormentor to take, as this is going to be a shard for Tofu. But they are starting to come over towards bottom. Maybe they catch somebody with a Blink Arena Spear. Might be Ace who they catch.
I don't know if they want to jump him, especially because he picked up Pipe. So I don't think they have enough damage with 3 of them. If you bring Phoenix, maybe with the percentage-based damage, but you also need another stun to keep him in place.
Has that shield rune, so essentially, or effectively a 3,300 life Lina at the moment. Kondo almost done here. I think that's just the recipe flying out for Tiny, and he has it completed. So he'll have that. Cuckoo, who bought the recipe on the Hex to start, I guess showing off that he's building that
I'm
Hex.
close to Hex, guys. Queen of Pain, she better buy Lincolns.
I've almost got it, I swear. But Lina is trying to TP away.
What a hero.
Ooh, not going to be spotted. TP out. Cuckoo with the TP as well. The Sunray with the TP. He ends up escaping. Both these heroes on Talon not getting caught. So okay there. There's the Ags for the Shadow Demon. So
Should be a pretty fast one. I mean, this was
Ags there.
basically a rush. No items in between, no Blink Dagger, no Lens, no Glimmer, no Solar, nothing. Basically just rushing the item. I mean, it's a good break game to have 2 charges. You're playing against Bristleback, and there it is.
Avalanche toss. I mean, the damage with the Conda, the Laguna Blade there, you'd think that he would be tanky enough. But even the pipe and everything that he's got, not really enough to save him in that sense. And they smoke. They want more. Question is, who are they going to find? Because Watson is in the area, but it's going to be Tofu who spots them for a second. They don't care. They jump in, Arena, Spear, and Watson's dead again. They've got Quap coming in off to the side. Hunter's Boomerang going over to WS and coming all the way back, but Cuckoo coming around the back as well as Celery being here.
And Unfettered fasted again, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Like, you want, that's when they have no silences, but they have stuns only. It's so good. Quinn trying to find big Sonic Wave.
Dive away. They've got the Bushwhack that lands on a WS. They have the life drain to keep this Hoodwink alive. But nothing really of value lost from Talon. They're up 6,000 net worth. They're really happy with where they're at. It's been going quite well for Talon overall, and they've been making good decisions. A great decision would be going to get tickets, but right now we've got a fight. Sunray coming through, and they've got the Dragon Slave to get a kill on 2 of these heroes. Ace and Celery gone. WS falling for the side of Talon. They've used the Supernova already. And that was another good fight, quick decision from Talon. And like I was saying, good decision would be to get some tickets.
Yeah.
Exclamation point ticket in the chat. Get yourself some more information. Show up to Belgrade, Serbia at the Sava Center. Join us for a great event.
These fights are very difficult for Gaimin now. They're not tanky enough to survive the burst. You're playing against Tiny with Conda, who's about to crack. Level 18 has Growbo to increase his magic damage burst. Lina as well, you get that hit.
They're really putting the hurt on Gaimin Gladiators, but my question is, what's the next step, right? Like, obviously you want to try and break that high ground. Are they going to, is it win a fight, get the Aegis, go for the high ground, or are they going to struggle to go high ground against this lineup, or is it a pretty easy breakthrough?
You can't really siege high ground. You still have Tiny, but you don't want to be hitting the high ground like one bushwhack. Oh, he's going to be fine.
Just putting the fear in Quinn's eyes. But now they've got the Yules into the arena. That arena is pretty well placed.
He's
Quinn's
dead.
in trouble and dead. Ace unable to help us. He was blocked out of that. Not much he could do there, and another kill into this Queen of Pain.
I'm not sure if Celery was inside the arena, but I saw him using Glimmer Cape on himself. Maybe that could have made the difference. Can he get some really nice bushwhack? Kodo.
Turn around Laguna. Spear doesn't connect. The life drain will heal up Tofu.
Quinn was toying with an idea to go for Eternal Shroud on Queen of Pain. Bought the casual cloak for now, because there is a lot of magic damage burst.
A lot of magic damage here, and Tofu infested in, and he's going to try and find something as they go over towards Roshan, but there's actually nobody here.
That's
this
a nice
is an
play.
opportunity for
I
Gaimin.
thought Talon is going to take Roshan, considering how far ahead they were in this game,
Right.
but they didn't bother, and it was a good time for them to take it. You are playing top part of the map, 28 minutes in, for example. You still have your tier 1 tower in the top lane, so you can take the fight, use some buybacks, and be sure to win the fight in Roshan. But yeah, this is going to be a big one. Watson will pick it up.
Way too late. They smoked to try and go for Roche, but this is going to be an Aegis now for Watson. With how quickly they've been killing Watson, it makes you wonder if this Aegis, just having that second life could be massive. As they'll take out a sentry. They're hiding inside the trees, trying to find their opportunity to make a jump in here, and nothing doing just yet. They are just on the edge of seeing each other. Two ships in the night, not quite getting there. Lifestealer, by the way, he's going for Axe.
That's also, I did mention Scotty, but this is also a great item choice. You're playing against Tiny. Even though Tiny deals damage even without being disarmed, it's still a good way of getting stuff done. And let's say you're infesting Lina, you're infesting Mars. It's still going to feel fine, Jokam, with those two charges and having break ability against Bristleback and Lifestealer. These are going to be the targets. And also we did talk during the draft that it's super effective when playing against Pugna. He has Glimmer Cape. You dispel that. You dispel his saving capabilities as well.
They're looking, and they see a courier going up.
He's ready.
There.
He got him.
They got the bushwhack. Do they have the damage with the Sonic Wave? The BKB. Makoto trying to run. The Sunray comes through from Cuckoo. Acorn shot following all the way over to this Phoenix, doing a decent amount of damage, but he's going to be able to TP out. Makoto trying to find an escape, and they found him. They'll kill him. They'll got him. So,
this Roshan into this play really shows that Gaimin, they still feel they can do stuff. They're really not worried. And Quinn opting to go for a bigger item. Like, look, it's all about tankability. He did, as I mentioned, try to go for Eternal Shroud, but did pick up Pupil's Gift. So wants to be as tanky as possible, keeps his strength on tread so that he doesn't get popped by Lina or Tiny.
that will be the Ags coming through from Quinn on his courier.
It's so annoying. Like, once you get to that Aghanim Scepter, Jokam, no Blink Dagger yet on him.
Yeah, he's in trouble, but maybe baiting a little bit. They've got WS on the high ground, the Spear as well as the Arena. The Avalanche, they kill Quinn. Baiting well. Watson coming over with Celery. They're going to try and get this Shadow Demon. Gleipnir, Sharpshooter, that's a kill there for Watson.
And I also like
more.
that Tofu is going for big items. He is upgrading that Rod of Atos, does have full Gleipnir. Full Gleipnir, huh?
Is it better or worse than full meal? So that, again, we had this conversation as they are going to lose Cuckoo. Another kill there for Tofu. Can it be full Gleipnir and full Mjolnir?
Yeah, can be.
Yeah, because we said maybe it's just a full Maelstrom.
It's just the way we say it. I don't think it's time to change it now after saying it for years.
20 years,
Yeah.
or whatever. We'll keep it that way for now. Ags, like I said, for the Lifestealer soon. They got Ags for the Queen of Pain. Ags, all over the place. For now. 6,000 net worth lead. It's starting to creep back towards Gaimin a little bit with the kills that they were able to get. And it might get a little bit easier as we take a look at the bounty and wisdom rune differences, all favoring the side of Talon.
Not a big difference, at least in terms of gold picked up, only 700, considering that they've been dominating most of the time. Natsumi is gonna get his shard. Usually when you're playing carry Tiny, you do pick up that shard early on, but what Natsumi is doing, he's basically playing mid Tiny from the safe lane.
Right.
No deviation in items whatsoever.
Just
because he still deals damage. Like
yeah.
you're getting that Kanda, you're getting Echo Saber, and so you have mixed damage, right click, and magic damage.
Yeah, that's all you really need. Have that extra damage. There's that Hex. For the days of recipe to a full Hex here for Cuckoo.
I need to start doing that more. Buy
Buying
Hex
the
recipe and buy something else after. It's like, wow, this guy's rich.
I don't actually think he bought anything else. Like,
He didn't, but
But-
this is not something that you do. It's to get inside of their heads.
It's not that expensive of a component, the recipe. Some recipes are more expensive, but
Yeah, Shiva's card recipe, you're not gonna buy that.
just show off that you're
God, I
buying
hate
that.
Shiva's recipe.
You always think you're almost
You're
there.
close. Guys, I have components.
I just need the recipe. Watson not being bothered trying to take this tier 2 tower in the top lane. They are smoked up and searching as they start to back away with 4 seconds remaining
They
on that
know.
Aegis.
They know where Lina
They
is.
infest. They've got the Yules. They didn't get the Lifestealer infest target, but now they're going to jump in. They've got Quinn as well as Watson going into the back lines. The LSA is going to come through, and the Laguna Blade. They get the Quinn. They'll look over as Watson.
He's trying to TP out.
Oh, just
he doesn't.
barely.
This could have been a disaster.
Yeah,
I mean,
they
they're
are
still
going
gonna
to
lose
get
a lot.
Ace as well, but that could have been awful had they got the catch there onto the Lifestealer. Celery looking pretty dead to rights. He's got Glimmer in a second. Maybe? Oh.
I don't know if that clipped him.
Oh, right
It-
on him, yeah. They knew. Never in doubt.
Watson TPing out with basically 100 HP. He still did have Aegis at the time, so this could have been pretty massive.
Yeah. That was... Oh. EKB, E-Blade Laguna, and they get... yeah.
Gabe, and what is this? What is this damage from Lina? He also has Kaya going for Kaya Yasha, and looking at the items that he did find as Lina, he should feel pretty blessed. He did find the two cast range items on Lina, plus having E-Blade, which is a component from Etherlands, so he can cast from a very far away.
Just 2 abilities. That was Laguna Dragon Slave 2k damage with the E-Blade.
This is when you start pinging the damage that Lina did to you when you die. You're like, okay, this is not real. Now Gaimin is in a lot of trouble. We still haven't seen Quinn pop off in any of these fights. Like, he needs to choose when to go in, because if he makes a misplay, he blinks in, he gets hexed, he gets speared, Tiny, LSA, he's gonna die. There's nothing that can save him.
He's going BKB now, but look at the net worth. Cuckoo's... Uh-oh. Speaking of Cuckoo. Oh. They found him. Yules, the Sunray, they've got the Spear. They don't even need the Hex. They'll get a kill on a Quinn, and there is just not much for him to do.
That was a nice little tree that they found to stun him, to pin him to. I miss Mango Tree as well.
Mango Tree.
Mango Tree.
Plant
Back
that in
in
the
the
base.
days. Drop
Feast
some
on
mangoes.
mangoes. Repair kit.
No, I don't miss that one. That was, whew. Don't get me even started.
Avalanche, Hex, Toss, and a kill and ace. Showed up to the wrong area of the map, that's for sure.
Jokam is...
They're up
is
17,000
like, you just
all of a
need to be
sudden.
there. As Shadow Demon, break Bristleback, break Lifestealer in a fight, because he has 2 charges. And it's going to be time to push the high ground. No Queen of Pain for 20. 50 without Bristle, who does have buyback. Let's see if they want to defend this one. Gonna pop the Glyph. There's also no tier 2 towers left, so they could easily swap to the mid lane if they clear this, and they should have enough damage. 40 seconds without Bristleback.
Doesn't feel like they're gonna defend this.
I don't think they're gonna stop. They just might go in and try to siege a little bit more, but Talon, knowing how important this game is, they're hunting WS.
Yeah, spotted Yules. Jokem's here, and they will land that spear as Phoenix comes over, has the Hex. They'll have the damage, it's just a matter of time. Celery gets the Solar Crest in death, but now a Blink Dagger for the Lina, who is just farming up a storm. Oy. Blink with the Infest. The damage is there to kill off Cuckoo, so they still show the ability to get pickoffs, but the team fight aspect of it isn't exactly been going their way.
You can see the item choices. Havoc Hammer for Lifestealer, wants to be more tanky, wants to be able to push them, pull him in, and also Tofu getting Mindbreaker for himself. Can we see what Tofu is going for? Because after finishing off Gleipnir, okay, he picked up a Blink Dagger, but I want to see some more damage. I want to see some Crystallis, maybe even full Daedalus later on. I think for now, keep the buyback gold, because you definitely need it in these type of fights if you get picked off by Lina.
Tiny went through the Twin Gate. I thought he was trying to find maybe an opportunity to pinch Gaimin Gladiators, but they didn't stay in the area. Level 25 for Makoto. He is up there in terms of net worth, up there in terms of experience. He is at the top for both. Just leading the way on this Lina. And he gets another kill on a Tofu. We talked about how the lanes had to start really well for Talon, and they did. They had a little bit of a slip up in the mid game. But other than that, they've played really well.
They did, especially Makoto. He dumpstered this mid lane and continues to dominate.
Ooh. Close.
Tofu. Buyback is available for him.
They're not forcing the issue.
They're not forcing anything. Roshan is up, so they should definitely go and take this Roshan. It was a bit of a slip-up because they did not kill first Roshan. Makoto now
Amplify damage.
Amplify damage in the bottle. Lina 25. She also becomes super tanky. You have level 20, the cooldown. You have damage the barrier on 25 with Laguna. So you use that one, sometimes you use it 2 times, sometimes 3 times in a fight, and you become extremely tanky. Let's say you have Arcane Rune, you can definitely use it 3 times.
So, yeah, we finding ourselves at about the 40-minute mark. As you can see on your screen, type ! ticket to find yourself returning to Belgrade, Serbia, if you were here for the last one. But returning,
you can also come if you were at the previous one. We will allow you to enter.
Yeah, you're allowed to be here as well. A good way to use, they'll get the kill on the Celery as they return to the dire side of the map to get a kill on to this Pugna. It's not been the prettiest of games for Gaimin Gladiators to start the event off right now. Obviously, not over just yet. We've seen comebacks aplenty. But this is a tough road.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy one. I thought that some of these mid-game fights are going to be in their favor. Win probability still says 23% for Gaimin, which is pretty generous. It is high. But problem is, like, you see itemization on Bristleback. This is not your seeing red facet Bristleback that has Bloodstone, Aghanims, S and Y.
Yeah.
He is a bit more on the tankier side. Unless he gets
Luna,
broken.
E-Blade, Dragon Slave, but the Infest's going to be popped. They've got the arena down on the 3 of these heroes. They get the kill on a Tofu. Sonic Wave, not exactly the best placed one, as they're going to get the kill onto Ace. They have taken out 3. They'll buy back on Celery. He'll come back into the fight with a toss-up into the air. Quinn's going to be dead. They've got just 2 heroes alive as Talon overwhelm Gaimin Gladiators.
They're ready to close it out.
Buyback from Bristleback. And Watson just trying to clean up the mid area of this map while Ace shows himself for a second. They're working still with this Aegis. The LSA lands, the open wounds onto the lead up, but the toss up into the air. Ace in trouble. The spear lands onto the racks. The Icarus dive across. Cuckoo's low, but I don't know if it's going to matter. Goes into the supernova, the life drain onto Ace, keeping him alive. Watson trying to get anything he can. Finally gets the kill to the Shadow Demon. But the LSA connecting Makoto off to the side. They've got the Glimmer Cape. They're still trying to get this kill as Bristleback comes back over. As Natsumi and WS are low. Ace, Viscous Nasal Goo, the right clicks. The LSA, they've got a kill onto WS. They'll take him out very fortunately before he TPs away.
And they will reclaim the gem. It's a bit too late. This is something that Celery did buy, but they're also losing tier 4 towers. They also had to heavily commit in the previous fight. with the buybacks, you can see damage coming out from Lifestealer. He definitely is online, almost 10,000 damage coming out from him. But again, Mikoto dealing the same amount of damage with every single fight. He is not getting focused down. How many times did he die in this game? I feel like he has very low amount of deaths.
Mikoto?
Only 2 deaths.
I would have almost guessed 1. It really feels like he hasn't died at all. And if anything, I think those deaths were early on. Because it was the fight over bottom.
Yeah, they caught him right at this spot where Quinn's standing slightly more to the east.
It was also that Twin Gate death earlier in the game. They are grouped up, trying to come back down. It was a 30,000 net worth lead, so technically they have cut 5,000 back into it, but they are still down 25,000 net worth. Abyssal Blade, full Abyssal Blade for the Lifestealer.
And he also disassembled his Radiance, does have Nullifier, so wants to be able to lock the target and try to kill it from 100 to 0. Definitely will opt to kill Shadow Demon so that his Bristleback doesn't get broken, neither does he.
Refresher being built for the Mars.
He has it.
I see just the recipe. You never know. But Laguna with the Hex, they'll get the kill. They'll pop the Infest. They go to the Nullifier. It's going to be onto the Lina, but the Avalanche toss on a Tofu. They don't have these 2 heroes, nor do they have buyback. He's going to walk out. They've got the Spear onto 2. Watson low. Watson dead. No buyback there. And it's just going to be Ace and Celery as they'll Light Strike Array lands on both. They get the full team wipe. Nobody's got buyback. GG is called, and Talon take game number 1.
As we said before this game, that this should be relatively equally skilled, but I'm really pleasantly surprised the way Talon did play. Like this mid lane, we can see Mikoto laughing, some big laughs, big smiles. Definitely well deserved. Like, he completely destroyed the mid lane. This was one of the roughest games that I've seen Quinn had in a really long time.
Yeah, and that was something we talked about in the draft, was how well this had to start for Talon in the laning phase, and it did, and it felt like it never fell off from that point.
Yeah, Gaimin Gladiators, they definitely look stunned. Like, what the hell just happened?
Yeah, this rarely happens to them. Even in this, I would say, slipping up area of their game, this doesn't happen. This is not happening.
No, it was something that they needed to do on side of Talon, and they did it so well. They were getting all of these pickoffs. First couple of Laguna Blades didn't get them any kills first arena, but after that, they were on point. WS had also chosen Quinn to kill him multiple times. Every time Arena has been dropped, he also built into Yule Scepter, blinks in. If he doesn't have the angle straight away, he starts with the Yule Scepter, then he finds a really good Arena, and there's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, it's not the situation you want to be in, but it's only 1 loss, like we said in the opening parts of the event. You need 3 losses to be out, or 3 wins to be in to the playoff stage, so you got some time to really figure it out. But if you told me after the first 2 BO1s that it was going to be Extreme and Gaimin into the 0-1 bracket,
I would say these are 2 upsets already.
Yeah, I would say both of them are upsets. Obviously, odds-wise, I think for Talon, it was a little bit of a slight upset. We did say that these teams felt very close.
They did.
Going into this one. And if you're Talon, you come out like that, dominating Gaimin Gladiators the way that they just did, I feel like you're very happy with what just happened.
Yeah, for sure. Good start for them. This is the team that we mentioned did qualify for most of the lands already.
Right.
And it shows that how well they've been playing, what they've been doing has been working out. And we can see some of the post-game stats as well. Natsumi, he had a great game. So did Mikoto. WS, a bit of a slower game at the start, but he did deliver once he picked up the Blink Dagger. And also Cuckoo having a blast of a game. That Hex recipe purchase. Look at him being active, involved in 29 out of 39 kills as well. Plus also itemization. I got to point out Jokam, who rushed Aghanim Scepter, which destroyed both Bristleback and Lifestealer in every single fight.
Yeah, it was certainly an interesting build, especially the Ags there, the Hex for Cuckoo, 2 ways to just handle these heroes, and it worked out for them. To your point with the WS Blink Dagger, and his lane, how it wasn't that easy. But the Blink Dagger was the jumping off point for him, and he didn't exactly get a lot of net worth.
No, he was very sacrificial, which I really like, because Lina and plus 2 of the supports are also taking a lot of farm on the map. You could see Cuckoo being in the enemy triangle, getting the farm there. Plus, you also have 2 very greedy cores. Lina, she takes a lot of farm, she gets a lot of kills, but so does Tiny as well.
Yeah, so you didn't really need to have all that farm on this Mars. All you needed was that Blink Dagger. Would you give him MVP if you had to, the Mars? Because obviously you have Makoto doing so much.
Makoto is definitely my MVP for this game, because he completely destroyed that mid lane, continued to dominate, and he was just deleting heroes here and there, not allowing them to take a fight 5v5 every single time. It was 4v5 unless you want to use the buyback, but they also lost a lot of the towers early on, so they didn't have anything to TP to.
Yeah, so Makoto, your MVP here, 46,000 damage,
nice kill
34,000 net worth, 69% kill participation. It felt towards the end of that game that he was just getting item after item after item. He got E-Blade, and then all of a sudden he had this upgraded Blink. He had the Kayayasha. He was moving quick. He was getting a lot of gold. He was getting some easy kills, and it just felt like the decision-making that he made was beyond perfect. And perfect decision-making coming from him, perfect decision-making maybe coming from you guys if you type in !ticket into the chat and get yourself some tickets to come join us for the playoffs. That's going to be 3 days. Yeah, you heard it. 3 days of amazing Dota 2 action. Should be fun, should be pretty cool, and you should enjoy yourself. Would be nice. So that is going to be it for this game. We're going to show you some highlights and go to a quick break before we come back with the next BO1. So we'll see you guys in a moment. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back, everybody. Back in Belgrade, Serbia, here for our second BO1 of the day. We just saw Talon beat Gaimin Gladiators in the first BO1, which was a little bit of an upset. We also had Wildcard on the other stream upset Extreme Gaming. So it's been upsets all day so far. But we're on to the next one. Tundra against the Yakult brothers. And I don't know. Is the upset going to happen again, or is this?
What's the upset in this one?
I feel like the upset might be.
I'm pretending I don't know. Yakult brother beating Tundra, considering how well Tundra looked in the last couple of qualifiers.
Tundra. Definitely.
That's biased. That's biased from your side. But Tundra, they look good. And I got to be honest, man.
Yeah.
I miss seeing Dyrachyo on stage. I miss seeing Dyrachyo play in general. This guy, there's like always something about him. You know, he was the pretty much the blame when he was playing on Gaimin Gladiators whenever they lost. But this guy is definitely an X factor. He is. I'm always getting the old vibes, like old Xbox, aka Hwast vibes back in his prime. This guy really is pushing the limits, and that's what I want to see.
You know, this is going to be a complete tangent right here, but you were talking about Havos and how much influence he's had, or the old school vibes. There's another game, MLBB, where somebody has the same name because of him, and I think he's like 15 years old or something like that. Like, the influence transcends just Dota, and it's cool to see that. I feel like Dota has like
I think in MLBB there's a guy that had Arteezy when we were doing a tournament in Riyadh as well.
Yeah. So there is Dota.
They probably grew up on Dota. Yeah. They were not good enough, and they're like, you know what, we're going to play this mobile game instead.
Yeah, there's the Dota influence. Well, now phones are really good, and they can play games like that. And maybe one day, Dota 3, we could have Dota on our phones. Who knows? Would you play Dota on your phone?
No, it's not the experience. It's when you sit down, you know, you grab a meal, eat it before, have some snacks on the side. This is the Dota experience.
So you play Dota on a full stomach, it sounds like.
Oh, yeah. I like to do everything on a full stomach.
I don't eat that much, though.
I get hangry. It's actually a real condition.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, well, you know who's not hangry right now? They probably had their breakfast. They're probably ready to go, is Team Tundra. So let's throw it to the introduction, see what they got. So Tundra Esports there on your screen, and in the middle right there for you is 33. In the previous shot, it was Saksa, though. I feel like he's the tallest on the team by quite a margin.
They shrank him. He's
just to put him in the left corner over
there. Yeah. It's funny to see it this way. Strong squad. This is the squad that like wanted to play together. Saksa and 33 back in the old Tundra when they laned together. They just have this magical chemistry when they played together. And they also wanted to play with BZM for a really long time, but they were playing with Lorenov because of the contract. And they also did remove Nightfall from the roster, playing with Dyrachyo now.
Yeah.
I think this squad just is going to slap. This is probably one of the top contenders as well to take the whole tournament, I would say, considering how well they've been playing in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, they've looked really good, and, you know, like you said, BZM coming into the mix after he was finally able to leave the previous org OG and expand into different options. So now it feels like he's been set up for success with this roster, and it's always interesting to see players that you know can give more and can be that next step and just have that much growth when they finally have an opportunity to be surrounded by absolute stars. Like, this lineup is all stars in my opinion. So it's been very strong from Tundra Esports, but they still got to win this game and they got to play it up against the Yakult's brothers, and we've got their intro. So let's take a look. So Yakult's brothers coming into the mix, and a lot of familiar faces here for the Chinese scene, as you've got Ame, Emo, Zeal, Bobica, Tiaming coming at you, and maybe a little bit. I've never seen so much like animation and emotion. I feel like the Chinese teams are always kind of stoic when they're being given their media days, and
that's what Emo brings. He brings the emotion to the team. That's why.
Okay.
Emo, one of my favorite players to watch because this guy is a beast. This guy is really a coin flip. Like you don't know what you're getting. Whether you're getting some Blink on Storm, whether you're getting some triple Divine Rapier on Ember Spirit. I think he toned it down a little bit more, but because if you want to play professional Dota, compete with all the other teams, you need to be able to, still be very stable. And we can check the win rate in team comparison.
Yeah, this is according to the screen that is up in front of us. The patch 7.37, 7 maps, 28.6% win rate for Yakult. Even though, I mean, they've definitely not won everything, but I don't know if it's that little, and 7 maps doesn't. I don't know. But Tundra, they've got about 60. It's probably the 66.6666 percentage there. Their average game time's a little bit quicker than Yakult's,
but pretty
of course,
similar.
The rosters as a 5-stack are different.
Yeah, almost 40 minutes between both of these teams. Average Dota match in professional e-gamer environment has been around between like 37 and 40 minutes in the last couple of months, depending on the tournament. But yeah, I think Yakult's brothers, they've been known to play slightly longer games. Tundra as well. If we go back to old Tundra, the way they've been playing, where they choke you out of the map, there's still some of that factor. But I also think they want to speed it up a little bit more, especially with the players that they do have. They have Doratio, they have BCM, so they should be slightly more explosive, I would say.
And I guess for me, for Yakult, like that kind of comes down to how Ame wants to play that game, because he'll play slow carries. He'll play slow burn carries, but he'll also play like a Spectre that can get involved pretty early with Shadow Step. And there's the man, the myth, the legend on your screen right now, Yakult himself, with the new, fresh, formal Yakult jerseys. I don't think they had jerseys at the last event, the last Dacha.
I can't remember what they had. Probably some white T-shirt or basically nothing. They just dressed up as they wanted, but they do look more professional nowadays.
Yeah, they got the real kit on now, and now taking a look over at Doratio and Tundra. I like this blue. I've always been a fan of the blue Tundra color.
Yeah, it's a nice blue, similar to Azure Ray blue, I would say.
Isn't Azure a color?
It is a color, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I had to ask. I don't know. You're laughing, but I asked a genuine question over here.
I think Perry and Flax at TI asked him, "What is Azure Ray?"
Yeah. And then
not sure what the answer was. They're like, "Yeah, it's just a random name, probably." Like we liked it, and we can see the gentle giant Saxa. This guy has been owning for so hard. He's been missing from the scene for, I think, maybe even a full year, but always a pleasure to watch him play. This offlane duo, I think they're most innovative duo when it comes down to what can be done for them to win the lane. This is the duo I praise a lot, but we can see some of the interesting facts.
Ame holds the record for most pro matches played on the following heroes, and it's not just like 1 or 2. Terrorblade, Slark, Sven, Phantom Lancer, Phantom Assassin, Troll Warlord, and Monkey King. That is 8 or 7 heroes.
This is how you get the god status, the diva status.
Well, okay, so are they the same? We're still having this conversation. Is it god or diva, or is it Giva?
All right, every diva has a god status, but not every god has diva status.
Yes. Okay, wait. Every diva has god status?
Yeah.
But you could be a diva and done nothing.
I mean,
that's the whole thing of being a prima donna, is you're a diva.
Divas, you need to have some kind of a background. Like you need to have something to back it up.
All right, fair enough. We're figuring out what the whole god diva status is throughout the day, but I'm a god status, emo diva status?
No, emo is self-proclaimed. Emo, I'm not sure if this is fully embraced, but emo can be. I think it's going to be very interesting mid-matchup because if we look at how they've been playing. BZM, when he first entered the scene, this guy was really nailing it every single game.
Right.
He was the next prodigy from the mid lane, and then he kind of stopped. I didn't really see progression coming out from him because the team was also not playing well, so it's kind of hard for you to look good in those situations. And we can see the coin toss, and it's going to be Tundra Esports choosing the first pick.
Yeah, they chose the first pick. They won the coin toss, and then Radiant for Yakult's brothers. And it's when you think about the name and the fact that Yakult is just the manager, he's like, this is a family. That's it.
Is whether BZM, did he buy a mouse pad? Because this guy has been playing literally on the table. He's like, yeah, I don't care. I have a really good mouse, apparently, that can be used on any surface. And he's been playing like that, yeah.
Wow, that feels like an advertisement that kind of writes itself. BZM might have to call them. Get a little...
We'll keep an eye to see if he's actually still playing in 2025 as a professional e-gamer without a mouse pad.
That's crazy. I've never... I think the only thing that would top that is if he was able to do it on, like, a glass surface. Which I don't even think is possible at that point. But, speaking of BZM, Tundra pick up Invoker. This was a hero in my eyes that was contested from both mids here because Emo loves Invoker as well.
It's BZM Siggy, his signature hero as well. They're going to take it straight away.
And then they go to the puck, so
immediate response
first
with puck.
Picks, wow.
Yeah. A lot of these offlaners have been banned. The Yakult's brothers heavily targeting 33 from the offlane and also want to split up a duo a little bit with this Nyx Assassin ban, something that sucks that does play a lot. Doom, Beastmaster, this is something that 33 has been spamming. He's also been playing it a lot in professional games as well.
What was that escape key? I think that was just a nice little, one of those dumpling bamboo holders as his escape key for Zeal. I always like to see the personalities, too, on these players and what they've got going on. You said no mouse pad. That's personality in itself. I feel like that's crazy to see, no mouse pad. But then, of course, you know, with mechanical keyboards and everything, you can.
I didn't notice. Does Ame still have his pink headset?
I think.
5 seconds remaining.
Was it Ame or Somnus who had the pink headset?
I think it was Ame as well, but now that you said it, I think
because I think Somnus had used his wife's headset, which is a pink cat.
I think Ame had one as well.
He might have, yeah. I mean, that trend definitely went around and was pretty interesting. But as you can see, they're all using the standardized headsets at the moment.
Yeah, when he's playing from home.
Yeah. It's the difference between the LAN environment here when he's playing from home and you see her now. I've always wanted to know if anybody else would do the Sylar.
I think there was one more player that has been using paper tissues
on the mouse.
On the mouse, because it sounds pretty bad. But
have you done it before? Have you tried it?
Yeah, I tried it because of him. Yeah, actually, to see how the grip is, and it feels pretty bad.
It's so crazy because I remember watching games of him on camera just making squares out of paper towels and getting ready to play and put it on the mouse and everything like that. But getting back to the draft here, a Ricky ban and then a Bristle.
It is a hero. If you remember TI Grand Finals last year when they were playing, it was Nisha, Puck against Quinn Ricky. This is something that has been used in scrims at the TI because Puck was super popular and he did win the laning stage. You can't itemize against it. You need to pick up the force staff of your own because Ricky wants to pick up the shard and then you can't get targeted by your allies, so none of the saves like Shadow Demon, Glimmer Capes, nothing really works. So you need to itemize for yourself, which makes it very difficult. AoE is pretty big as well with the talent on Ricky. So that's a good ban. Also, a lot of players have been playing Ricky position 4, which looked like it's not so strong in the lane because you're not bringing in the damage, but you are annoying. Like this is more about you joining the team fights post 10 minutes, trying to get something done, providing you with a lot in team fights. And we can see Tundra picking up another saving support with Pugna and picking up Clockwork for themselves. So they will have enough stuns. This is very easy, simple to execute type of a lineup. You have set up for your Sunstrike with the Clockwork. It's very annoying to play in Clockwork, against Clockwork in the lane. You get bounced multiple times. I don't know how you feel about it, but this is one of the like more toxic matchups that I don't like to play into.
Yeah, it is a very...
This is like worse than Venomancer for me.
Really?
Yeah, it really is.
Okay. Well, I guess that is...
Wow, that's a nice mouse.
I'm trying to figure out what that mouse is from.
Yeah, like you know all of them. Like you know all of the... It might be custom made.
Maybe. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if all of a sudden it was a custom-made mouse. Somebody will let us know what the... what kind of mouse that was. Maybe that was a pre-made something.
I like how you said it so confidently. Like, yeah, I don't know this one. You know, like you're some mouse expert or have a buddy who's a mouse expert.
I don't know if it was confidence and ignorance, but I feel like I definitely was just like, okay. Oh, some more keyboard customization. Just not having the key on your keyboard. That works too. For Bobica. Okay.
Tundra Esports.
Muerta. So, Muerta Batrider. We had seen a lot of that in the Wallachia qualifiers. The Muerta was getting picked up quite a bit in those qualifiers. Very, very fun hero to play with, honestly, with the dead shot and everything.
Now, it's a skill shot hero, Bobica. One thing that I do like is he's not playing as greedy as he did before. When I think about Muerta, like you would expect him to rush Gleipnir, rush Deso, and similar things, but he toned it down a little bit. Some Road of Atos into Drums, into Dragonlance Hurricane Pike, so still building the items for the team, but this is also a hero that benefits from those items, so it's not too bad for him.
Muerta, obviously, the kit to me feels very strong, especially when you're able to get like that instant lockdown, because they're kind of lacking a stun right now, a reliable stun. They have Lasso,
Coil.
They
have enough.
You think that's enough?
Yeah.
Really? Well, because I'm thinking just the pick-off potential, because for Muerta, usually you're trying to use like a stun into the calling and just have that silence around. You can't really get out. Maybe dead shot afterwards. But, yeah, I guess Dream Coil Lasso could be enough. In terms of lockdown here for Tundra, it's not exactly so fruitful either, right? Yeah, he banned the Spectre. That was something that I don't know if you were watching any of that Wallachia qualifier, but there was a game where Ame was so strong on Spectre playing against Tidebound, and it was disgusting. He was using Shadow Step to just jump into the fountain for Silencer. And you saw on your screen the tickets available for the event, !ticket in the chat to get more information and join us here in Belgrade, Serbia. And just to finish that story, he played the Spectre, was killing innocents no matter when he moved in the fountain, he would just jump. They were up 45,000 net worth. And then
sounds like
lost.
every Spectre game that I lose against. I think Lina Spectre are more annoying heroes in the pubs right now because there's not much you can do to protect yourself. It's also very annoying for the supports. Like you're buying into all of these saving items. She buys a dust. Later on, there's going to be nullifier, so there's not much you can do. But to focus on the drafts a little bit more, Templar Assassin, good pickup. You're going to have something to kill the Bristle in the lane because you're paired up with the Clockwork, with the Meld Strike, extra minus armor. This is something that Bristleback does lack at the early stages of the game. And it's also a nice pickup against Puck because you are going to be building into relatively early shards so you can jump the target and kill it, something that Puck doesn't like to play into. And watching what Yakult's brothers did ban, they removed Brewmaster, they removed Sanking. I could see Tundra pick up some, maybe Tide Hunter, maybe something bigger. Okay, they feel like they have enough, but they also wanted to have an Aura buyer because most of the damage is going to be magical from other three, other than Bristleback. So they could lane this Clockwork with Visage, or they could lane it with Templar Assassin. So if you're thinking about getting more kills, they're going to decide after seeing who's going to be playing carry and what type of carry Ahmed is going to be playing. I would really not be surprised if Ahmed just says, you know what, screw it, it's going to be Jug game. Because this is something that he's been forcing in one of the Dream Leagues. It was funny to watch because he's been losing every single one of those. But he's been also playing it. And he had, in the last couple of days, and he had, let me see, very good success. 2 out of 2 games.
Okay.
Won by Jug.
It's a 100% win rate. Always solid to have that kind of win rate. It's crazy to me that this Visage is the last pick. I mean, you think about 33 and like the drafts that used to go up against him, where they would ban all his heroes, and somehow this gets to be the final pick, and they go Lycan, and I'm okay. So safe lane, Ame, Bristle, Zeal on the Lycan, one of Zeal's better heroes on the Lycan, and definitely an annoying hero to deal with the Wolves.
With the Alpha Wolves facet, yeah. You need level 11 to have those level 6.
The hamstringing.
Yeah, the hamstringing. They get phase movement. They get root mechanic. They get extra damage as well. You just die. I think everybody saw a couple of clips on Reddit where people just straight up die as cores to Wolves.
Yeah. You'd think you're getting away, and then you get hamstringed, and you're just like, oh, I'm dying to these Wolves if I don't get help. It's also early Wolves kind of mitigate battery assault a little bit. Deal with that, maybe throw some damage on
I did not see who
supports.
picked up Clockwork.
I didn't either. I wanted to lie, but I was hoping that maybe it was Soxa.
Oh, it was Soxa. Okay, so what they want to do is they want to focus with the Visage. It makes a lot of sense. Pagana plus the Visage doesn't sound like that strong of a lane. With the Death Toll facet, you want to get that extra gold, try to grab some kills early on. Something that I do not recommend, because I've seen it so many times, is do not try to take a fight into Vizzy at level 1.
Yeah, all right.
It's been nerfed a little bit, but it's still super strong.
So don't
take the fight. Just take an L when it comes down to fighting for bounty runes early on. Otherwise, if they take the bounty, there's been a couple of situations in the last couple of tournaments where you lose fights to Visage, he gets the first blood, he gets that extra gold plus bounty runes. Basically, the laning stage is over. Looking at both of the drafts, I do like Tundra's draft. I do like what they cooked for themselves with this Vizzy, and for you, Big Up.
I'm gonna pick Yakult. Fool me once, shame on me. I'm going with Yakult. I gotta switch it up from being Lacoste's buddy pal. So we're gonna go into this game number 1. Should be a fun one. It's gonna be Yakult's brothers up against Tundra Esports, and we'll see who ends up taking this BO1, because like we've seen already today, very important on the BO1s, and games can be done quickly. I think that wild card extreme game was done in like 20 minutes, and you could see stream B in your top right before we really jump off here. Spirit 36-14 over Chimera in terms of kills. Let's take a look at the facets on your screen. Seeing red this time for the Bristleback, different from the last game that we saw. The Bristleback, and Lycan going pack leader.
Okay, I had to check. Zeal, he played 5 games in the last week on Lycan. Did go with both facets. This time around, he decided to go with the pack leader instead. Maybe thinking playing into Pagana with Wolves is not that great. And there's the fight.
You said avoid this fight.
But they're focusing him
they're
down.
Trying to go for 33 and get this first blood. And it will be Whitemon who gets the kill onto Ame for first blood. And then traded Bobica for 33. But the illusory orb, the Wolves are there. Emo's got a kill on a Whitemon. And that will end up being a second for Yakult's brothers.
Oh, not too bad of a start. Even though Tundra is the one who got the first blood, 33 didn't get too much out of it. If he got the first blood, I think it would be worth it for them. Extra first blood gold, death toll. They would be in a lead even though they lost 2 heroes compared to 1. Sunstrike from BCM to secure that range creep. It's the most expensive spell you can use to secure the range creep. 175 mana, but it's definitely worth it.
TMing eating that early damage coming in from 33.
Tianming knows the matchup. You can see that he already bought Healing Salve immediately, knowing that he's going to drop relatively low. Bobica and Zeal pulling the lane slightly back, so that's going to be good. It's going to mess up with the creep equilibrium. Their lane is not the strongest. Lycan doesn't provide you with much at these early stages before he gets the shapeshift, and immediately Saksa, Battery.
Battery Assault on the Ame, but the damage on a Saksa all of a sudden, but the Soul Assumption and Saksa will kill off Ame. That's his second death already as Saksa ends up being traded by this Bat Rider. This is just pressure onto Ame early on. Not fun to deal with. And then we take a look over mid again. 7-0 to the 5-3 of BZM. And I got a question for you, and I feel like I ask you this every time we talk about Emo. Do you remember, I've asked you a bunch, what his old nickname was?
I don't.
I'll ask you again later in the tournament as well, but it was Half.
Oh, yeah. I just know him by Emo. That's his really old nickname.
Yeah. A long time ago, back in the day. Which is always a Wednesday. BZM, Emo. It should be a fun matchup. I mean, these are two pretty proficient guys over mid, and right now, at least compared to the previous game, it's quite even. And again, bottom there, just trying to put the pressure on the Battery Assault with the Soul Assumption and the Cogs, but don't get a kill that time, actually. They do stay alive. So take a look top for the first time. Doraccio on this Templar Assassin. Seeing more and more of this TA. Still has all the strengths that it had when it was previously popular in the safe lane.
Yeah, he should not struggle in this lane playing. I don't think he should die. And speaking of dying, Tianming, if he gets caught inside of those cogs, this is such a killer lane for them. 33 keeps spamming it. Ame wants to buy Raindrop, but he doesn't seem to have enough gold. Something's being delivered on the courier, but it's definitely not Raindrop. We're only 3 minutes in.
What is to stop them from continuing to do this? You really need to position yourself perfectly to avoid dying to that combination. Visage also going to the boots, so he'll have a way to keep up, and I would assume Clockwork had at least that windlace, just to make sure that he's got the movement speed to get the cogs around you. So again, Battery Soul Assumption, Ame moving forward. The Blood Grenade even committed to this. They're trying to get the damage onto 33.
Ame's gonna go.
He's gonna go, and they are gonna get the kill. It's actually Tianming who gets credit for that one, as Saksa goes across the water bridge. And they do get the courier of 33, so they'll take away those boots, and Saksa now on the high ground. But these cogs will bounce Ame a little bit, but nothing too awful to deal with.
They bought the Raindrops, and that's what they need to do. You're playing against Visage in the lane. You need to have it. So this lane is going to stabilize a little bit more.
Bobica killing a Whitemon.
Getting a kill on Whitemon, which is pretty big.
Bobica still holds the top spot for most pro matches played alongside an ally of XXS, 1,755, and that's despite the duo splitting up over a year ago. I don't even know what the current active leader was, because when they took that lead, it was over Flying No-Tail, I believe. And
I think you're right.
that was broken during the Chinese DPC 2 years ago. And I don't know of an active duo that would realistically be close. Another blast on a Bobica. And Sunstrike on the mark. BZM gonna get the kill there onto the Muerta.
A little bit of extra help coming out from BZM securing the kills. They're never gonna lack burst damage on side of Tundra. You have Visage, you have TA Invoker, so the damage is gonna be there. They have also mixed damage, physical and magical. They have tower damage coming from the Invoker, Alacrity, TA with Deso. So this type of a lineup really scales well, and it's also a type of a lineup that if they get a relatively good lead, can turn that into first Roche between 15 and 20. Bobica making a move, but look at positioning from that summon from Invoker.
Oh, Ame dead again, by the way.
BZM.
They're gonna go. They've got the Ice Wall down, the dead shot. They don't have level 6 on Emo, so no Dream Coil to commit to this. The Waning Rift, the silence onto both. They'll get the kill on a BZM, and now he's got the Dream Coil thanks to the kill. And Emo, he is gonna get 2 kills here. and be able to jaunt away from the tower, survive Pugna TPing over, but it's not going to matter. Emo already got what he came for.
Raindrop has been delivered to BZM, but slightly late when he already tanked the spell, so he managed to reduce some of that damage coming out from Illusory Orb. I think maybe that fight could have been slightly different, but at least they're getting something from it. And we also did not see the kill on Ame that did happen like a minute ago, so they're still putting a lot of pressure on Ame. He is farming well, top 3 right now, but...
Died 3 times.
He did.
So despite those deaths, he is still farming, like you said, pretty well. Zeal, his lane's going to be opening up. We'll see how long Bobik is going to sit here. If they want to leave Zeal by himself. And again, now Nether Blast, Ame eating that damage, Soul Assumption. And I think Ame kind of knows the deal. He's dead already. Sunstrike unneeded. And they're going mid again. They've got the Firefly on top of BZM. They'll get the kill to the Invoker as they lose Ame for a 4th time in this game.
Yeah, I'm going to use something that I already used, like when BZM came into the scene, what BZM stands for. Batrider zoning me, because this is the 2nd rotation this guy did on him, and it was very successful. Boboka as well lurking around the mid lane. Zeal will pick up the XP rune for himself, because he's playing on that side right now. We'll get him closer to level 6.
And trying to get that level 6, trying to have that shapeshift. And what do you think the benefits are in this facet for Lycan over the other one?
So it wants to be more maneuverable, like it extends your duration by 6 seconds. So if he can get the kill, Saksa.
Dream Coil even committed here, but it only got 2. BZM was a little bit late to this. Dream Coil, Illusory Orb, they're not going to get the kill on a Saksa, so that won't credit into anything. It looked like Saksa was dead to rights.
Maybe the reasoning is, like, those Alpha Wolves, they are super strong, but you're playing into TA, who can use Meld, you're playing into Pugna, who has the Cripify, and then Clockwork with the Cog, so maybe he thinks it's not going to be as efficient, killing the supports or being annoying for them. Saksa picks up the rune. Seems like the Yakult's brothers, they're not going to chase, but they will get the tower.
They take the tier 1. That was actually a pretty clean combo. The Flame Break with the Dead Shot landing at exactly the same time, which was pretty cool. And then they also get a D-Ward, so a little bit more
unlock for Tundra.
Yeah. Very unlock. Zeal in that level 6. He's now got Helm of the Dominator. Emo, by the way, he loves spamming this voice line. Pathetic. He spammed it throughout the entire qualifier, dead or alive.
There was not. You know what I missed the most? Gravel laughter. I think this was the best thing in the last couple of years of Dota. Not even kidding. I was spamming it so much, and there's always.
Doesn't it?
I don't think it does. It's muted for me.
Oh, well, maybe they just did that.
Maybe they muted me. But
that was a really good one. I do love Gravel laughter.
And there's always one guy on the enemy team that's gonna keep like you spam it. He's gonna start spamming, and then it goes like full circle.
Yeah, Emo has definitely been on it with the Pathetic one that you need to, I believe, complete Echelon 7 on Nest of Thorns. And right on cue, Emo's there with Pathetic again.
Came off cooldown. Have to use it.
I think maybe they should give pros a 0-second cooldown on taunts.
Yeah, that'd be great for our ears.
Just Pathetic every second. So Dyrachyo, we really haven't spoken about him except for the fact that, you know, you kind of know what you're expecting to get from a TA in this game. He's got the Dragonlance delivering, and that's pretty much the build overall. Hook shot, Sunstrike, Ame trying to tank this, but it's just not going to be enough.
Perfectly executed from Tundra. Hook shot into double bird stun.
It is just constant aggression, and they look over at Zeal as well. But he'll walk away, and maybe while they send these wolves over and push back Dyrachyo, they could take this time to type in !ticket into the chat and look to join us at the Sava Center in Belgrade, Serbia. Enjoy some great Dota, enjoy some great event activities as well, and come watch your favorite team play some great Dota. Obviously, terms and agreements of them making it to the playoff stage do apply.
Yeah.
Watch your favorite team.
Dyrachyo, he still seems fine. I think if they want to kill him, they need to bring either Batrider with the lasso, or they need to use a coil on him. because he is super tanky.
Yeah.
He also did go for Dragonlance. Ame continues to farm up, but look where Saksa is, and he planted a really deep Observer Ward. I don't think he's getting a kill here, but they might be getting a tier 1 tower out of it and just try to put a little bit more pressure. Dyrachyo, however, he is low on mana, and we can see the item timing faster than average. That's a really fast Witchblade on Puck.
Yeah. They're going to bring over 33. The
FISSURE is coming in.
Emo's there. The silence with the Waning Rift. They go to the Dream Coil. They may be able to get the kill on a 33, but the Soul Assumption damage. 33 already getting a kill there. 33 is also going to lose his Veil, but they get the kill onto this Visage eventually. They use that Shapeshift. And behind them, though, Bobik is going to be dead to Saksa with a Battery Assault. They've got the Familiars helping out, and they will only lose 1 for 2 here.
It's a lot of damage coming out from summons in this game, especially from Tundra, because they have Invoker summons, they also have Visage Birds, plus there's going to be Netherward on the ground. So even if you think you're winning the fight, if they still have their summons available, they can easily take it.
Yeah, definitely. Ame, again, the pressure is on.
He's
they
dead
make sure
here.
he
He's
gets
alone.
Nothing. And they will also bring over Whitemon. BCM's dead off screen, and that was in the bottom right of your screen in that little overlay, but at the same time, Ame dies again.
This is his 5th death, if I'm not mistaken.
I almost would have guessed 6th death. That's how much he's dying right now.
6 times. Okay. But has 5 assists.
Very important. Rachu now in the calling. The silence is there. Look at the Familiars and everything. I mean, the Wolves and just all this aggression coming in. Jesus. Obviously.
Both carries going for
Overwhelming.
extra wave, getting punished for it, and this should be tower for Yakult's brothers. Tundra is not going to defend this one.
How many overlords soon for the Lycan?
That's going to be a big issue. They don't, like, if you get this item so early, you don't have anything to deal with it. And, I mean, you have the Crepify, but that's about it. BZM, he is struggling a little bit. Those rotations that they did early on cost him quite a bit. Big difference. Emo staying 3.3k ahead of him. Wow. That's basically a full item.
Oh, yeah. And it's just going to be Mage Slayer first for this Invoker, so I don't really... It doesn't feel like even that item is going to make him feel up to par with Emo. But that being said, they had the calling for a second, and that gives an opportunity for Emo to kind of turn and be a little bit healthier. But they will turn, get the kill onto Saksa, look for more. Whitemon trying to TP out, but they do have the lasso to get the control to get the kill here onto the Pugna. And then Dyrachyo on the run, but they've got the Helm of the Overlord. They have this Ancient Black Dragon, as well as 4 heroes to take out Dyrachyo, and Zeal gonna get tipped by TMing.
Knowing how well he's doing right now, Ame has drawn all the attention to him, dying 6 times, and he's going to finish off his Aghanim Scepter, but Zeal has been completely uncontested, getting this 13-minute Helm of the Overlord, which means that they have nothing to... Like, you could see that Pugna, he used the Crepify, but there's still going to be that fire on the ground, so still going to be taking damage, and it's great against Templar Assassin if she tries to hide. Now with the Blink Dagger on Puck.
They're going to have that addition of the Rod of Atos, too, that extra control from the Muerto, like that. They're in a great... And the Blink Dagger's coming out for the Batrider.
All right, they're in full control of this game. Man, this
crazy.
game looks very difficult for Tundra right now, because Yakult's brothers, they will take Roche when they group up. On Dire's side, Emo jumping in.
And you've just got this Ancient Black Dragon and these other wolves just running at you. What do you even do? It is rough life here, as there will be a pause. By the way, I have a question. Do you think Emo is just constantly, like, he's obviously playing the game, but constantly just voice line spamming?
Yes.
He's got it.
Yes.
He's definitely got it hotkeyed.
Yeah, yeah.
But he, you know, the chat comes up.
It's on cooldown. Yeah, it's a 15-second
So he's
cooldown. That's what I've been doing with
constantly-
Greeble Laughter. Yeah.
Yeah, like.
Because
Oh
if
my
there's
gosh.
nothing happening, you gotta like click something. It also increases your APM. Looks good.
Its APM is so high, I can't believe it. And your APM could be high if you go to the exclamation point ticket. Then you click on the link to get more information about tickets, and then you pick the ticket, you pick your seat, then you pick the checkout function, and then you come to Belgrade, Serbia, and join us for this event. You can get your APM pretty high as well. If you've got a second monitor, you might as well do it while you watch the game. No excuses. Ags finally picked up for Ame. That timing
Tower is under attack.
in 372 games is 11 minutes faster. Is it usually like Vanguard Ags?
No, it's mostly been Ags, but there's also been a new trend that people are buying some different items from the off lane, skipping that Aghanim Scepter, going for SNY instead. We've seen Vanguard. And this is what we talked about. BZM is going to try to use Sunstrike to scout things out, but they really cannot take the fight right now. They definitely need more items. Vizarizzi, I think he's been going for Shiva's Guard. That's at least what he had queued up.
What was that?
What?
Oh, hook shot. He just picked up by Ame. That's going to be another kill onto
Nice try, nice try.
Saksa. Emo now wicked sick. He's going, Saksa's going for an Orchid.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, maybe they feel they need something against this buck, but it's still very, very far away from it. But I wouldn't mind seeing some Solar Crest, because there's
Blink.
a lot of physical damage, and
the
he's
Dream
getting
Coil
caught.
and the lasso. And they're going to get a kill here on a 33. Not much to worry about. They should also be able to clean up some familiars. Got a couple hundred extra gold there, and that will be another pathetic line drop from Emo. Almost the Deso for Dyrachyo.
He did pick up that shard that we did mention. I thought it was going to be some Deso into shard, but feels like they think it's necessary to have any kind of control, because he's not going to get caught. Emo's having a pretty perfect game if he doesn't get hook shot into Cog's bounce. So that shard's going to do a lot. Seems like Lucan, Mr. Luca, did not appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, Zeal has played on this hero 5 matches over the last 8 days, winning the last 3 in under 30 minutes. Definitely one of the heroes that they talked about when this guy was coming into the scene was this Lycan, the Brewmaster, these kind of...
Yeah, when he was playing for LGD, his hero pool was pretty limited. I think that was one of the reasons why he got removed, because when you're playing against Zhao 8, you need to be able to play the heroes that he does pick. And at the time, he had hero puddle, hero drop, pretty much, where he was playing most of the time just Nature's Prophet, Brewmaster, and there was like one more hero.
Yeah, they really had him on a tight-knit group of heroes that weren't exactly his pool or puddle. But right now looking good on this Lycan. The calling into the lasso, the silence being a big issue, and another kill here on a BZM, and another pathetic line drop there for Emo. And with this shapeshift, with this extra damage, they will look to get the tier 2 tower over mid. Saksa and the rest of the team are here to maybe defend. They can lead with a hook shot, but a good dead shot stops Saksa from setting himself for a moment. Need to be careful if you are Tundra, fighting into a team that is 10,000 net worth ahead of you.
And look where Ame is right now. He's second on net worth, even though he had 6 deaths, but he didn't die in a really long time. Emo completely destroying this game. They also picked up the gem, something that Chinese teams love to do when things are going well for them, where they get the full control. You're also playing against Templar Assassin, so you want to see those traps. BZM, you did mention his item build, which has no progression whatsoever. Mage Slayer, it's a nice pickup when you're playing into Puck, when you're playing into Batrider. Bristleback as well, reducing his damage, spell damage coming out from Quills. But yeah, we really have not seen him do much other than using the Sunstrike on Cogs.
You mentioned that Ame hadn't died in a really long time, but then I thought to myself, I looked, I was like, oh, is this a... Oh, sorry, I mean to bring this up right at this exact moment, Ame. But I say that, and they turn this around and blow up Dyrachyo. Okay. Saksa's also dead. I mean, I saw them smoke previously, and they had just missed each other by the mid lane, and then he came over to the triangle to try and farm, and then they were going to go for him again, but he blew up Dyrachyo in a heartbeat.
This is not the hero that they wanted to find.
That was pretty absurd there, as they are going to get another kill onto Whitemon. And remember, if you guys do enjoy what you're seeing on the screen, challenge some pro players and follow on all the socials. That's !F in the chat, and you can follow us on YouTube, on Twitter, on Twitch, on Instagram. Get a little bit of a behind-the-scenes look. Meanwhile, They are looking to get this Tormentor. But Ame... oh! Why did it look like those cogs pulled him in from like 10 meters away?
They're big cogs. That's why.
Okay. Fair enough.
Let's see if they can get a kill
Hook
here.
shot. Zeal.
Doesn't seem like they
If
can.
not, the lasso, it's going to be on a 33, but he's going to be silenced up. They'll go for the Sunstrike. It's going to land on the TMing, but he's trying to get away from this. Goes to the Peninsula off of the high ground. They already got the kill on a 33. They'll find
What is this,
themselves the
geography
Bugha.
lesson?
And Whitemon, he is going to try and life drain, but ends up dead. They've got the silence on a BZM. They'll chase him up on the high ground and get another kill there, too.
Peninsula, it says mid-cast.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know what Peninsula is. It's just yeah, he's stuck on Peninsula, guys. Where is he? 45 degrees to the left, and they're going to steal enemy Tormentor, steal enemy XP Rune. It does not get worse than this. This is just a disaster for Tundra. They have the full control of the map. They lost every single Tier 2 tower. They lost Tormentor. They lost Roche. This is also the lineup that wants to be able to have Roche on their side. You have Templar Assassin, so you want to get the ball rolling. And you can see Emo also itemizing against that silence. He also saw Clockwork buying his, at least part of that Orchid, so wants to have something to remove it.
For a while now.
Yeah, he still needs Cornucopia.
Yeah. He needs that, and the fans in chat need Cornucopium on this one, as they are up about 20,000 net worth on Yakult's brothers. They've got the cogs, but the flame break, the TP attempt, and TMing not even needing the lasso, which was on cooldown, didn't even have the mana for, drops the GG branch tree, and they will get another kill on Asaxa thanks to the Dream Coil from Emo. This has just been a very one-sided affair so far, and coming into it, we talked about how strong Tundra have looked, and I think that there has been a lot of doubt outside on how well these Chinese teams can play with how inconsistent their performances have been in the past and the way that the players and teams have been split, but there's still some strength left.
If this is how Emo is going to play throughout the whole tournament without doing any fancy shit, I think this team is going to do really well.
Definitely, I could see that. Where he's not overextending himself, where he's not putting himself in those bad positions.
This is just like pretty standard, normal stuff coming out from Emo. And BZM dying again. Yeah, seems like they're ready to potentially close it out.
They definitely could try. Emo going to be stunned up by two familiars as well as a hook shot. They're trying to get the kill. Ame standing his ground. And down to about a little bit under half health, but he's fine. 40% is still alive. They haven't lost anything there, and didn't lose anything more on Tundra either. Very important as Duraccio continuing to farm. Nullifier next for this Lucan. Octarine Core for the puck. I really just, I need to be watching Emo. I really want to see how, if he's just spamming the button at all times.
I think Emo is the one that actually... Well, it's stuck in my head that when I was checking some stats back when he was like playing, because we didn't see him for a long time, that he had one of the highest APMs. So might have come to that actually.
Wow. They're gonna look towards the
I checked some of the weirdest stats.
Yeah, that's an interesting. Where are you pulling that from?
I can't say, but
this guy's got a secret source.
Yeah. And when I was checking the map pings, it was always nightfall. Like, this guy loves the ping.
Who's got these stats? I need to know.
Stats are out there. You just have to find it.
Okay. I'm going to actually make you sound really smart. You probably meticulously went through every game and counted the stats.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay. Well.
No, I like to play Dota. I don't have much free time.
BZM, TPing back home, not going after the extra creep wave, which has hurt others at times. I think a trap was popped on Emo. He was silenced for a moment. Roche going to be available again in just a moment. So you can see Aegis banner on this second drop. Oh, TMing. not going to quite get there on that one. And then I believe the Orchid is finally completed on Clockwork.
Yeah, right. He needs
never mind.
cornucopia. He needs another 700
Sorry,
gold.
I saw
You saw the recipe.
The recipe.
He's
I was
doing
like,
cuckoo.
surely we're not just buying recipes here, right? I guess we are.
Boboka.
I thought that would be enough time to get the cornucopia.
He's cutting out Roche. That's second Roche. Even though Tundra knows the Roche timer because of Templar Assassin's third eye innate ability, there's nothing they can do about it. Again, they can't take this Roche fight.
Not easy to go up there and fight into this. And Sunstrike to try and get that maybe last shot on it.
Slightly off the mark.
Yeah, not going to be able to get it. So that is unfortunate there for the side of Tundra. But on your screen, you can see exclamation point ticket come watch as first to witness Yatoro's return to the big stage. Could be. Make it all the way to the playoffs. They already got their first win. They won their matchup that just finished a moment ago on the B stream. So you could see them come back in and play in front of a crowd once more.
And there's your Orchid. Finally. Plus also an item, second item on an Invoker.
Through Lasso on a BZM. They've got the Dream Coil. They'll get the kill onto the Invoker. They'll look over at 33. This Visage, not long for this world, but will turn to stone for a moment. They'll have Zeal on the Whitemon. They'll get the kill there onto the Pugna. They'll chase and continue with the Waning Rift, the damage, and the kill onto 33.
It feels like this game has been over for a really long time.
Yeah.
But Yakult's brothers, they want to be able to close it out. It's also BO1, so they do not want to risk anything. And now Ame, with Aegis, is going to go for the high ground. Going to go for the tier 3 tower in the bottom lane as well. Pull the creeps so that lane pushes in. And Tundra, they have one more fight, but they just don't have enough damage to munch through all this tankiness. Emo having a perfect game, not dying a single time.
Definitely not trying to throw this one away. And I think, truthfully, with the loss to Tidebound when they had a 40,000 net worth lead and blew that, I think that was a good lesson to learn before coming into this tournament, knowing just finish the game. It's a healthy lesson and a healthy amount of damage on that top set of racks to clean that up.
Silver Edge completed on Duraccio, but this game is just way too much net worth on their side. Two sides of barracks already gone. They're going to push in through the bottom. Duraccio. Let's see. Break. They're not going to go for
Try
it.
him, because behind them is this puck. Dead shot hits a familiar. They're up on the high ground. They'll swipe this Wisdom Rune. And let's see if they'll try it for the high ground. Everything available for them. They've got Dream Coil. They have the Shapeshift. They'll just send Ame up there. Obviously has to be a little bit weary of the break. But Emo is not even really caring too much. He is jumping out of the back lines with the Waning Rift. They'll look over at Ame for a second. But he's really able to just soak all this damage. And then they come over to the side and find themselves socked. So they get the cone of the Clockwork. He's dead for 30 seconds. No buyback. And 33, blinking from TMing. No lasso used just yet. Dream Coil gonna be placed on a 3 of these heroes. They've got the lasso. Finally, they get the kill on a BZM. They're gonna clean up the rest. Duracio's dead. GG is called. And Yakult's brothers will take this game and move on to the 1-0 bracket of the Swiss stage.
What a dominating performance in this game number one. Yakult's brothers, after having 0-6 carry, seems like they don't care too much about it because every other lane did go perfectly fine for them. Zeal continued to farm up on his Lycan, getting that 13-minute Helm of the Overlord. Tianming making the rotation to the mid lane twice. Boboka did do it once, completely shutting down BZM. BZM unable to recover. Like they were in his face all the time, getting lassoed, getting coiled, with no real protection, and also Lycan running at both of the supports. There was a nice idea coming out from Clockwork to build this Orchid to be able to control the puck, but yeah, Emo finishes the game with 0 deaths.
Yeah, that was pretty insane. Did Ame get a kill in that game? He was definitely getting a lot of assists.
Well, we'll see the post-game
I don't know.
stats. He had a couple of assists, but played very sacrificial as a carry. He's like, guys, I'm going to keep dying. I'm going to draw all the attention. Because they killed him, what, 6 times in less than 10 minutes?
6, so he was definitely dying a lot. But like you said, take all the attention. Why not? That works out. They ended up having Emo, who carried the game from the mid lane, and that worked way in their favor. I don't think you're upset about that game at all.
Yeah, you definitely should not be. I mean, this performance from Emo, I already said it during the game. If he's going to be playing like that, I have a lot of faith in this team. Because Tianming, he's been really up there for me. I've been saying that he's been the best Chinese 5 for a really long time. This guy is really strong in lanes, and his rotations are always on point. His warding/de-warding is always up there with the best. So, yeah, this team looks really good. I saw some of their games in the qualifiers. I did watch a little bit of that game that you said that they threw. So, I didn't know what to think, but they looked absolutely amazing in this game 1.
Yeah, they looked really good, and I agree with your point about Tianming feeling like one of the best 5 position supports out there for the Chinese region, or really just in general.
In general.
You know, this is a guy who came up with that King Gaming roster. We were talking about this off camera before, but that Bucharest Minor, where he was playing with King Gaming, with Yi and Rong and Dark and all those guys, and he's finally, again, it's showing improvement with a team of just
he's been
superstars.
so stable for so long now. And we can see the post-game stats. He
Yeah.
did get some of the kills in the end, but perfect game coming out from Emo and Zeal, not dying a single time. And also Bobica had some really nice rotations early on. Yeah, they got completely shut down, even though they fought into Visage at level 1. They got the first blood. They were able to get more out of it and just sacrifice his carry for the greater good.
I think it's an obvious MVP. The only 2 I would say is probably Zeal or Emo. And I said obvious MVP, but then I looked at Zeal's stat line and I was like, all right, well, maybe it's not so simple.
Nah, Emo, he popped off completely. We've seen both mid laners in our previous game as well, where Mikoto completely dominated. This was not as dominant in terms of getting solo stuff done, because he had help from the teammates, but he also delivered. He did not let go. Every single time Coil is up, they are getting a kill on the map.
Yeah, and he didn't overstep or, he stayed pretty much within the lines of what he needed to get done. So I kind of agree with you there, Emo being the MVP for Yakult's brothers, and that puts them, 1-0. With Talon, with Wildcard, with Spirit, and we'll see the stats here for Emo. 24,000 damage there, 22,000 net worth. So a little bit over that. This was a stat that they used to bring up in the Chinese DPC a lot, but that damage to net worth that we used to get, the 1.025 or whatever, I don't know. As long as you're over 1.
If you're over one, you're having a blast of a game.
Yeah. There we go. That's really where I was getting with that. But a really good game overall from Emo. And I don't really know if you would want anything different.
Not really. I mean, it doesn't not get better than this. Emo, he always has been the X factor when he's on the team. But yeah, I want to see a little bit more just to make the final judgment.
Yeah, so we'll see more from them a little bit later, but we've got more games coming up, as well as the highlights and a little bit of a break for you, so stay tuned. We'll see you in a moment. Hello and welcome back to the beautiful Belgrade, Serbia. We are back with another BO1. I'm BCop, joined here by Lacoste to bring you some more Dota 2 action here at the FISSURE Playground. And it's been a day of upsets, it feels like, so far. You had Talon, which was a slight upset over Gaimin Gladiators on this stream, and then you also had Yakult's brothers beating Tundra, who felt very strong coming into this event. On the other stream, you had Wildcard beating Extreme, and then the not-so-upset was the Spirit over Chimera matchup there for the end of the first quarter of the day, because we've got 4 BO1s, while everybody is slated at 0 and 0, and then we've got 4 more BO1s as we split to the 1-0 and the 0-1 bracket. So right now, we're still in the 0-0 phase of everybody playing each other, and we've got Falcons up against Heroic in what could set up to be a pretty fun, close game, right? Like, I think that
it could. If we were going back to Valakia Season 2, this was one of the more entertaining finals that we did have. A different roster for Heroic, but nonetheless, I think the whole idea, because the 2 coaches are still the same, they want to have the same idea how they want to play the game. It was a wild ride, because they were experimenting a lot. They had Parker, Ezra carry, now they have Yuma. Parker has been very explosive. Yuma definitely not as explosive, not as crazy of a carry when we're talking about like what they can do and how much they want to risk it. But yeah, a different offlaner as well. Since the Vi Llama is gone, they also did take Whisper from OG, so full South American squad, different countries, but yeah, they look good in the qualifiers that they did play. They got first place in both of them, so this team has a lot to offer.
Yeah, definitely has a lot to offer. And it comes down to, like, BO1 stuff, can they cheese, right? Like, Yuma does play Meepo, so you got to be weary of the Meepo. I know already Extreme, they got brooded, so there is that opportunity for BO1s to do that when maybe you're not expecting it.
Yeah, there's always something happening with Yuma. This guy is, I would say, a bit different than other carries. He has a couple of aces up his sleeve. He will play some, like, carries that are kind of forgotten, but yeah, looked very stable when he first entered the scene. He was, I would say, he improved a lot, I would say, over the course of 6 months last, when he was also playing for Nigma. This guy just keeps on improving and improving.
Yeah, definitely so, and we've got 2 teams to introduce, so let's get on our way to meeting both these teams. Yeah, Heroic on your screen getting introduced for you. Analog, Yuma, Whisper, definitely the names that kind of stand out at you, as well as I would say Schofield as well, right? Everybody here is big standouts. A lot of tattoo game going on with this team.
I gotta say that I already mentioned Yuma because he's the newest addition to the team, him and Whisper. But Analog, also when he first entered the scene, this guy was also, I would say, looked like a tier 2 mid. But after good 6 months, maybe a year, he looked like one of the top mid laners in the world. The guy is a beast. King Jungles as well from position 5. This guy always does his job, no matter what. He's gonna sacrifice any kind of a game for the greater good of his carry. I think Parker trained him well, what needs to be done in the lane in terms of how to secure the farm for his carry. But also Whisper, like, he didn't look too good when he was playing in OG. I think now that he's playing with the squad, back when his old teammates as well, playing with Schofield, that he looks much better. Yeah. Sometimes some lanes, some combinations of the players, they don't click together, and right now I'm seeing the old Whisper, which I really like.
Yeah, Whisper's always been one of those standout name makers for you. King Jungle's, he knows that there's no jungle.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's aware.
All right. Well, anyway, we've got the introduction on Falcons coming your way, so let's take a look. So Falcons, the squad back at it, albeit maybe with a little less hair this time around. So Maureen looking like he got a fresh cut coming into this. Is that a buff? I've heard it's a buff.
It is a buff
is it
in
full
most
buff?
of the lanes, but I'm not seeing Hello Kitty tattoos on him. I checked his hands, I checked his face. There is nothing yet. This is how he buffs himself. Also, the thing about Falcons, we haven't seen them play in quite a while. They have not been active for almost a full month. Well, actually more than a month, because last time they played were at the SL1 Bangkok, and that was not too good of a result for them, I would say, getting that 5th, 6th place. Also, they bombed out of Blast Slam. That was a bit of unforgiving tournament format that we did have. So they dropped out. So last 2 tournaments, they got 7th, 8th place in that one. So this is the team that is used to getting the dubs, and this is something that I do like, what we're seeing on the screen right now about Heroic. This is that we've seen them every single time before the game, prepping, going together, and just hugging, getting the energy up.
I'd love to just one of these days get a camera in the center, kind of get the vibes.
It would be kind of weird to just have a guy in the middle of the circle, which is already pretty tight.
Well, you just put the camera there. You don't have to.
Where would the guy be?
You just put the camera down.
The cameraman.
No, you don't have to hold the camera. You just put the cameras are portable.
Oh,
You
wow.
just put the camera down.
Okay.
I feel like it's pretty simple. You get like a little camera, not the big ones that the guys are holding with the backpacks and the strap that makes it so the weight's not completely on you or anything like that. You see that kind of energy, that kind of vibe.
And then you see Falcons, you see Amario. He's like, I'm going to chill. Same goes for Mulreen.
Falcons, the only Fissure Playground participant that hasn't changed its roster for over a year.
The boys have been together for a long time now, for a good reason. There is nothing wrong with the roster, so nothing to fix.
Definitely not. We saw them in Dubai when they played, and they played really well at the Dacha Dubai. But they look ready to play. They look excited. Caps all ready for this Heroic lineup, and I'm interested to see if we see something maybe a little bit different from a regional aspect of Heroes, right?
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing slightly more of potentially some Whisper Classics. I'm not sure if people still want to play against Mag. This has been one of the more contested heroes if we're talking about the qualifiers for this tournament. But Whisper Timbersaw, Whisper Magnus, maybe even some Mars could potentially come out. Yuma, he's been spamming some of the heroes, some Spectre, some Phantom Assassin, but this is also a guy that does play a lot of different carries, some Morphling. He also plays Raid King. This is one of his signature heroes as well. A lot of Bloodseeker games, 6 Bloodseeker games in the last week. Bloodseeker stonks have been on the rise.
They've definitely been on the rise.
And you want to know why? Like, one of the biggest things about the Bloodseeker, because he's always been a strong laner, his innate has been nerfed. It's not as good as it was before, but the 25 mana removed from Blood Rage, so you can actually use it for 0 mana. That's what makes the hero viable. When I first read that change, I did not believe in it, and I also seen some players playing some off-lane Bloodseeker, because you have these Phantom Assassins, these heroes that like to maneuver a lot, and Bloodseeker just shuts them down, and he's also counter to these super tanky heroes from the offlane.
So we'll see if we see Bloodseeker get picked up in this BO1, as everybody was giving in their phones when we were looking at Heroic. When the teacher's fed up, phones in the bin, hide them away, make sure nobody's got anything, and we see a little bit of the tattoo game we were talking about with Heroic. Is this the best tattooed team? We were talking about best hair team earlier, best tattooed team?
Big up, you are seeing some of the things that I don't see. Like, you're mentioning all the details. Like, yeah, look at the way his left eyebrow looks. I'm like,
I didn't go
I'm
that
focused
far.
I'm focused on his gameplay. What this guy has been doing for the past couple of months. His signature heroes, his win rates and stuff.
Getting a new tattoo. Take some time, Anyway, we can go back to the heroes. That's fine. What do you got over here on this tablet? You got Bloodseeker stats. we already talked about. But I think we're waiting on the just the coin flip, and then we'll be into the draft in just a moment. So, what are you thinking style-wise? Stylistically, where does each of these teams excel?
Falcons, they are still playing the same Dota, pretty much. The map has not changed at all, so it's pretty similar ideas, different heroes when it comes down how to play the game, how to play the map. And Team Falcons did win, and they did decide to go with the second pick. So overall, they will have the last pick. We see different variations from the team, and Heroic chose Radiant. Not going to say of course, but most of the teams, like, it's very rare that you see teams have like a priority pick plus they get the Radiant.
Is it mainly the case that Falcons usually picks second pick? I feel like they're one of the teams that like second pick, because I think the first 2 games we saw first pick overall. But obviously anecdotal.
It looks like it's straight up 50-50 for Falcons, because a lot of the teams do prefer to get overall last pick.
We'll see how the drafts end up going once we get into it and how we're going to go. I'm still hoping for the Bloodseeker. You were talking about the Magnus. You know, we had seen a lot of mid Magnus. I think there was even some safe lane Magnus in some of the qualifiers that we were watching. That Kayayasha, making it so you can one-shot creep waves with the Shockwave, helping you farm up, kind of.
This is the hero that's going to be contested 100% because Amar loves to play the hero.
Right.
One thing that I do when I bang out some Dota, first game of the day, I check what Amar has been playing. There are a couple of other offline players that I like to see what they've been up to, and Amar is always the first one, big fan. And he likes to play a lot of Pango as well. This guy has been toying with the Pango for a really long time. His win rate in the last couple of weeks doesn't look too good, so he lost some MMR. But he's been playing a lot of these heroes that I mentioned. This Magnus from the off lane, Bloodseeker, Pango as well with the shield crash, double shield crash facet.
You an off lane imitator?
What do you mean by imitator? I'm just trying to figure out what's good, you know, try to break the meta.
Break the meta?
Break the meta, steal some of the ideas and bring in my own.
Okay. I was going to say, because if you're breaking the meta, wouldn't you be looking at what everybody else is doing and then doing the opposite?
Well, the meta is still not completely set, because if you go back, I don't know, a month ago, completely different heroes were like Alchemist. Everybody wanted to play against Alchemist. Now Alchemist has like 97% contest rate.
Yeah. And Magnus definitely going up in terms of his contest rate. What do you think the biggest change, what's the biggest hero that feels like it wasn't in the meta now is?
That wasn't in the meta? Ooh, give me a sec. I would say I don't think we've seen much Magnus. I think Magnus is up there. Lich is definitely the one that kind of got really popular. Some people try to, if we go back like 1.5, 2 months,
right,
some people try to toy with Lich, but it wasn't very successful. But in a lot of these qualifiers, there's been a lot of Lich games because you can go for both facets. The one that people do prefer is the one where your Chain Frost actually stays, it lingers.
Yeah.
So once you pick up the shard, you can solo kill people. You can solo kill carry. That's the thing.
Yeah, that has been very strong. We haven't seen the Lich in the 2 BO1s that we've seen so far, but doesn't mean we're not going to see Lich at all. We've seen already a bit of Pugna that's been coming into the mix. Well, we got the draft on our screens, and a first pick for Falcons is going to be the Pango. So Magnus banned by them, and then they pick the Pango. They have the opportunity.
I talked about ATF Pango. If he's going to be the one playing it, he has a very interesting build where he is playing the double shield crash. He also loves to focus on the laning stage, so he gets Magic Wand, he gets like Bracer, Null Talisman as well, gets the Power Treads, then picks up Echo Saber for double hit. And if you use your swashbuckle with Echo Saber, it still slows you, but it doesn't put your Echo Saber on cooldown. So once you right-click, you can still slow them for the second time. It also works with the Aghanim Scepter, which he doesn't buy with that item build, but he goes for SNY. SNY, Mage Slayer, Satanic. I don't know. Casual Blink, if it's necessary, if your mid laner doesn't have any initiation. And looking at the bans, they banned out Sniper, they banned out Lina. These are all good heroes against Phoenix. So Falcons, they don't want to show anything where this Pango's going, so just going to pick up casual Muerta for now.
And Muerta we saw in the last game feels like a very strong support. Obviously, a very good kit, honestly. For a while, it felt as though that this was maybe transitioning into a carry kind of hero. But Deadshot, the calling, like all that just feels like you give a lot to your team. Especially, I think we have seen players get better and better at landing the call.
Yeah,
or
sure.
landing the Deadshot.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing some, like, potentially Earthshaker that could come out for Heroic, because it's a good counter in the mid lane for Pango, against Pango. It's great against Muerta as well, to keep her in place. Maybe if there's some reasoning to play carry Muerta, which chances are pretty low, but there's always a chance. And they can also flex it. Okay, this is going to be their answer. So this Monkey King that can go to 2 different lanes. If you're playing Pango into Monkey, you're fine. Level 1, level 2 with the double shield crash. Level 3 is where it gets really tricky. If you're paired up with Muerta, then it gets slightly easier because you have this dead shot to push him away. So the lane is still playable. A lot of the times when you're playing melee hero, it gets very difficult. And this is also another hero that Pango doesn't like to play into, and neither does Muerta. So Heroic counterpicking quite heavily in this second pick phase.
Yeah, you've got the Clockwork with the Monkey King. Clockwork Phoenix support duo.
Can be very active. You can always do stuff with these 2 heroes.
Especially if you get an early 6 on these sports.
All right, I have a hero for my boy Snay. Some good old Mirana. Can leap out of the Wukongs, can leap out of Cogs, and you have attack speed to kill the egg. And he loves to play it.
Okay. I feel that. We'll see if we see the Mirana. Was thinking maybe
Falcons turn to
Enchantress?
Against Clockwork, it's not the best. Clockwork Phoenix can dispel Monkey, which is always going to be nice.
Zeus. Okay.
This is another hero that he likes to play as well from position 5. I've been watching him play in pubs. It deals insane amount of damage, and you also don't care about Clockwork, but they're also keeping the flex open for now, because this Lycan can go to 3 different roles for them, because I've seen Malrine also play it from the mid lane. So anything is open, and that's why they have the second pick. They have overall the last pick, so they're going to see the full lineup from Heroic and decide where this Zeus is going to go. Most likely, this is going to be position 5 Zeus.
Wow. Zeus definitely not in my thought process in the Rolodex of heroes that I thought were going to come out here. But now they're on to figure out what they want. And Lycan back into it. We just saw Zeal have a really good game with Lycan, if given the open lane that he got. But do you think it's going to be the same here?
I think this is going to be Skeeter on Lycan, and Pango, they will decide once they see where the Pango is going to go.
Okay. Definitely open in terms of a draft at the moment. Using a lot of reserve time here for Heroic, and they're going to finally get themselves into a Tide Hunter.
So prepping for Lycan. They think it's going to be carry Lycan, which I also think it's going to be. And knowing Skeeter, he always has different item builds. When he's playing, like when he was playing Dragon Knight from the safe lane, everybody was itemizing differently. He was the one picking up a Blink Dagger. And he also does things differently when playing Lycan, going for Orchid pretty much as his first item after picking up Hand of Midas.
Yeah, and remember, if you want to come join us at the Saba Center in Belgrade, Serbia from January 31st to February 2nd, you can type in !ticket to the chat and join us for the first LAN of 2025. definitely a fun environment to be here in, and definitely a fun environment for these teams who have been getting ready, because this is obviously their first game of the day, of the tournament. Ban that Viper. A lot of reserve time available for Falcons still. But banning that Viper, and now they'll end up banning the TA in this situation.
It's a good Viper ban because it would lane well into Monkey King, something that Amar likes to last pick for himself, and then you would have a break mechanic against Tide. It's a guaranteed break, which is always nice on your ulti, which means that you can kill Tide. Now they don't have the answer for Tide Hunter.
Not at the moment, that's for sure.
Yeah, they have no real silences that he cares too much about it. There is one coming up from Huerta, but other than that, he's perfectly fine against Lycan. He's also fine against Pango, so wondering how Falcons are going to round up their draft.
Turn to ban.
Oh, ban that Bloodseeker. That popular pick of the Bloodseeker. Do you think this is a early purchase shard game for Tide?
No, I mean, you're going to get it because it's so good. You can leash Lycan, Pango, you get the kill, but probably in this game, I'm down for, because he builds into Vlad's, he builds into Mage Slayer / Pipe, Blink Dagger, pick up the shard. That's basically Tide Hunter.
Okay. Well, with the 20 seconds reserve time, let's see what Heroic want to ban final in their draft, and it will end up being the Huskar as they go into an Earthshaker.
Yeah, I wanted to see that Earthshaker slightly earlier because they could have flexed it as well, because I know Schofield plays it, but yeah, it's going to be mid-shaker, and now they need to decide where this Pango is going to go, or if they want to pick something different. Because I think with Muerta, the Pango lane is okay-ish. You're not going to win that lane against Monkey King, but you can kind of even it out. You can manipulate the creep waves as well, try to pull it. So he's going to be fine, and I think that's better than playing mid-Pango into Earthshaker. So I feel like there's going to be something for Mulreen coming out.
What would you like to see?
They could also play Zeus mid. That's also an option for them, and then pick other position 5. I'm not sure if they're going to get the value from it because you're playing against the Tide. Maybe some Disruptor could come into a play if they want to ruin the Tide. But yeah, it's just going to be Mulreen hero. They had a couple of options. This seemed to be the best one.
Right.
Giving the lane-winning matchup for Mulreen, because in the previous game, BZM, he really struggled the way they played around him. They rotated multiple times. Invoker did not have the game. This time around, he's going to have a much better start playing into Earthshaker. ATF is going to be playing the Pango, and Snaking, as we expected, will be playing that position 5 Zeus. The reason why Zeus 5 is so popular, he brings in the damage. The Damagio early on from Zeus is insane. You get the Bolt, you can D-ward, you also have ways of scouting things out. You're playing against Monkey, you're playing against Shaker, which means canceling them to jumping on the trees, canceling their Blink Daggers, providing vision, and also being very difficult to kill. They don't have that much catch. You're going to be playing into Clockwork, so you don't care about him getting on top of you because you can just leap away.
Well, we'll see how it ends up going. We got the full draft in effect here, analog on this Earthshaker, and then that Invoker, which we talked about being well, beat up in the last game, but always a strong, popular pick, especially dangerous in the right hands. See how that ends up going. What is the most important thing for both teams coming into this game?
Falcons, they have mid lane advantage because you have Invoker into Shaker. You also have bottom lane that should not lose. You have Zeus plus Lycan it is. And then top lane, ATF should be fine first couple of minutes, then it gets a bit more difficult for him because he's playing into Phoenix, he's playing into this Monkey King, which is a pretty difficult matchup for him. And for Heroic, what do they have? Shaker? What's their carry again?
It's Shaker.
Can't believe you forgot.
I can't believe you forgot.
I always forget. What do you mean?
I know, but I'm going to let you burn on this one. It's so crazy how much you're...
Oh, it's Monkey. We just talked about it. We talked about the matchup.
I know, but the problem is when the draft leaves the screen, you always look at me, and then I feel like I feel that effect happen to me.
Yeah. Predictions for this one? I do like Falcons. I also think they're very hungry after what happened at Wallachia Season 2. I'm getting some flashbacks as well, definitely with the heroes that they played. There was this Pango, there was the Bloodseeker ban as well. So I'm going to go with them. I think they are a bit more hungry after what happened at ESL 1 Bangkok and the previous tournament that they played in.
Okay. Well, last game I didn't follow your lead, but I feel like I'm going to follow you this time.
This time around? All right.
We're going to follow.
0%.
I'm going to go with Falcons. I got that little 1 above my name. Or, well, above my prediction. It's nice.
So I see what you're doing. For the rest of the tournament,
and now I just copy you.
Just follow me and I can't
lose.
win.
Yeah, pretty much. That's how it works. It's called...
But we're going to swap things around. I'll let you go first, so I'm going to change it. That's the only way I can win.
They show your name first. I don't know if that would really fit the whole design if they just let you kind of not go first. Anyway, getting to this game, our third BO1 of the day on this stream. Should be exciting, should be fun, always is, always will be, and it will be. Bounty runes being fought over, picked up by Skitter on the carry like it. What's the difference when it comes to carrying off?
Oh, you're not building Helm of the Dominator. You want to build for yourself pretty much, and let's see if he did go for Alpha Wolves. He did this time around, so Live Wire for Zeus. Divine Rampage, I've seen people also take it as a position 4/5. It gives you slightly more damage in terms of if you're getting a kill with ulti, but Live Wire is better for trading in the lane.
Well, they'll use the Live Wire. Snaking, getting bounced by a couple of cogs there. Always annoying to deal with this clockwork, especially with the expanded armature. Whisper.
Look at that damage.
Already eating a lot of damage, and a quick pause from Malrine, and a disconnect from 3 of the heroes from Falcons. I guess just trying to get the FPS back. Usually the disconnect reconnect is like a packet loss thing or a FPS thing.
Oh, yeah. That's been happening. I called my internet provider like 6 times that something's wrong with my internet. Apparently, there is nothing wrong. I just need to reconnect in Dota because I've been having some packet loss.
Oh, it's him again. He's calling.
Yeah, it's this idiot. Who's going to take it this time?
Doesn't know that he just has to restart the game. How long you been playing Dota? You don't know how to just restart? Have you tried turning it off and turning it on again?
I never listened to that advice.
Well, clearly you should have, because that seems to be the fix. Well, tornado action on Analog. What would you say is the percentage difference between Analog?
Let me just say what I think the play was there, because either that was a play where he dispels Enchant Totem, or he can Tornado the creeps and then use Cold Snap on him. So the creeps are in the air, which means that you're taking the tower aggro, and you could potentially land a kill there, which what I think he tried to go for.
We'll see if that happens again with that kind of positioning. But a lot of quick thoughts there.
Yeah, this is why I said that, Amar on Pango, I do a lot of study what he's up to. He's going for exact the same build that I did mention. 1 Null, going for 1 Bracer into Power Treads, but we'll see if he goes for Echo Saber. I think he wants to be able to be as tanky as possible.
Schofield taking a lot of damage here. Wolves chasing even, but don't quite have the mana or the damage to get the kill there on to the Clockwork, so we stay first bloodless at the moment.
First bloodless, that's the new term.
Yeah, without first blood was probably the better way to say that. Now that you made me anxious. Anyway, mid lane Analog. He's currently sitting 16-1 to the 14, 15-2 Malrine. As already feels like a better game for this Invoker than the previous one.
Oh yeah, he's having a much better lane. Even though Shaker doesn't lose that many matchups, you're always going to get the farm. Schofield's tanking a lot of damage. He did bring an extra healing salve.
Oof. Analog.
Has Tornado ready.
Yeah, Tornado comes
It's
through.
not enough to kill
that
him.
won't be enough damage. Certainly be annoying. As Courier coming through for Malrine and just the pressure being put onto Analog at the moment. Under the tower, Cold Snap glyphs the creep, so he needed one more shot, not going to get it. But now Schofield's here. You said he was taking up a lot over top, but he's come towards mid. Battery Assault, the fissure from a distance, cogs around. Ooh, actually pushing Snake King. He's got no mana
There's
to
some
work with.
damage.
The Battery Assault with a Blood Grenade, and he's still alive. Wow. And then he's turned
fine.
this onto Schofield, and he survives too.
I think Schofield dropped 2 blood grenades.
Yeah, I think so. Crit might be first blood. He sits low. Finally, there's first blood. Comes the way of this Phoenix, and they get Malrine over towards mid. Schofield now on the run, as he's going to be able to find a water rune, which he'll save for Analog.
And Schofield survives because he picked up that Lotus 3 minutes in. It's all adding up. All these small items having stick charges, playing from the top lane against Lycan and Zeus, they do tend to spam a lot. And now leaving Skeeter alone, which means that Whisper is completely fine in this lane. There is, like, he survived the first couple of levels, which can be pretty difficult, but he's more than fine. And this is something that we talked about this matchup. Oh, Schofield snaking, has no mana. Raindrop's not gonna save him against
Amar's
Clockwork.
dead. Bottom. Crit also. Okay. Heroic, all of a sudden, they've got 4 kills under their belt.
As we discussed, once you hit that level 3 on Monkey King, this is where the lane starts to get a bit more difficult, where you don't have enough. Level 1 Jingu is really not that strong. You don't care too much about it. And now, Heroic, 4-0. Falcons still yet to get a kill.
This is looking pretty rough overall. Net worth's not too bad, but I will say Yuma is at the top by quite a bit. Really shutting down Amar when it comes down to it. Orbic Corrosion picked up for Yuma. That's going to be flying out in just a moment. Amar really can't stand his ground too long here. Yuma also giving chase, goes into the trees. Primal Spring, back up into the trees. And eventually will be spotted by Crit. But for the most part, things looking good for Heroic. They've got themselves a 1,000 net worth lead. Just a fact, since the grand final of Wallachia Season 2, Heroic can't beat Team Falcons. At Dream League Season 24, Falcons took them down 2-0, and Blast Slam, they secured a 1-0 victory as well. Parker
Was right? Question mark?
Question mark? Yeah.
He did. That was one of the best individual performances that I've seen in years. What Parker did at that Wallachia Season 2 Grand Finals. Skeeter is going to TP out.
Oi!
Whoa! That looked like a stun on my screen.
Your screen's delayed. Dead shot from Crit landing on an Analog. They'll get a kill over mid and finally get themselves on the board. That was a close one. Yuma making that rotation and not getting anything out of it, but he's able to go through the twin gate and back towards bottom, so no harm, no foul. This is, though, just 1 kill for them on the side of Falcons. They really need to open up the rest.
Uh-oh.
Yuma able
This
to
is big.
swipe the Wisdom Rune, and that's going to slow down the experience on both supports here for the side of Falcons.
Yuma's doing so much. He rotated onto enemy carry, needed 0.1 second to kill him. Then he goes back to the twin gates, zones out the Pango, and then goes onto the trees and picks up XP rune. So doing quite a lot of work. Amar, power treads finished, level 5 on Pango.
Double Wraithband coming through from Malrine. So he'll have the double Wraithband. He's sitting top level-wise. Blink Dagger first for the Earthshaker is the call. And Mage Slayer first item after this Orbit Corrosion for the Monkey King.
That's an interesting one. I don't know if he wants to commit to it. Playing against Zeus, playing against Murta. Not the greatest item against Lycan, but good against Invoker Pango as well.
Fissure and just securing the haste rune. All is good for Heroic at the moment. Haven't really seen much movement come in from the Invoker just yet. I know the heroes from the side of Heroic have kind of moved over, especially Yuma. We saw him move over towards top. Granted, he didn't get anything out of it. But Skitter up here, just doing his thing. Net worth-wise, pretty close to the Earthshaker, but overall, still sitting about a couple hundred gold behind his counterpart of the Monkey King.
Yeah, he's gonna skyrocket. About to have his Hand of Midas delivered with his innate ability as well. Apex Predator deals extra damage to neutral creeps, so he kills it faster. So I assume in the next like 3-4 minutes, he's gonna be on top of the net worth.
To see. Monkey King, Primal Spring onto Amar, but he'll jolt over away with that swashbuckle. So it's been pretty quiet overall. And maybe you've got some time on your hands to type into the chat the ! ticket. Get more information on tickets if you want to come join us at the Saba Center and watch some amazing Dota here in Belgrade, Serbia. Always a fun time, always a good event. Would be nice to come see everybody.
I wonder if he wants to commit for this Mage Slayer. It's an okay item. It's not a farming item by any means, and that's going to be a second kill for Falcons, only on King Jungles. But they'll take anything they can right now. Snaking, trying to get the rune, needs to be careful.
Definitely worth getting anything in the moment. Blink Dagger flying out for this Earthshaker. That's going to be now initiation available for Heroic. And that is exactly what they want to kind of get the ball rolling. Because 10 minutes into the game and everything's been pretty quiet overall.
And look what Amar is doing. He can't farm in the bottom lane, so needs to find something. Also, Crit trying to help him out a little bit, but there's the first rotation. Blink reveal. Analog will secure the kill.
Yeah, easy kill there for Analog with that Blink Dagger. So now you kind of have to play Avoidance from Falcons. But you do have an Invoker that's sitting top of the net worth.
I think this is how Falcons play. They will be able to get the farm. They are going to continue to farm up. Still, Schofield is level 6. Echo Slam is available, so Heroic, they will look for the kills. Problem is, they don't have much tower damage. They just cannot siege. You get close, Zeus is going to pop a couple of those lightnings, maybe Tornado, EMP, and yeah, Skeeter, he's getting up there, as we expected, just farming underneath the tower. Oh, big stacks. I would Echo Salami that one.
Let's see if he does.
Nah, it's too late. He would already done it. You do it when you're not having a good time. Yeah, you do it immediately. It's the comeback potential for Earthshaker. But he's going to continue to farm it up. Get some healing cells with Slugger Facet. Makes it a lot easier to farm it.
Yeah, just got to be a little bit careful about your life. But other than that, you know, now moving up the net worth chart, things close. Everybody really close to each other except for Amar. But Amar down here with Maureen. They've got some wolves to get some vision for them as well. A dead shot that's not going to spot them anything. Skitter just continuing to farm these neutrals as he's hidden back in the jungle. The smoke used here by Heroic, not finding them anything at the moment, as they'll secure this shield rune. And
he's been picking up every single rune on Earthshaker. Oh, slightly off the mark.
But Blink Echo Slam immediately.
Force stab.
They go to the Ravage as well. Everything used here from Maureen. And they'll get the kill. Whisper, not afraid to just use that Ravage. They wanted to make sure that they got that. Feels a little bit expensive when you've
Yeah, Ravage is no problem.
Ravage
Like,
and Echo-Slam.
nothing's happening on the map, so you're pretty fine with using it early. It's not like there's going to be some massive team fight coming out. So get it off cooldown, get a kill. It's actually a big kill. First death of Malrine.
Just to slow down that progress that he had. But things have been a little bit slow. And stacks
That's a
again,
lot of
plenty
stacks.
just continuing to be made here. And this time it's going to be Yuma the one who wants to pick it up. I say
Just
that,
kidding,
but
analogs.
Yeah. What are you
Dude,
doing
you're
with
in my
stacks?
triangle.
Just taking some stacks, 2,000 net worth lead for Heroic. What do Falcons feel like they need to do at this moment?
They
Just say that, but they will look to go for Schofield, but he'll hook shot away. Do they?
still chasing.
Yeah, I was going to say, do they want to attack this?
It's hard because you have your offlane Pango that did lose his lane, so he needs a little bit more time. Lycan also doesn't seem like he's fight ready. He wants levels. This is why he's building Hand of Midas. He's playing Alpha Wolves, so he wants to be able to pick up that level 11 as soon as possible. Get those extra abilities on Wolves.
Hamstring some heroes, and he's about to be level 11.
This is the big timing for them. Once he finishes that up, maybe Echo Saber, it's going to be a go time for them. Because now it gets really annoying for supports to play the game. And he also has really good talents. I really like what Skeeter has been doing with this Hand of Midas. So you get Howl armor reduction on 10, you get 350 HP for Wolves on 15, and then you go for extra 25 Feral Impulse and extra Wolf Summons.
Gosh, 15, the extra health on the Wolves feels like
350, yeah, it's
that's
a lot.
Tornado flies through off the mark. Not gonna quite grab what they want, but you can see that these Wolves
There it
chasing
is.
Schofield, making his life a living hell as they will time out under the tier 1 tower. And that's just one set of Wolves that almost killed him. And for the most part, it would probably force King Jungles to Icarus dive away if you had those Wolves on you. Whisper's been sitting here pretty unbothered.
Yeah, he doesn't care. On top of the net worth, he does have Vlad, so that's going to be good ways of increasing the damage for Monkey King and his Earthshaker.
Things still
let's
via
see.
Wolves.
Wolves
Again,
are there.
It's being annoying. You can see just the annoyance. They weren't sending the Wolves onto the Phoenix, maybe expecting him to just kind of Icarus dive.
He's dead.
But he is in trouble, and finally Icarus dives all the way through, back towards the Wolves that time out. This is so annoying.
People have been complaining about Wolves, about Spectre, because there's nothing you can do. Lina as well. It's just like, okay, what am I supposed to do as a support? I can't play the game.
It's not a fun time. Full smoke, though, here from Heroic. Can maybe find something. They find some vision onto Amar. They've got Whisper walking up, not doing anything just yet. But now Schofield in some trouble as the EMP. They've got the Wolves. They'll have the Sunstrike, not even needed. And Ravage is going to be used. That lands Amar.
Good force
that
stat.
out of the Wukongs.
They managed to reset.
And they supernova'd as well.
Two big ultis committed. They have no... Three, actually. Echo Slam was also used, not getting the kill there. So only for one ulti from position 5, pretty much, for Falcons. So they should be pretty happy about this trade. And now they want to hunt them down.
That's pretty unfortunate for the side of Heroic that everything missed there. Or
Yeah,
didn't
big
do it.
unluck.
Tower is under attack.
And like you said, maybe you want to play aggressive if you're the side of Falcons. They are kind of grouped up towards mid and bottom-ish, but Amar, he wants this Blink Dagger, and he's very close to getting it.
Lacking initiation, a lot of the times, because I've been studying this build from Amar, is he would skip the Blink Dagger and just become super tanky with the Shield Crash, level 15 talent. You get that extra barrier as well. S and Y makes you super tanky, having status resistance, but this time around, he is going to pick up a Blink Dagger because they definitely need it. They don't have a way to start a fight.
Yuma has attended every Fissure LAN so far. He played for Nigma at the first BB Dacha, repped Nouns Esports at the second and third, and now is here with Heroic. So he's been a big part of this. At least for right now, that's where he's at, and we'll see if he has better results this time than the past, but it all starts here with this first matchup for Heroic against Falcons. They've got that Rada Betos now picked up from the Muerta. We've talked about this item quite a bit, giving you that extra lockdown, almost basically securing you that dead shot follow-up.
It's a great way of setting things up, something that you lack as a hero. You don't have any ways of just casting your spells perfectly. So it gives you a good amount of mana, good tankiness. And Snaking, he's going to go full greed on Zeus. He's also going to get some extra farm. After finishing off Mana Boots, he is going for Aghanim Scepter and also getting the farm. I think they might also give him farm priority compared to Crit.
Yeah.
That Aghanim Scepter gives you another way of dealing damage globally, finding Monkey King, canceling another Blink Dagger on Earthshaker. So that's pretty good. Even though position 5 Zeuses have been picking up Solar Crest, Glimmer Capes. Amar, nice Fissure block.
Oh, into the Balance Strike, but nothing doing is Amar. He ends up rolling away and gets out of that one. They were able to get a kill onto the Clockwork. It was Skitter who got credit for that one, who's sitting top of the net worth in the moment. The other two allies not exactly towards the top, but not doing terribly by any means. And things, again, even with that kill, even with that one kill right there, it's so quiet, which I feel as though is uncharacteristic to what we've seen at times from both these teams. And another kill there for Amar as they get Yuma with that Thunder God's Wrath.
Dire's middle tower is under
Life's
Big kill.
pretty good with that kill for the side of Falcons as they finally take a net worth lead.
He still didn't finish off that Radiance, even though he's been staying close to top of the net worth with Monkey King, farming a lot. It gives you a lot of mana regen. Amar, he's in trouble here.
Yeah, caught within the cogs, but the calling is down. They go to the blink as well as the Echo Slam. That lands on
No
two
mana for
heroes,
Fissure.
but yeah, no Fissure mana and a BKB committal. Whisper's gonna blink forward. He's got that shard, the gush, a lot being used, but there's the dead shot. And Amar now has his ult, but unable to get it off as they finally force the Ravage out and the hook shot. Pierce the Veil from Crit. He'll try to TP out and will escape the aggression coming in from the side of Heroic.
No Fissure at Fissure Tournament. Kind of feels bad, right? Didn't have enough mana to cast it. They would be able to kill him off instantly.
Ooh.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, Sunstrike, though, sends him
doesn't
back
matter.
towards
The
the
wolves are
Wolves.
going to do the trick.
Either you die to Sunstrike or you die to the Wolves. You're not really the best options between the two.
is under attack.
I just wanted to think about what you were saying with the no Fissure at Fissure, as Earthshaker's the mascot of this event. Schofield, where do you go?
Yeah, it's in the contract of all these teams. They need to play one game of Earthshaker. It's like one of the most... He got sniped. Man, this combo is really nasty. Scouting things out with Wolves, getting that root, slowing you down, and knowing where you're going to move, because you can't just, move left and right, which means that you're going to be taking more damage.
Right. Well, they'll go take this Ancient Stack, Snaking and Skitter. And then they even think about taking the Torn.
Skitter picking up BKB. Snaking, he needs to be careful, but he's going to be fine. They use Healing Cells, so there's going to be some extra protection against Stormy.
While that's going on, though, they're going for Roche. I don't think anybody's the wiser about this on the side of Falcons. Maybe if they have a Wolf kind of check.
The last hit Roshan and deny Aegis.
Maybe. They do have Wolves in the vicinity. But, well, they'll just get the Aegis. Nothing doing there. No Wolves. Last hit, Aegis deny, anything like that.
KJ denies the tower in front of the Wolves. So that's something. They know that they're going through the gates. They got scouted by a creep. So let's see if they're going to commit to this top lane.
Crit has dead shot with the blink to avoid it. Goes into the Pierce the Veil, but the Fissure and Amar coming in. Echo Slam and Ravage at the same time.
And
this
a hook shot.
Everything being thrown, and now he's just going to Rolling Thunder, look to leave. Back and forth, bouncing in the cogs. Balance Strike is there, and they finally kill Amar.
Two really big kills. Getting, like, they're not, what I like about Heroic in this game is they're not afraid to pop the ultis to get the kills and go back to farming.
Immediately smoke and go towards bottom, but these wolves again chasing and being annoying.
As a support, I would hug either Tidehunter in this game,
Ooh, they found Zeus.
or I would hug Monkey King,
Yeah.
Shaker, anything, any of these cores, just follow them. These are the heroes that can kill the wolves.
Definitely. Couple of kills there for Heroic. Getting crit, getting Amar, getting Snake King, one after the next. It hasn't exactly felt as though Falcons have put it all together yet. Like, they have not really fought as fought.
It's hard to take a full team fight against Shaker, Tidehunter, Monkeys, Wukong, and Supernova.
Right.
I don't think they're going to do it throughout the whole game. They're going to try to get some kind of a pick-off with the Rolling Thunder, because their team fight is not as strong, and now they also picked up the gem. Whisper's going to hold it, because Whisper is the tankiest one. Let's see the damage now.
Yeah, Radamatos with a dead shot. Wukong's command committed, but they go to the Rolling Thunder. They're trying to get out of the Wukongs. Finally, the Thunder God's Wrath. Skitter gets the kill there. They'll look for Yuma. Sunstrike flying through. But
Oh, he's
Amar,
stuck.
he's stuck. Swashbuckle to try and get away. Hook shot connects, and they get the kill to Amar. Unfortunate positioning there is now they're going to jump onto Malrine. They've got the Wolves maybe chase Yuma. Got to remember that he's got an Aegis to work with. Dead shot connects, and they'll take the first life out of his hands, but do they re-engage?
Analog has Echo Slam ready,
Don't
if
look to
necessary, but
re-engage.
they used this opportunity knowing that Ravage is down and there was no Echo Slam, so they had good 30-second window to try to take the fight. They got the Aegis off, so Falcons' decision-making is still really, really good when it comes down to them choosing when they want to take a fight, keeping the timers correct. King Jungles, Whisper of the Dread has a gem right now, going into Hex next. Doesn't have that much gold to work with, but we'll see if he does the same thing.
We'll definitely see Echo Slam drop down onto Malrine. They slam him into a grave. As now they've got the silence onto the Clockwork. They will get another kill here onto Schofield, so it ends up being a 1-for-1. And to come see some Dota in Serbia, you need one ticket, which you can get more information on with exclamation point ticket in the chat. Even game. Not like this bloodbath, massive bloodbath by any means, but still a very even game. Feels like it's teetering on the edge of
Look at what Amar has queued up. There's no way that he's going to buy Hand of Midas 26 minutes into the game.
You say that, but when he does...
He has enough gold. He's not buying it, so I don't think he's committing for it. Heroic, like, in terms of outscaling, I think they get outscaled in this game, seeing what they're itemizing for.
Yeah.
Because Crit is going to scale. Zeus has 27 minutes. Aghanim Scepter, so he brings tons of damage to the fight.
Definitely a lot of damage. Speaking of Ags, they've got an Ags on the Clockwork.
There it is, Hand of Midas, 27 minutes in.
27-minute Midas.
On off-lane Pango.
So clearly thinking about
And
the
he sold
60
it.
minute.
And he sold it, never mind. Wanted to bait the casters.
I had a whole point and everything. There goes that. Camp stack still. 11 for this Clockwork. I mean, the stack difference is pretty massive when you look at the grand scheme. Orchid for Skitter. And then BKB almost there for Yuma. He's got it delivered just now, so he's got a BKB to work with. I am getting a little bit worried with the way that things are going for Falcons in terms of, like, their Pango and their Invoker are falling behind more and more. But
They
Skitter
are,
is definitely towards
but both supports are also having a lot more farm than Heroics. And they also scale much better, I would say, when it comes down to matchup against matchup, where you have Morta who can easily kill the egg.
Radiant's top tower.
She's also going into Silver Edge, so breaking Tidehunter, breaking Monkey Shaker could be very valuable in the fights.
Right.
I hate this sound. I hear this sound and Spectre sound as well. I get PTSD. Like,
Which one?
I'm just dead.
The
Because you can also hear, because you can also hear Spectre. Oh, he got him. That's a nice play. Seeing that they killed the Tormentor, knowing that someone's gonna be low.
Might as well just get a kill. Snipe stumping out.
2,000 gold saved up on snaking.
He's already got the Ags. What more do you need?
I think you just scale. Zeus, you get some Kaya refresher, start to scale, be another core.
Sure.
There's SNY completed on Pango, which is going to give him status resistance. SNY is probably the best item in the patch right now. Everybody's buying it. It's way too good. Gives you pretty much everything. And when you're playing against these stunners, especially Earthshaker, you want to buy it.
Right. Well, they haven't found a big fight for Falcons yet, but the fight might be coming to them as Heroics smoke up his 5. Amar trying to continue to farm here as he is just about getting close to being at the same net worth as the Earthshaker.
That's a really nice read. Great timing.
Yeah. Completely reads it, completely gets away. As Malrine, he's able to go through the Twin Gate. He gets away from this smoke. They read it really well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But he's staying on the creep wave. Snake King.
Look at Snake. He knows.
Threw down the Nimbus right on the Twin Gate, but
They have no vision.
Malrine.
Core's
Don't
not buying
get
dust.
that.
Name more
And
iconic
a
duo.
Ravage for Zeus. Okay. Why not? Ravage for Zeus. Everybody else gets out.
Man, Falcons, they're so good at reading the map. They dodge 2 of the gangs on 2 cores, and then you have Snaking escorting Malrine to the bottom lane, going to the Twin Gate immediately. But yeah, they need to buy some dust or have any kind of vision. There is Gem on Tide, so maybe they were relying on that.
I think he wasn't able to jump over because of the Nimbus on the Twin Gate. So didn't quite get that opportunity. It's Heroic pretty grouped up again. But finally a smoke for Falcons. Maybe they
Also
find the
scouting
fight
them
that
out.
they want.
They know.
They do know, and they are looking maybe for the Rolling Thunder. The Nimbus down. They know there's no Ravage. It was just used. They don't make that jump though. A little bit surprising. Started the Rolling Thunder, decided against it, and now they're actually coming down towards bot. They've got the Monkey King trying to find Amar.
Hook
Balance
shot.
strike,
Oof.
hook shot, I
Probably
believe.
on the teammates.
Yeah, hitting an ally.
You know what they say about Clockwork.
What they wanted. What do they say?
Clock in general. Even if it's broken, it's right twice a day, so...
Yeah, a clock is right. A broken clock is right twice a day.
There we go. Took you a second.
Yeah. I was getting there. Just was trying to decipher the way you said it to me.
So they continue to farm up. This game has been pretty equal in terms of net worth throughout the whole game. I don't think we had more than 4. I think 5K. We've hit 5K after they lost 3 heroes in the top lane for Heroic.
That.
Roshan is available on Radiant side.
Both teams sitting pretty close to each other. The only one who's pretty far away is the Lycan. And actually, Invoker's gonna edge over that direction as well. Monkey King throughout the trees, maybe checking to see if anybody's in the area as they want to set up to go for this Roche. But Falcons are making their way towards bot and do have this smoke to work with. Ravage available once again, so you need to be careful about approaching
There's a
this
lot.
fight.
This is 1K gold lead for Falcons, but I'm looking at the gold, and there's a lot of unspent gold. 4K on Tide, 3K on Monkey. Shaker has also like 2K or something, so you're not bringing in extra 10K of the network to the next fight.
Rolling
Straight
Thunder,
up
they've got the
50-50.
Wolves jumping in with the Rolling Thunder as well as getting that Thunder God's Wrath. They get the kill into KJ, and now they'll look for more. Rolling Thunder avoided with the BKB being popped by Analog, looking for a Fissure. A Totem as well. They've got the Leash. They go to the Wukong.
He's so tanky
Shield
on Pango.
Crash, hit on to 3 of those heroes, so he, like you said, he is pretty tanky. They even want to continue to chase for more as they'll find themselves the Clockwork. Schofield with the Jetpack. He'll get some distance out of the map and TP back home.
That actually hit it.
What?
Well, you're not technically out of the game. You're not out of the map, so that connected.
Sure.
And this Roshan belongs to Falcons. This is why I love the build so much on Pango. It makes you super tanky, having that extra status resistance. So the stun, let's say a 4-second stun becomes a 3-second stun suddenly. So you got to be careful about that. And I love the item of the choice, neutral item. He did pick up the extra armor, extra HP. It gives you the tankiness. You're playing against Shaker Monkey. It also makes you want to take a fight inside of Wukong's.
Right. And like we've said, remember to type !ticket into the chat. Get yourself some tickets. Join us at the Sava Center in Belgrade, Serbia to watch some amazing Dota. 16 teams here competing, but you will only see few on the playoff stage, but it will be the best of the best of the best. Sir. Whisper, we've seen a couple of good Ravages, but he's going into the Refresher, wants to have that extra bit of lockdown available. Amplify damage for Skitter. Can they find anybody with this? Can they find progression overall with this Aegis? They're going to try and go for it. They'll go for the tie. They've got the amplified damage. The damage is certainly going to be there, but can they keep up after this Ravage? Ravage forced all the way out from Whisper, and now Skitter in the trees, but not committing all the way through.
Not the
He was
easiest.
also popped by
That's
Nano.
the most difficult target to kill. They need break mechanic. I want to see how close Crit actually is to his Silver Edge, because he's been building it for a while. I know he's not getting the farm priority because you also have Zeus on your team.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Pretty tough, game to farm as well. That being said, both the supports on the side of Falcons do have more gold than the ones on Heroic.
Not a massive difference, but you can still feel the difference. Okay, he has 2.6k gold saved up, far away from the full one, but getting closer to Shadowblade at least.
Least wants that Shadowblade, but you really do need that Silver Edge. Or, well, you don't really need it, but it'd be nice to have. See if they can get to that point as they smoke up again here. Maybe they can find somebody over in the bottom lane. But they're both back towards their base. They have the Nimbus drop down on a Whisper. They know he doesn't have, this time, the Ravage. But Sunstrike lands. The Rolling Thunder coming through with the Wolves hamstringing him. Hook shot's going to be off. The mark only hit onto this Tide Hunter. Whisper one shot from dead. The Wolves and Malrine will take care of that. And Schofield also dead to finish off a second here on Heroic.
Did they lose the gem, or Phoenix picked it up with his courier? I'm not sure, because that would be pretty big. Playing against Lycan, you're also playing against Zeus. Okay, he has it, so at least they managed to save the gem, but they are losing some of these fights. They just, team fight is stronger on paper, but Falcons are doing a very good job using the Rolling Thunder on Tide Hunter, and because you don't care about it. There's nothing that he's really afraid when he's using the Rolling Thunder other than Supernova, but you're not going to pop that immediately anyway.
I haven't really seen many Supernovas. They're going to take the tier 3 tower, and they might even force them to go for more. There's still a minute 38 on this Aegis. Why not?
They're not taking the fight. 30 seconds without Tide. Look at the summons doing the work.
Yeah, Sunstrike to get some vision. Nobody out there over in the trees. And quickly dispatching that range Rax. Still a tier 2 sitting on both the top and the mid lane, but you get a set of racks to work with. You've also got that shard on the Lycan. That lane's going to be pushing in pretty hard. You're going to have to really be aware of where that's pushing in at.
And Amara is also now extremely tanky. SNY has Satanic, has Craggy Coat. Basically has 2 lives. There was something that I had to test out because I thought it works because Pango, during Rolling Thunder, he also deals 100% of his right-click damage to the damage. So I thought maybe it works with Satanic. You never know with Dota, but it doesn't.
Worth the test.
Yeah, it was worth the test.
Torm quickly picked up from Elreen. All of a sudden, this has become an 11,000 net worth lead.
Classic Falcons game. They were down 5,000 gold against Heroic, and then they just out-farming them, reading the map so well, dodging the gangs. They know something is up. Heroic, they need to get stuff done right now.
This feels like the kind of fight that if this goes really poorly, Falcons just finish.
I mean, they already...
Completely.
Whoa, he's so quick.
Immediately out of there. Hook shot connected on the shield crash.
He has Satanic to dispel it.
Yeah, they're going to try and go and get this kill on Omar, and they will do so. Yuma's got the credit on that one. Fissure lands on a Snake King. They've got the Hex to follow it up. That's going to be 2, and just like that, they cut it to the net worth lead that Falcons had. Heroic happy to grab those couple.
They committed with pretty much everything. Wukong's Echo Slam as well. Hook shot on top of that. He almost lived. He needed 1 Force Staff, and he was fine. Just fighting inside Wukong's with 3-4 people on top of you is a bit too much, even for Pango with Satanic and Echo Saber plus SNY. Skeeter.
Let's try. There they go. Trying to kill the Lycan. This is a big kill to get, and they will. Yuma picking up 1,030 gold for that kill.
Some really massive kills for Heroic.
Just not afraid to play pretty deep there.
They're playing to win. This is what we call playing to win. Not waiting for enemy to do stuff, but also surprising them, because they're seems like Falcons, were not expecting this kind of move. Level 25 now on Monkey with Nullifier Bloodthorn, so whoever he focuses pretty much is gonna die.
Definitely looks like that's a possibility. Finally pick up the Hex for the Invoker. You've got the Silver Edge recipe flying in for the Muerta, but I'm not going to be fooled another time today and say that that's the item being finished with just the recipe on the courier.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Melreen. Oof. Totem Dawn. Courier waiting over the secret shop, so that would be the rest of the Silver Edge.
Wait, is he just is he chasing him down while he's invis?
Just predicting every single movement. Not quite getting the vision on him. Still 10 seconds till they get Skitter back, but...
I like how they're toying with Gem. Everybody's holding Gem at one point. It was Tidehunter, it was Phoenix, now Analog's holding it. Now they have double Gem, actually.
Crit losing that courier with the Silver Edge.
This is massive, 2.5 minutes.
It was just a Silver Edge recipe. Are you... If you get the golds...
You could buy the rest. Yeah, you could still buy the second
Echo Slam.
recipe.
Rolling Thunder from Amar. He rolled up initially, and now he's going to just shield crash away. This was just a moment ago an 11,000 net worth lead. So the fact that this has jumped all the way down to a 4,000, I mean, even at one point, it was a 2,000 net worth lead. Pretty impressive there overall by Heroic. Thing really, again, and I'm repeating myself, I feel like a couple times, but we just have not felt a full fight from Falcons all game.
With Silver Edge, it's going to be a lot easier breaking any of the cores, especially Tidehunter. You use Rolling Thunder with the Silver Edge hit or just Lycan. The hero is going to die. There's nothing to really save him other than Force Staff from Phoenix, maybe a bit of a Sunray healing that could come out, but he's still going to die.
Refresher for Monkey King is not too far off. Pick up that Wisdom Rune. He's already level 25, and he's going to TP to this outpost down towards bottom because Roche, they're looking to maybe control this area and go for it. But nobody's nearby for Falcons. So you're really conceding the Roche potentially by staying up towards top. That being said, they are grouped up together, so maybe they do want to make a move. But it's got to be now or never. Nimbus is down, and it's
They're too far away.
Yeah, they're just way too far away, and this is going to be third Roche for Heroic.
Let's see if they can surprise them in the triangle right now. They're trying to push the mid and the top lane. So Heroic, they will need to go together. Nobody can just like straight up TP there. Maybe Yuma can with the Aegis, but the rest of the team needs to be ready to back him up. And they still want to see where they are, so Zeus will pop the ulti. No, they know something is up.
They're pinching, though. They've got Clockwork looking for a hook shot. Shapeshift's going to be used. Schofield's going into the jetpack, maybe just trying to disrupt their exchange and their leave. But Skitter with the Shapeshift. Hook shot connects. Meteor, Hex, turn around. They're going to try and get the kill here onto Schofield. They'll get that, but this might cost them.
No BKB
Skitter
used.
doesn't have the ability to get out, and will finally fall. Malrine going to try and TP out, but Crit's also dead. 2 kills there for Yuma.
A lot of stuns. Every single core, pretty much every single hero on side of Heroic has some kind of initiation. So if he doesn't pop a BKB, they can stun him and stun lock him from 100 to 0, which they did exactly.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Now 10,000 gold down the drain for Heroic, and they don't have the Aegis. Monkey King, he has enough gold to buy a full refresher and also maybe have enough for buyback. Look at Whisper. He's getting close to his refresher. Needs another 600 gold.
And that's if he needs buyback. He's got the Aegis right now.
I don't think he should definitely commit with the refresher.
Take a look at the replay. Skitter. They do get this kill on Schofield, but everything thrown at him. And then BKB's activated, the turn, and the kill onto Crit. Not quite getting the damage out there onto the Invoker.
They needed a Mart. Like, they need a Mart to be able to use Rolling Thunder, be the one who's initiating and disrupting, maybe forcing some BKBs to be popped. But if he's the one who's getting initiated on as Lycan, they can easily kill him. Almost 5,000 gold as well, saved up on Snay. This game is all about, like, everybody's so freaking rich.
Yeah. A lot of gold in this game for everybody.
We had some big streaks, like Yuma got extra 1,000 gold, now he got a double kill, so that's like 2k plus gold just from 2 fights.
Yeah. A lot of gold to just be had when you get those kills. And Heroic, and they have the better team fight for sure with the Ravage and the Echo Slam and all these AoE abilities.
Now they have a double refresher on Monkey and one on Tidehunter, so they also have mana. Tidehunter has Hex, so that's his mana item as well. Shaker also going for a refresher, has 6,000 gold saved up.
Thunder God's Wrath, the calling. They got the silence onto the Monkey King for a second. But not going to find anything again.
This is a take your own medicine type of a thing where they've been focused down heavily by Wolves, Zeus ulti, Nimbus, providing vision for Sunstrike, and now you have Clockwork with Aghanim
Rolling
Scepter.
Thunder, BKB.
He's stunned.
Look for the Wukongs. This is a huge circle. Ravage going to be committed on this one. Skinner going with the BKB. They'll get the kill to Whisper before he's able to get the second Ravage out. They're trying to right-click down Yuma, and he's got the fear on him. The Sunstrike, after they lose Skitter, will get the first life out of the hands of this Monkey King. Crit off to the side, not a lot of life to work with here. They'll try to get the kill on Yuma, but they've got the Echo Slam from Analog onto the Invoker as well as onto Snake King. They get the kill there onto the Zeus. They'll look over the Invoker. They've got the cogs around him. They'll take out Marine. Following up onto Amar, trying to chase the look for this Pangolier, but Snake King, who bought back, TP's in a little bit too close. The fissure on the mark, the heavenly jump over, but he is dead to rights. And that will be Analog getting yet another kill, and he's now dead for 100 seconds.
Yeah, those refreshers. Amar was on Shaker's ass throughout the whole fight, not allowing him to get the jump. But I gotta give credit for Falcons. They decided to take the fight inside of Wukong's command. They had Circle of their own with Muerta's calling, but there's a big difference in what these two spells can do in the middle of a fight. Like, you can't move, even though they, like, if you're trying to run away, it's not gonna work out, so they had to stand their own ground and take a fight. Lycan with Satanic, he did a good job. They took down the Aegis, but yeah, seems like they don't have enough. And Lycan is 70 gold short. They just picked up, they killed the tower, so that's some extra gold. There is Bounty Rune.
Buyback
He's
on
50 short. But he's also respawning in 15 seconds, so should be fine. Top lane's pushing in, bottom lane's pushing in. Whisper is the one who's drawing on a minimap that he's going to take the top farm. But this game is getting out of control. Way too much team fight coming out from Heroic.
Yeah, it's just constant team fight additions after constant
Eventually,
team fight additions.
It's going to come down to that, and we're going to see the fight again. I'm not sure if Tidehunter was not broken. Yeah, he was not broken immediately, so he got the Ravage off. Maybe Crit Silver Edge was on cooldown there, so unable to get that instant initiation with the Hex and Silver Edge break.
Crit just trying to stay away and stay alive, but that Echo Slam was pretty massive and did a lot of damage to allow them to get the kill on a Snake King and reposition to take out Malorine. Yuma on a monster kill streak at that point, had a double kill, getting all that gold. Had the Ags flying out, but that courier got killed. Everybody for the side of Heroic has buyback. Now, Sans tied.
4 refreshers on one team. Are we back to refresher meta again, or did Heroic
I
just
thought we
pick
got
enough?
rid of this.
Yeah, Heroic just picked that much team fight that they're doubling down with refreshers.
Huh.
Where's Clockwork Refresher?
Don't give him any ideas.
Almost has enough gold if he wants to buy it, but he's going for Lotus instead.
For a second, I thought it was a refresher, but just an orb.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy. In the middle of nowhere, getting killed for 80 seconds. The creeps are pushing in bottom. I guess that's one thing that they can really benefit with, especially with the shard from the Lycan. But I am still looking for Falcons' way into a team fight that goes above and beyond from what we've seen from them, which hasn't exactly shown up. But we are 10 minutes away from Tier 5s potentially showing up. And they'll go to the Thunder God's Wrath. They've got the hook shot coming through, but the Rolling Thunder, they get the kill on an Analog. That was just 2,100 gold worth on just Analog. They also kill Schofield, so another 1,000 gold there. These heroes are worth a small fortune.
Yeah, it seems like net worth in this game doesn't matter. You need to hold hands together. If you're Heroic, you have better team fight, but you also need to be able to push out the lanes. There's the Ravage.
Used. And they've got the refresher if they need it, but the Wukong's and the kill into Amar. He's got buyback. Dead for 100, though.
Bloodthorn, Nullifier, plus getting the leash, plus a stun.
Oh, Snake King. Tornado Ravage. That's the second Ravage coming through. They've got the Hex, the Boundless Strike. They're trying to get the kill to Malorine. The refresh Boundless Strike again, and he is dead for 2 minutes. Hook shot all the way through on a Snake King. And he is 4 staff just away, but the Bloodthorn burn will kill him. They just back away, though.
Waiting for their refreshers, waiting for their ulti to come online, knowing that Roshan is going to respawn anytime soon. No need to rush anything. They have the advantage. They know that their team fight is way too strong if they are not getting picked off. And right now, Falcons will use this opportunity because they just used Refresher on Tide, Refresher on Monkey, knowing that they have no ultis available.
Networth back up, taking a look at the ultis. Just Wukong's and Ravage down. Echo Slam still available.
Double Echo Slam, double Supernova. That sounds like you have enough of a team fight.
I would say so. Roche 35 seconds from coming back up. I want to say Falcons have to contest. But on the other hand, I feel like they won't. And kind of let this go by them again.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
15 seconds till
10,000 gold on Monkey.
Respawn, and they get the tier 2 over mid. So that was the last outer tower standing for Heroic. as they're looking to take the last outer tower, I believe, bottom.
Oh, look at those Wolves scouting. 4 Wolves with level 25 Talon.
Oh, boy. Able to blow up the Phoenix, and that is part of the team fight that they have here, but Supernova, whether it's used or not, is sometimes feeling irrelevant.
Yeah. Oh, not... Aeon Disc picked up by Amar. I guess he wants to have that just instant, because he has some status resistance, but he also wants to have not taking damage. Even though there is Nullifier available on Yuma, maybe he thinks it's going to be enough for him to get his roll up so that he can get the ulti off.
This is not a fast Roche by any means.
No, but they're not going to contest. Let's see who's going to pick it up. Yuma, probably looking for Aegis.
And Refresher.
So you have 5 refreshers on the team.
I would say never have I ever, but seen this.
Yeah, it's
There
been
was-
better.
There was Refresher meta at one point. We quite literally had 10 refreshers in the game. You might go in a clean up top, or at least try to for a little bit. Creep wave pushing in with an extra wolf. They've got about half the health gone from this tier 3. Things staying pretty quiet though, overall. The 54-minute mark, almost an hour for this game. And averaging less than a kill a minute so far.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of farming happening in this game.
And disc for the Invoker. Abyssal being built here for the Monkey King. So everybody just looking to survive a touch longer for the side of Falcons. They're going to see if that'll make the difference, if they can survive just a fraction of a second longer. It's not going to be easy. Harpoon also being built for Amar.
Not the fastest one, because you want to prioritize other items when you're playing offlane Pango with SNY, Satanic, get the AC, but you still have this Echo Saber, which is your first item. This is your farming tool, your mana regen item.
Heroic up 11,000 net worth, have a lot under their belt in terms of items to work with. 3 Forged Spirits are going to push the bottom lane behind the noses of Heroic there. You've
Wolves.
got constant wolf pressure too, so
Yeah.
these lanes aren't exactly getting to the dire side.
It's hard to get close, because they know that if they split up, they could potentially be picked off like they did multiple times on Falcons.
Yeah.
4 Wolves with level 25 talent, and also pulling the wave back
They've
with
got
Invoker
KJ.
summons. What do you mean they got KJ?
They've gotten KJ with
Oh,
those
yeah, yeah,
wolves.
he needs to be careful. Yeah.
With those wolves multiple times.
All it takes is Invoker coming out from the Invis, hexing
Yep.
you with the Wolves, and you're gonna die.
Yeah, it was like you were talking about how they were getting pickoffs. I was like, yeah, they did that to KJ. I mean, now what feels about
I thought you
5
said they
minutes
got
ago.
KJ. He's
No,
gonna
no,
take
no.
care of it. He's been on the receiving end.
Yeah, he's definitely been on the receiving end of that, if anything. And they're going to Wukongs here. See if they can get this, but the Rolling Thunder getting some control of the BKB being popped by Yuma. They go to the Boundless Strike. The Ravage comes in with an Nullifier that stops the Force Staff from Malrine. Turns this, going after Yuma. They've got the Hex. They'll take the first life out of the hands of this Monkey King. Blink, Ravage on everybody. Echo Slam, Hook Shot. That's going to be Malrine and Skinner dead. They don't have the buyback available on Malrine, but they do have buyback available on Skinner as well as Crit. They'll buy back into the fight. Anoa got himself a triple kill with that, but now you've kind of blown your load here, and you got the buybacks, but nothing more.
They can wait. I think they should wait for 2 minutes if they can find the opportunity. Let's see the damage. 6,000 damage coming out from Earthshaker. That Ravage hit pretty much everybody. I saw 4, maybe even the 5th one caught on the side. They're going to place the banner. Another Wukongs is available.
Can they get this? Deadshot being annoying. Tier 3 tower still standing with the Nimbus finally being killed. 50 seconds till they get Malrine back. 22,000 net worth lead here for the side of Heroic. They finally get the tier 3. They'll work on a second set of racks, but now here's the Veil, Wukong's Nullifier, as well as the Hex onto Crit. He gets out of this massive circle. Lincoln's picked up for Analog, and this Wukong is going to help them secure the racks, or at least half the racks.
They don't want to commit 20 seconds for Invoker to respawn, but again, waves are getting pushed in. These wolves are really annoying from the shard. It's just very difficult. Like, they can wait it out, get all the green lights up, and go again.
Is it... I mean, they killed Yuma once.
They did, yeah.
It makes me nervous if you're rooting for Heroic here.
They killed him multiple times, but he had like 4 Aegises throughout this game.
Yeah, so that's why he's 13, 1, and 12. Die 4 times, 1 death on the counter.
Next Roshan, potentially in 3 minutes. We're gonna get tier 5 items before that.
I usually say that tier 5 items are the point in the game where chaos makes it so nothing really matters. But
we've already been very chaotic in this game. You pop this level 25 Wukongs with some Ravage, Earthshaker behind them, Supernova. It gets pretty difficult. But we had stable FPS. That's what I like to see in the team fights. When you use Wukongs,
you know what?
If you have like double
Wukongs,
Wukongs, some Rolling Thunder, and also Phoenix, and all of this stuff on the ground. Aghanim Scepter Monkey.
Rolling Thunder. And this is how they got the first kill the first time, but the Sunray is going to be on him. Do they have the damage? They go to the hookshot that's going to be on a Crit. They'll look over at Yuma. They're trying to get the kill with Skinner. The Ravage is used. Yuma off to the side. Sunstrike not going to be on the mark. He's still alive.
Amar's trying to fight him.
After Amar, the right cook's coming in with an Nullifier. It's going to be
He's still alive.
They go to the Echo Slam. They'll land it
Sunray.
onto Amar. They'll get the kill to the Pangolier. They'll take out one for 2 minutes. Fissure lands onto a couple of Fissure. He's enough to lock them up for a moment. Get the Ravage. Follow up from Whisper. They'll get the kill here onto Malrine. Crit's dead. Snake King gone. GG is called. Full team white, and Heroic will take out Falcons.
Oh man, what a performance from Heroic, and what a performance from Yuma. Man, this guy played out of his freaking mind. Only one death, 15-1 and 15 is the end score for him.
Yeah. That was really, really aggressive and well done there by Heroic at the end. I mean, you have Ravage multiple times, you had everything multiple times. It felt as though you really had everything. It just made it...
Yeah, you had everything twice, which makes it very difficult. There was a point in the game between like 30 minutes up to maybe 45 where Falcons were able to get stuff done. They were able to punch back, but in the end, it was way too much. They tried to creep skip with some Wolves, with some summons from Invoker. It wasn't enough, but yeah, they were lacking team fight. It's for probably one of the best heroes in the game when it comes down to the team fight. Maybe you can toss in Enigma, but it doesn't get better than this.
No, it really doesn't get better than that. It felt like everything everywhere was huge AoE team fight abilities here for the side of Heroic, and that's now, what, 3-4 upsets today for us?
Every single game is an upset, it seems like.
It really does feel like
a
the
favorite
underdog.
lost in every one of those.
Yeah, it has been underdog season here for these teams so far, and things looking pretty good overall. Heroic, this one almost got to the hour mark. Pretty close.
Yeah, we were like 59 minutes.
Yeah, 59 minutes-ish, around there, and it felt as though things were going to hit that point, but then they smoke, they go through bottom, they almost kill Yuma again, almost, but he's able to force staff away, and he ends up using that Wukong's command and ends up surviving. Actually, 60 minutes on the mark.
Oh.
Wow.
That's nice.
I like that. It looks clean. But 35-20, Heroic, it was just too overwhelming from them for Falcons to respond.
Yeah, but I also gotta give credit to we're seeing new item builds. We're seeing this Zeus position 4/5 being also very popular. But yeah, Lycan as a carry with this Hand of Midas, where you're getting the levels, you're getting the level. All the talents are really good, especially the level 25. He also wants to get that Hand of Midas as his first item so that he hits level 11 faster. We've seen the power of the Wolves and yeah, Tidehunter, Whisper. KDA 3322 with 32k net worth, 23k damage, kill participation. He was unkillable throughout the whole game. They try to go on him multiple times with the break mechanic, with the Rolling Thunder on Pango, but yeah, loved the itemization, and in the end he did pick up a BKB for himself just to be able to survive and get that initiation going.
Yeah, and you know, they killed Yuma a bunch of times, but only one really counted.
One that mattered.
And he had the Aegis pretty much exclusively when they were going for Roche. And well, if you want to see more games like that, you know where to find us. !ticket in the chat. You can get yourself a ticket to come join us at the Sava Center in Belgrade, Serbia. You can see some great teams, some great Dota, and have some fun at the event and enjoy your time. So always fun to be on the LAN environment, right? Yeah, I think so. Well, while you enjoy cooling off after that game, you can see some highlights while we take a quick break. We'll see you guys in a moment. Stay tuned.
Radiant's top tower.
Welcome back, everybody, to Belgrade, Serbia, here for FISSURE Playground. We are back for another game. B-Cop, joined here by Lacoste. Another game, another BO1, maybe another upset coming your way. It's been a lot of upsets today so far, as we just saw Heroic beat Falcons. We saw Yakult beat Tundra. I mean, that was a bit of two massive upsets, I would say.
Even Talon beating Gaimin Gladiators in their first opening game. Anything can happen. This is what I like to see, having certain predictions and certain, just the thinking what's going to happen in the tournament and then being proven wrong.
Yeah,
expectations about certain teams doing well, etc. The next one should be an interesting one because BetBoom team, they are looking very good. Finally, they managed to win the LAN tournament, the Blast Slam #1. And they're still looking very good. They came close to winning multiple Dream Leagues. They came close so many times, but never managed to win one. And I think they are going to feel very much relieved after winning this one.
Yeah, so we'll see how it goes for the side of BetBoom as well as Shopify. But I believe we do have community drops as well. Last tournament we had this as well. But if you're a good member of the community, you can win things. And Carl Rich,
we should not give him to this guy. I mean, he's already rich. Why did we give it to him?
If you can afford the Arcana already, I don't think you really need it. But he wins PA Arcana.
Yeah, congratulations.
You have that one?
What?
You have that one?
No, not a big PA player.
No?
No.
Do you have any of the Arcanas?
I do, yeah.
Which ones?
Elaborate a little bit. Yeah, I'm just thinking. I have Pudge, I have Lena.
Yeah.
The one that I miss the most, I have Legion Commander, is Earthshaker Arcana. Like, this is the one that you can get. But the way we started getting some of these Arcanas, where you can get the Wind Ranger, Pepe Prey, if we could please get Earthshaker Arcana. That's the best looking Arcana in the game.
Yeah, that is a good one. And maybe they'll bring in the Queen of Pain Arcana as well. Some of these exclusive old ones, because at this point, I mean, when did that happen? They about 4 years old, right?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe even more.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. And, well, now we've got currently, instead of 4 years ago, we've got a game. So let's introduce the teams. Let's see BetBoom team first. BetBoom team on your screen, and this is a roster of some pretty solid players, if I do say so myself. I feel like Pure has shown up in a big way for a lot of events recently. GPK has always been interesting, and then if you remember in Dubai, when Save had some hair, he shaved the hair, and then he went by Shave.
Yeah.
He played pretty well.
This is pretty much creme de la creme, what you can get from a team. They're so individually skilled. Kataomi, his transitioning from position 4 to 5. GPK being back with the roster after being removed and then being a stand-in, but then winning a tournament as being a stand-in because Kiyotaka was not there. And also Pure, I think he's been the best carry for me. Him and Parker, the most like standout players in the previous year. And I think at least for Pure, he's going to continue to dominate because this guy is very innovative, what he's playing, and he's also not afraid. This is what I want to see. Certain carry players that take a lot of risk, but they're also like high rewarded in most of the situations.
Definitely. Do you think that maybe we'll see anything different from a BetBoom team coming forward?
In terms of what?
In terms of like hero matchups that we've seen from them, or something a little old school from them?
This is the team that pretty much plays anything, and they are experimenting a lot. So anything that is good or they think it's good is going to be played.
Yeah, so let's take a look at Shopify's roster and say hello to them. Shopify Rebellion's roster showing up on your screen there with my idol Yopaj, Tomato there, Skem, who I remember we used to watch during the China Southeast Asia DPCs that we were doing together. But he had that pregame ultra kill as Keeper of the Light a long time back. Was the big moment where I was like, I'm a fan of this guy, and I will forever be a fan of Scam. And he's been pretty exciting to watch. Yopaj has also kind of found some excitement with his build up here, and then I feel like Tomato's kind of been on the same kind of trajectory as those two other guys.
Very interesting roster. This is not the roster that I would expect to come together, and it would not come to my mind that these players will play in a team. But again, Bulba behind the wheels, he's making the team work. They look like the best North American team once again. They did again qualify for ESL 1 Rally. They did qualify for Dream League Season 25 as well. So the team is looking good. They got invited here, which allowed another North American team to come through the qualifiers. And we can see some of the stats team comparison. BetBoom team,
18 days together, technically.
Yeah, this is the squad that played together officially, together for 18 days, and some of the longer games for them, 40 minutes. I would expect, if you ask me, that Shopify has slightly longer games, knowing that they have, Southeast Asian players on the team, which tend to drag the games a little bit more. But BetBoom team, I think it also comes down to them playing much more patient than what they used to be, where they've been going for the high ground multiple times, getting punished, and I think they learned a lesson.
Yeah. And I'm wondering, and I had one quick question, which was about Pure. Is there any of those heroes that I feel like he kind of popped off with at TI viable? Could we see a lone druid in a BO1 situation?
I don't think the hero is viable, but I think we're going to be seeing more of these traditional carries. But we've seen him when he was playing at Blast, that they're not afraid to play some because they had this flex option between him and GPK, between him and Kiyotaka, where they're playing some Morphling, some Shadowfiend flexes. He's been playing Carry Magnus, Carry Dawnbreaker. I checked his profile. He's been playing a lot of Bloodseeker. I think this hero suits him really well, where he can really push the limits of the hero. A lot of Slark, some PA, and a couple of these random things that he did try to play. Some Carry Earthshaker, Carry Dragonite is definitely there. Some Sven, some TA. These are the heroes that he's been known to play, but you also need to be careful potentially about his Meepo coming through, because this guy can play anything.
Yeah, and with GPK, it doesn't necessarily need to be carry from the carry lane, right? You can kind of have heroes for GPK, carry from the mid lane. I would say, I was trying to say similar to the Fly emo situation that we used to see, where they used to carry from either lane or pick it out that way. And young but ready to fight. BB team is the youngest team at the tournament with an average player age of 22.2 years overall. The average player age at Playground is 24.4. It's a good way to make me feel old.
Yeah, we allowed some kids on the playground that are very high MMR. They are allowed to enter the playground and entertain us. But this team works just so well. Really glad that GPK is also back in action. There's always going to be memes about this guy.
Right.
But he also matured a lot, I would say, in his gameplay and the way he what he does in the game. And we're going to see the coin toss, and it's going to be Shopify Rebellion taking the first pick and BetBoom choosing Radiant. I don't think we're going to see anybody choosing
Dire.
It's just...
Not once?
No.
I guess so. I mean, it has not been picked once yet. I bet we'll get one game. Just one game.
I don't think so.
Really?
Yeah. Okay. Maybe there's some strategy that could be Dire is better. I'm just trying to think which heroes could be better for Dire. And I'm failing to do so. So yeah, probably 0 games, but we'll have to see. I'm ready to be proven wrong.
You didn't really spend much time in that thought, I'll be honest. You didn't look at a hero list or anything like that. You were just hero for Dire, and there are none. I mean, isn't that half the heroes? Aren't heroes technically Dire heroes?
Yeah, back in the days with Sentinel and Scourge, when we had good and bad heroes. But yeah, the draft has started.
Lich. We were talking about Lich.
I want to see Lich in every single game. This hero is way too
Every
fun.
game?
It pretty much. This hero just owns the laning stage. But you got to be careful against certain matchups, because you could, if you have one bad death, it could really cost you. But overall, this hero just owns in the laning stage. You have a great scaling. You're basically not taking damage when you have Frost Shield on. In terms of scaling, it doesn't scale as much, so having 1 point in it usually just works really fine.
Right.
And then with the Shard, you might want to buy it. You might want to get it from Tormy by 50-50 chance. You can solo kill any hero on the map. That's what makes this hero so viable. And his talents are also pretty good, especially if you get to the later stages of the game. Some Chain Frost on Death and level 25 talent as well. But for that's going to be for BetBoom. And for Shopify, they did open up with Beastmaster. The thing about this matchup is Lich with Sinister Gaze can solo kill the boar. It deals extra damage, something that people do tend to forget. So I want to see if it's going to be Beastmaster with axes and his passive ability, or if he's going to be going for the boars anyway and feed a little bit. And these are the heroes that we did mention when we were talking about Pure, where they're going to be banning out the Bloodseeker, removing some of his carry like Dragon Knight and
Zeus,
also Dawnbreaker. But yeah, I like the response. Magnus and Zeus. Zeus most likely going to be played from position 4, maybe 5. I would expect this one to be 4, just so that you have a little bit of a stun. He can also follow where Dawnbreaker's going, so I think that's going to be actually the case here, because you want to be able to stop Dawnbreaker from using her Q.
5 seconds.
So if it's going to be carry Dawnbreaker, position 4 Zeus. If it's offlane, then you're going to be playing position 5 Zeus. And Magnus, of course, a lot of team fight, good vision coming out from Zeus, so that Magnus can get a pick off. Beastmaster can get a solo roar, get a solo kill as well.
We've been seeing the Beastmaster, at least in the Wallachia qualifiers, a lot of them chose to go Helm of the Dominator quickly, and then into the Ags, back into the Helm of the Overlord.
That seems to be the best build right now, unless there is a case for you to pick up Helm of the Overlord immediately if they don't have anything that can deal with it. If they don't have a hero who can kill it, if the supports are very vulnerable to getting run at by a Beastmaster. That's why we've seen Lycans going for it straight away. And we're gonna get blessed by Save Muerta. I think he is the best Muerta player in the world when it comes down to pushing the limits, and also how he uses the spells. He very rarely misuses the spell.
With the Beastmaster, with the early Helm of the Dominator build, the Facet, which with the controlled units around him, with the Inner Beast attack speed, if you get the Dark Troll Summoner, and then you have two boars and everything with you, with the skeleton summoned, you have about 100 plus extra attack speed.
It's insane.
It's a huge number.
Yeah.
And you just watch this guy take quick towers. It's really disgusting. But they go to the Monkey King here for a BB team, looking to set up to be a core Monkey King. We don't really see much of the support Monkey King anymore, do we?
No, not really. It's kind of a wasted slot if you are picking Monkey King. So they are keeping the flexes open, because Monkey can go to 2 different lanes, 2 different lanes for Dawnbreaker. They do have overall last pick, so they will see the full matchup. And now Shopify will get the Lina from themselves. We saw Mikoto popping off earlier today on Lina, so they need something that can keep the distance away from Lina.
Lina, Magnus, Beastmaster doesn't necessarily need to be a core mag. It could be safe lane mag. I've seen a good amount of that in China. Was being played quite a bit.
Yeah.
But I think it was 5 position Magnus I saw a couple games.
It's also possible. Yeah, they could potentially pick something different. Have this Mag Zeus as a support duo. that's a good ban. Like, this is something that GPK plays extremely well. He's been playing it in the pubs in the last couple of days, has 100% win rate over 3 games. Something that can, like, I'm just thinking whether it's maybe worth picking up GPK's Keeper of the Light. I'm going through the hero list that could be good against Lina. GPK likes to play some Storm, Tiny. Storm can be good for the game. For the lane, it's not that good. Same goes for Tiny. Lina does not like repositioning. She doesn't like to get jumped.
I want to say Storm might be a little bit vulnerable. You'd need to get a Lincoln's, right, against Beastmaster. Otherwise, you're kind of leaving yourself to be roared, LSA'd, and killed.
There is some save with the Frost Shield, maybe Glimmer Cape coming out, the Dawnbreaker ulti, so you could potentially survive, but there is a lot of burst damage. Zeus-Lina combo is just going to be very nasty in this game.
I'm a little worried about what they pick up mid if it's a little bit too fragile, as there's definitely burst damage, especially once you get to, if you do go that direction, the Helm of the Dom into that Ags, you get to that mark where you do have Drums of Slom, it feels like your damage output is pretty up there, even just the Beastmaster, but, I mean, it's never just, right? Like, it can be, but Laguna Blade or RP or Kaya Yasha, if they do end up going core on the Magnus, could be dangerous to deal with, and they do end up deciding to go core Magnus because they pick up the Dark Willow, so Dark Willow, Zeus as your support, so safe lane Mag. Most likely.
Very strong draft coming out from Shopify. This type of a draft can always do something. Like, you always have some kind of a play in the game with the Blink Skewer. Beastmaster can make a lot of plays. You did mention the build with the early Aghanim Scepter pickup on Beastmaster, which allows you to kill early Roshan.
And what's crazy to think about is that timing doesn't exactly... Because when it was just straight Ags, the timing's like 13-ish minutes for straight Ags. But even when you go Helm of the Dominator into the Ags, the timing's not exactly delayed that much. But they go Puck here to round out the draft for BB Team. GPK on the Puck, Pure on the Monkey King, Miero on that Dawnbreaker, and Kataomi on the Lich with Save on the Muerta.
This is also a good response to Lina in the mid lane, because she can get coiled and you can also dodge that Dragon Slayer, which is going to be nice. And they also wanted to have slightly more scaling. I did suggest some other heroes that could potentially come out, but yeah, this seems like a more stable lineup, which I would prefer to have in a BO1. So good scaling lineup coming out for them. We saw the power of Monkey King, like multiple circles. You can always combine Puck ulti with the Dawnbreaker, which means that you have like guaranteed leash into another stun. Also with the Wukong's command. So their team fight is also super strong, but so is team fight on side of Shopify. You have Magnus, Beastmaster, you have a lot of control coming out from Lina as well. Same goes for Dark Willow. So gonna be a very interesting game, but I'm looking at both of these drafts and I'm leaning towards BetBoom Team. I think it's a bit more solid. It's also a lineup that can come online really quickly. Lina, if she gets shut down, and I think playing into Puck matchup, into 2 support rotations, you have ways of breaking the coil as well. You put another circle coming out from Muerta, dead shot, she's gonna die.
Yeah. I'm thinking about this. I feel like I kind of agree with leaning towards BB Team, but if I was to take the team names away, I do really like Shopify's lineup.
They have a good draft. Yeah, I think both teams got the draft that they wanted.
Yes.
There's literally nothing wrong with Shopify's draft. It's going to be all about the execution, how the lanes are going to go, because they have strong team fight. They have this support duo. It's going to be Zeus plus Dark Willow. So, yeah, I think I'm going to go with BetBoom with this one. It feels like... going to be slight edge, and it's kind of going to come down to execution. So I feel like BetBoom Team, they have an upper hand.
I'm going to go with Shopify. If I get it right, I got 2-point lead on you. If not, we're the same, and I'm okay with that. And I also, I don't know, I feel like this Beastmaster and this Magnus, I've seen it a lot in the qualifiers recently, do really well. You have a good enough lane on this Beastmaster, you're off to the races. Like, that is... just that Helm of the Dominator, that Ags combo, I feel it can be so deadly. And
Yeah, they complement each other nicely
yeah.
as well. Plus, you also have 2 BKB piercing tools.
And
so
you have some burst damage with the Laguna.
yeah,
I
you're
like
never going to be lacking damage. That's why I said after seeing the draft that they got, that this lineup already looks pretty damn solid for Shopify.
Yeah, I really like it. I think if there is a first game of the tournament that you really want to show up with, it's this one. Because I don't know if you'll get many drafts like this for Shopify, right?
But their drafts look
Shockwave.
Pretty solid, I would say. Save.
Bramble Maze from Hellscream, save in trouble, and this is looking like first blood and will be for Tomato. Or Yamato.
Yamato? Sounds like...
Tomato with a Y.
No, it sounds like Yamate. King Surf Yamate, if you know who that was. It was an old Malaysian player. I think he was the guy who invented Rearm Tinker. When he was rearming BKB, he was the guy that got it nerfed.
That must feel great. Ooh, GPK actually got that bounty run. But 2 for 2. A banana coming the way of Hellscream. Looking to get this boar, and it will be 26 gold there for Pure. But Beast Mode for this Beastmaster. Beastmaster can get a self-attack speed and damage amplification boost. And then Thermal Runaway, Reverse Polarity.
Pretty standard. No one's going for other facets. Zeus can go for the other one, but as we said in the previous game, it's better for trading in the lane. That extra damage that you do get feels really nice.
And Scam gonna die here to Miero. Quick kill onto the Zeus to get even on the board here. But I will say I'm waiting for the moment where I see reverse polarity.
Never gonna happen. People try to toy with it. Ari played it multiple times, lost every single game. It's never gonna happen.
Bobica won with it in the qualifier recently.
Sure.
But, you know, it's anecdotal.
I don't want to see it. It's just so... It's actually a grief.
It does feel like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's just... I'm trying to be a cool guy, win with this facet, to prove people that I'm right. Oh, wow. That was a good skewer. But Save did pop a stick, and he also did use Fairy Fire, so... Because he didn't use it when they tried to go for the first blood. Thought it was not worth it.
So he ends up surviving. That was a good little skewer action there.
Wait, what the hell's happening in the mid lane again? What's up with these Linas? 12 and 2 against... GPK had 2 CS. Now he's back to 5. Okay.
One illusory orb, and then all of a sudden you clean up the wave pretty well. Trying to make sure that he secures the CS. Another illusory orb does get the deny on the range creep. Pretty important here to stick with this Lina, but we have seen Linas do pretty well in a matchup that maybe Puck shouldn't be so brutalized in, but with a couple of levels might not be that way. Bramble Maze around Katomi. Ends up landing on the Pure, but nothing more. It's it'll be interesting to see how the Magnus does, because you get that Kayayasha eventually. You know, you shockwave one time, you clean up the entire wave. It really does boost your farming capabilities.
It's a carry mag, so probably going to be a different build. Like, you want to get that Echo Saber online. You want to get a Blink Dagger as well. BKB, upgrade that Echo Saber as well. Get a Harpoon. In this game, I think it might be a good choice to pick up SNY as well. They have a lot of stun, so you want to have some status resistance. Or if you feel like you need more damage, just get some Daedalus.
Okay.
Yashikaya is a really nice build from the mid lane, can be good from the off lane as well. It's a lot of damage. Like, you have 10 talent, that gives you extra slow, 0.75, plus also when it's coming back, so you're basically slowed for a good 3 seconds, and it deals insane amount of damage. And as you mentioned, you solo kill the creep wave.
Well, it's really good for farming, especially if you're trying to find a spot to kind of just get a lot of farm in, which I don't think will be a problem here. In terms of like who you've got on your team taking anything too much away from you. It'll be interesting to see how Lina continues as up now 22-5 to the 16-2, so it's getting a little bit better here for GPK like we said it would. But what we saw in that Lina game earlier, which despite the fact that the Lina did so well, wasn't getting those early kills with Laguna Blade. Kataomi on the run. Blood Grenade even committed to this. Frost Blast. Now the Jingu goes off, but into the Shadow Realm, the damage, but a Boundless Strike, and Hellscream's gonna die to Pure. I don't think they were expecting him to get his entire HP pool back.
Two-man Boundless, gotta be careful. That's Boundless with level 2 Jingu, I mean. That's quite a lot of return damage, a lot of HP that you can get back, and he also knows the matchup, knows that he's gonna get harassed a lot, so brings an extra healing salve for himself.
And Tharasu just farming up as much as he can. And we'll see what the timings end up being, and we'll see what he ends up going for. As we've talked about the multitude of builds coming in from a Beastmaster. But GPK under the tier 1 tower now, just trying to avoid dying as Save gets the kill on a Schem.
Ah, that's a nice glyph. That's definitely Yopaj. Most of the time, mid laners say, I'm the one who's using the first glyph. And
right.
Most of the time, I do agree with them, unless you can get a kill in the off lane, because a lot of the times the lane is pushed in, you pop a glyph, and then you dive the tower. But yeah, removing some of the gold as well from the mid lane, removing some of the XP, you get that level 6 faster, so you might go for the kill.
Curse Crown on a Pure, who will jump down and get the Jingu, but the Boundless Strike now hits Hellscream. He goes into the Shadow Realm. Amaterasu trying to get a kill here, and eventually Pure does die and will be traded.
Kataomi's like, everything's fine, buddy, don't worry. I got this. Almost level 5. Ooh.
Give me the solo experience, thank you.
Kill those creeps.
Amaterasu. This is dangerous. Frost Shield not gonna land, but you gotta be careful about the Frost Blast that's available.
Kataomi just wanted to get level 5 at 5 minutes as Lich, so he popped it, got a couple of creeps, XP as well, while there was no carry in the lane. I want to see some rotation. I want to see potentially rotation to the mid lane. Try to grab 6. A kill, GPK. Oh, okay, that was a nice play.
Bottled the regen rune and also had the ability to jaunt away. Now avoiding that Dragon Slave. GPK getting close to level 6 and now has it, so the Dream Coil is available. Both these mids have their ults ready to go. And Save, skewer back near the tower, but nobody home.
I want to see rotation from Save to the mid lane to try to grab a kill, get Puck in the game. Even though he just picked up the rune, so that's actually a big one. And he also got level 6. In terms of CS, he's doing much better. Man, Kataomi is gonna... He's not gonna get XP from XP rune.
Ooh.
But he doesn't even need it. He's going for the kill.
Yeah, Amaterasu is just dead here.
He's level 6. At 650, you have level 6 Lich.
Higher than his own carry. Chain Frost is available. If you wanted to maybe throw that with the Frost Blast, he probably could have gotten the kill there. But now 7-minute Wisdom Rune, picked up by Save, picked up by Hellscream. This is
I wonder who got
really farmed Lich.
It was between Dawnbreaker, XP for the second guy, or Monkey King, so I think it was actually Dawnbreaker who got it.
Dawn's having a pretty good lane too. And they'll get the kill in a Hellscream. Another kill helped out by Kataomi. They need to make something happen. They want to shut down Pure, but they don't have that level 6. They don't have that Primal Roar. Beastmaster going to throw some axes out, but now level 6 for Pure.
Not going to go for it. There is no Blood Grenade on Zeus, and Beastmaster, as we said, not level 6 yet. Going for the rune, GPK.
Yopaj is having a really good start. He's 1,000 gold ahead of GPK. Sinister Gaze, but you got to remember, Chain Frost is available. And Solar Guardian, the Laguna Blade, not going to be enough to get a kill, and Yopaj dies, and there goes that advantage. They find themselves Hellscream, and they will get another kill here. GPK immediately evening it up.
It's opening the map so much. Coil plus Dawnbreaker ulti. We did mention this combo during the draft. It's going to be super popular at every stage of the game. You'll have Monkey King on top of that. Pure needs to be slightly more careful. There is Roar available right now. Has 10 stick charges. Schem is going to find him.
Just Primal Spring, but the Heavenly Jump now going to
He's
get
in
this
trouble
Jingu,
now.
though. And now with Katomi coming over, he's got Chain Frost. Sinister Gaze used onto the Beastmaster. Magnus is nearby, but Amaterasu's dead, and they're going to go and get themselves another one. Skem trying to run, but the Jingu's going, and one more shot means another kill for BB Team. And Shopify, who looked like they were starting well, who had the Lina, who was ahead by 1,000 gold, that's now nullified. You had Beastmaster now, who's just been knocked to the bottom of the net worth by a huge margin. A hero that needed to start off hot.
Yeah, you need some stacks to come back into the game. Maybe if you could see the number of stacks that they did so far, because I've seen BetBoom Team stacking a lot. And there's Chain Frost. He's dead again.
Gaze wasting the roar. The Shadow Realm strike being used, but this one is being brutal from BetBoom Team to Shopify. They'll get another kill. It is 12-2, and they're going to look for even more. Skem needs to get under that tier 2 tower.
Pro Rasu would have not died there, but amateur Rasu kind of back-to-back deaths, and suddenly you don't have the game. Also, Tomato is falling off.
Yopaj is in so much trouble. Dream Coil, the pig pull is not going to matter. They are just overwhelming and not even afraid of going across the river behind any of these towers. And you said that this team could be a little bit slow to the gate if things don't go well in the laning phase, and that's what we're seeing. We're seeing BB Team who, I mean, you said it again.
This is super aggressive team.
Yeah.
Like, look at what Pure has been doing. He's been in a bit of a pickle after slightly first bad 5-6 minutes, but then he managed to pop off, finding the right kill. Some of the kills did come to his lane, so he didn't need to do much, but also understanding how he needs to play it out. This guy is just a beast.
Yeah, it really is a beast, and they'll put some damage on the Pure. You know, as much as they are dominating, it is... and we'll see if it'll continue, but what can continue is you using !ticket to get some more information on tickets here to join us at the Sava Center in Belgrade, Serbia for an amazing Tier 1 LAN to start off the year 2025. But we'll see if these teams can continue to maybe get to that playoff stage that you would be watching. Either of these teams could make it. And you talked about that. Sinister Gaze taking away the boar.
Yeah, that's why I think going for Helm as your item also doesn't feel that great, because you can... I think you might be able to solo kill it as well when it's maxed out, and that's going to be what looks to be solo kill, but GPK...
Did he accidentally jump?
I think he might have.
To his illusory orb instead of phase shifting?
Because he also had a haste rune. Uh-oh, that clipped him. That clipped him just enough.
Oh.
Even Chain Frost, okay. Screw this guy.
The Sinister Gaze lines up Deadshot, yeah. Pretty easily. Sometimes you'd be relying on, say, Radavatos to line up the Deadshot, but you don't need that with Sinister Gaze. You can still go for it, I'm just saying. It's...
Not sure what the play is for Shopify. A lot of the times you would try to find something, but they can't play around the Beastmaster. They also, like Lina, got shut down after having a great laning stage. So I think it needs to be Lina Beastmaster trying to get some kind of a kill on the map. Problem is they're in your head where you have this Dawnbreaker ulti every single time it's up. You need to bring a third hero on top of that. So yeah, Amaterasu. Mana Boots into Helm. He already missed his timing, so he's going to be on the back foot pretty much throughout the whole game. And there's the boar.
There was the boar.
There was the boar.
Gosh, yeah. So he's looking to go straight Helm of the Overlord. So no axe in between. We'll see if he commits to that, but I assume what's cute is cute.
What's cute is cute. Can't change it.
No.
Well, what is this, K1 we're talking about? This was the guy that, if he puts Hand of Midas Radiance Manta style in his inventory, he's not going to change it, no matter what.
You never know. He's also very slow to the gate. I mean, this is the timing that you normally get Axe.
Yes.
This is 13 minutes. This is the Axe timing for Beastmasters. And he only has 4,400 gold, which would be, if you went straight Axe, no boots, no nothing, he'd have it. But he is very far away. and they know he's going for those stacks. He's still trying to clean up some of them, so that means some will be stolen. Oh,
he got one.
Stuck one. But the boar, again, just worthless, unfortunately.
So they're going to steal this XP rune. Didn't manage to steal the 7-minute XP rune,
Oh,
but
and they give it to the Monkey King.
they'll give it to Monkey, and they'll give it to Miero, while GPK is killing the mid tower.
That's rough. That is really rough. And I believe the Blade Mail is already available for the Dawnbreaker and has that casual cloak flying out. So you're in so much trouble.
And I like the itemization from Miero. This is what I love about this guy, is he always finds the right item to buy in the game. Blade Mail is also your farming item. It gives you a little bit of protection against certain spells. You know that there is uncontrollable damage coming out from Dark Willow. So good Blade Mail pickup and going straight for the pipe, knowing that most of the damage is magical on their side anyway.
I will say, despite the fact that the Beastmaster's not having that good of a game, like Magnus and Lina aren't that
They're
far
also
behind.
not having a good time.
But they're not that far behind. 500 goldish? It's not terrible.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah, it's
is
not
under
great,
attack.
but it's also not...
It's not great. Yeah, it's not great. Yeah, but it's not, you know, a lot of the net worth difference is between the off lane and the supports, because the supports are super farmed on BB team.
Yeah, this has to be the highest level Lich I've seen 6 minutes into the game. It does not get better than this. Plus also, he does have, like, you throw Frost Shield on someone and Pavis, they're not gonna die.
No. The Pavis is very strong, that. And Frost Shield level 4 is brutal. I mean, even Frost Shield level 1 is something to really not even mess around with. Dream Coil committed. Everybody's here again. Sinister Gaze for the lockdown of the Balance Strike. Another kill for Pure.
Chain
He
Frost
tried, he
on
tried.
the left side to get some of the creeps while the rest of the team is killing the hero.
He's trying to get everything. He wants the creeps. He wants it to... Oh, it accidentally bounced.
Helping guys, okay?
Zeus is going to die here. Skem's dead. I was more so thinking, you know, he puts it on the creeps on the left side. It accidentally bounces to the Beastmaster. Guys, sorry.
No, it was not accidental. There was nothing happening on the left side. I saw what you did, Kataomi.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, that Chain Frost, if you're not careful, can follow a target that maybe BB team wants to kill for their carries. But if you're careful enough, you can throw exclamation F into the chat and follow us on all socials. Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and all the likes. So follow us there and follow this death of Amaterasu, who just respawned.
All right, guys, stop it. He's dead.
He's gone. He has no net worth.
He died at it way too many times. Yeah. Leave him alone.
This might classify as bullying at this point. Mag's almost finished for the Lina. Now they'll find Tomato. Another... I swear there's just no cooldown on this Dream Coil right now. Every time they go for a move, they are using it. And that is going to be another dead hero. Tomato's going to fall, jumping for even more. They look for the Lina. They found Yopaj. One more needed for the Jingu. The TP attempt, but the damage is not enough.
If this was a pub game, someone would rage buyback on Dire's side.
Or abandon. One of the two.
I think just
Depending on the
buyback, and this is how it ends. Yeah, Beastmaster 0-5-2, really not having a game. He's been shut down in the laning stage. The trades that they were getting in the lane really did not benefit him.
Closing in on that Helm of the Overlord. Eventually. This could
He has bite.
be...
He's fine. They are not killing him.
Yeah, I was going to say this could be some gold, but there's no way that they're going to get
They
this.
took good 300 damage to Dawnbreaker.
They found the Lich. For all the problems that Katomi's been forcing onto them, but the Balance Strike onto two with the dead shot landing. They'll take out Amaterasu as well as Yopaj. They'll find Tomato again. The Illusory Orb jaunting over. Dream Coil onto the Magnus. That's going to be a third dead, as they are not losing much of anything while doing so. Hell's Scream under the tier 2 tower. Not even that is safe, and that will make it a fourth. 11,000 net worth lead here for the side of BB team.
22-3. This game looks completely over. I mean, they have Magnus, so they're still gonna keep trying. But in the back of their heads, they know that this game's cooked.
Yeah, burnt even. Take a look at that replay, and it all starts with them catching, because how much is it just baiting yourself into this? The Lich.
And that Chain Frost bounced. That facet is so good on Lich. It allows you to just, like you can see Dark Willow trying to run away. Suddenly it bounces to Magnus, back to Ancient Creeps, back to Magnus one more time. You're like, dude, just stay away from me. Don't move.
So frustrating to deal with, and then soon you'll have this Ags for the Dawnbreaker, which means Solar Guardian is going to be that much harder to fight into, which had already been a problem.
It allows you to follow, so it's going to be good against Skewer.
Yeah.
And it also make you have 60% miss chance, plus you can time it.
Yeah, take a 0 away from that 60% miss chance, and that's the exact percent you have of Shopify apparently winning this game.
Pretty generous, I would say.
6 is generous?
Yeah. This game is completely, like, it's definitely so hard to salvage this game. They need some 3-4 man RPs, some skewer backs when they're defending the base. Problem is, you have follow-up stuns, that's fine. It's just that this pipe plus Dawnbreaker ulti, it allows them to make mistakes in the game.
Right. Dream Coil.
Blink Parasma.
Dream Coil, okay.
It was not enough.
Almost.
GPK is, it doesn't get more greedy than this. Blink Parasma at 20 minutes.
Yeah, seriously. It really doesn't get that much better. And you know what? 2, 3, 4 minutes ago, I was telling you that maybe 500 gold difference between these cores wasn't that bad. Well, multiply that and pass it to the next guy, because now it is a lot more of a deficit between these cores. Thunder God's Wrath used for some vision as they go through the Twin Gate. And they will find the Beastmaster. Ballast Strike has the shard, jumps over to the other side. I mean, this is just brutal. Skem, oh God.
Leave him alone, guys.
Skem can't even survive against the Tomato? Jesus.
That was close.
That was
actually
way too close.
If he had a different neutral item that didn't give him stats, he might have just died.
They did the math. Well, not for Skem, but they did the math for
themselves, yeah.
Gosh, this is...
He got scammed. He got
Tomato just showed up mid, and that's going to be yet another kill for, you guessed it, Kateomi. The Lich getting another one. Making way.
5, 1, and 13 on your position 5.
You can ask for a better performance from a Lich, honestly.
It's that position 4 mentality coming out from Kateomi. Needs to take the kills when he was playing Tiny, when he was playing Wyvern.
Making me want to play the Lich.
Remember the game? We're not sure who they were playing against, but he picked up 2 Divine Rapiers, and I believe he also bought one of his own. It's always him picking up Divine Rapiers when he's playing Tiny or
Wasn't
Wyvern.
he playing Ancient Apparition that game?
I think there was a game where he played AA as well.
Yeah. Because I know in the recent history there was that Double Divine Ancient Apparition game, but I don't remember who was playing it. My brain isn't working like that at the moment. Ever. Anyway, smoke from Shopify. I don't really know what to find. Maybe just to throw some vision down and survive in the
That's
lane.
it. Throw some vision, kill some heroes. Don't lose barracks. Don't lose the base.
Well, no, that smoke was there to just try and put some vision down and not get spotted for a split second.
Okay. I thought you were cooking the full comeback of Shopify Rebellion.
Oh, well, I don't know if I could cook like that. That's some overcooked gaming that I don't know if I have. But Yopaj, I'm not gonna jinx this yet. I was gonna say gets away, but then I heard the Dream Coil and I was like, oh, they might have caught him. Katomi in a great spot.
He's going for the
Chain
solo kill.
Frost. Oh, dear. Bouncing back to the Ancient Creep. Back over to Tomato. Primal Roar is used. Boundless Strike lands. Tomato and Hellscream are already dead, and they are going to find themselves Amaterasu. That is beyond godlike here. Another kill for Skem dying. Yopaj going to be chased up.
I think it's time to call
He
it
is
peak off.
chasing, looking, searching, finding Yopaj. Boundless Strike with the Solar Guardian. That slams down. LSA is not going to land. Yopaj is dead. That is a rampage for Pure. We talked about how good it needed to be from Pure here.
Rampage.
And it
He's
could be a
going
second
for it.
rampage and will be. I mean, this is just a brutal showing. As BB Team will get the GG call from Shopify. And that's quickest game on this stream so far. And that was an absolute dominating shellacking.
What a beatdown. Like the
From the top ropes.
Yeah,
That
pretty
was
much.
insane.
Mid lane, it looked pretty rough, and they just fixed it very easily with a couple of rotations, securing the runes for GPK. Top lane was doing more than fine. Bottom lane, it looked not too good for the first couple of minutes, but then Kataomi hit level 6 minutes in. He was the one getting the XP. Monkey King died one time, but this was a rough game for Shopify.
Yeah, it was brutal. I mean, there are things that I thought may be brutal, like Mankind getting thrown off the top of the Hell in the Cell, but this was more brutal than that. And that was just, it was a tough one for Shopify.
Yeah, I think what thing is happening, they're looking at the graphs and they're like, you know what, this Lina, she had the very good advantage early on, great laning stage.
1,000 gold ahead.
They should have played around her, but this bottom lane, the power of Lich plus Monkey King, where you can chase him down, and I gotta give credit to them understanding the matchups as well. Pure bringing the extra healing salve so that he's gonna go back to full HP, and also that turnaround play where he gets the fourth Jingu stack and suddenly a 2-man Boundless back to full HP. This is the type of a play that you need to respect when playing against Monkey King, the turnaround potential, especially if you don't have enough burst damage. It's a bit of a slow build-up. Dark Willow and Beastmaster in the lane.
Yeah, and I honestly, one of my favorite things about seeing those post games when they're all chill, they're like, yeah, well, you know what, we did that, and it was very relaxed, because teams like BB Team can be very intense. But to see how they knew that they had that game in the bag, how relaxed they were, they get that victory. I mean, now that should be all the OO games. Because we had the second stream, there were 8 games that have been played, and everybody's got their record now. We're probably going to shift over into figuring out who plays who and what plays what. There's a big calculation that goes on. Some guy with a computer figures it out, and it is, I mean, what's the most shocking thing throughout the day
So
for you
far, I would say Gaimin against Talon. I thought the Talon's going to look good, but I expected Gaimin to win. Which other games did we cover again? Remind me.
We also had a bunch of games.
We had a bunch of games.
No,
yes, we did.
I love to leave you hanging like that, but no, we also had the heroic game as well against Falcons, and then we also had the other big upset.
The other upset,
Tundra
the other
against
game
the
that we
Colts.
did. Yeah. Tundra. That's the big upset for me. I thought that Tundra, considering how well they looked, that it's going to be maybe even a stomp, but was pleasantly surprised the way they played, especially Emo. Same goes for this one. We've seen a lot of players so far popping off, and they didn't manage to kill more than only one death on each of them, except for Miero. Yeah. So very good showing from BetBoom team, and Yopaj, after having that good of a lane, 0-4-1, and Amaterasu on the Beastmaster, a couple of back-to-back deaths, just didn't look too good.
Yeah, it didn't look that great at all. And we've had those early talks of if you have a performance like this, then you can definitely see yourself potentially winning this tournament in early talks, obviously very early talks. But truth be told, like, you see this from BB Team, and it looks like a team that can compete for the title. And we see our guy, Kataomi.
Yeah, we talk about network to damage. This is
that's
power
almost
of
2.
Lich. It's almost 2.0.
Good math. I know, you were ragging on my math before with the 1.0.
Hey, you just made something up. It's like 0.25.
I was really trying to do the math, if you guys remember, if you'll have to go back in the VOD and look at that before, but yeah, you're 2.0. It's definitely an interesting stat, and one that's, when it's like that on a support, says a lot.
Yeah, this is your position 5.
Yeah, that's your position 5 doing 2-to-1 damage for damage to net
I think
worth,
it also
insane.
says a lot about the hero. I think the
Yes.
hero should be played in almost every single game.
Yeah.
It's just way too good.
Or were we seeing it? I now I can't even remember the drafts, but were we seeing it banned in the first 3 games?
No, I don't think so. No.
But we were seeing Hoodwink. We were seeing every other hero that could be position 5. The only hero I had out of my brain was that Hoodwink. But yeah, I mean, Lich should be picked up more often for sure. I mean, this hero is disgusting, especially combined with the Muerta. What I really liked was that combination with the Sinister Gaze, Dead Shot. I mean, it's just so much
team
lockdown.
fight and gives you, like, you can come close. There's a circle. There's also this Dead Shot that can push you into the Chain Frost as well before you can get the shard. But yeah, very deadly combo. 2 supports that you're never going to lack damage in the team fights. Great scaling as well.
Yeah, it really is disgusting. And you look at that kind of combination, it's truly insane what they were able to accomplish with this, and I think we're going to see more and more of it as the tournament goes on. But we're going to leave you with a quick break. We've got some highlights, so we'll see you guys in a moment. Stay tuned.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We're going to take you behind the scenes a little bit, get to know the people that make FISSURE Playground what it is. We have our Chief Marketing Officer here. Good sir, would you like to introduce yourself to everyone?
Yes, Chief Marketing Officer. Hi guys, I'm Alex. Obviously, I'm Chief Marketing Officer.
Good. At least we've cleared up exactly what you're doing here. But what are you putting in personally to make FISSURE Playground the event it is?
So the most valuable for us thing is our community. Well, everyone talks about community, like China. But anyway, when we were thinking about FISSURE Playground, our main goal was to bring everything together. Players, community, our games, I mean Dota, of course, everything that you see nothing here, but in some days there will be lots of interesting things here, so we welcome everyone here. And most of all, we just want everyone to have fun, to play, to have good time. So that's about it, I guess, about our vision of playground. So this is a like big playground, and you can have fun here. So we welcome everyone.
I remember last time we were in Serbia, this place was filled with people. It felt like there was so much to do. Can you give us a sneak peek of what might be going on around FISSURE Playground for the attendees?
Of course, no, because
you just have to get on down here and see for yourself.
Yes, you have to be here in person to grab all the things, to do something interesting. But anyway, you will have lots of awesome time here. Obviously, we will have some activities from the past time. We will have something new. But anyway, guys, believe me, this will be awesome. You don't want to skip this part.
Can't agree more. I know a lot of us will be walking around, so make sure you guys get on down here, experience FISSURE Playground for yourself in person, and hopefully I'll get to see you.
Vima, welcome back to the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament brought to you by FISSURE, and we're heading over to the second part of the day where we already have seen a lot of these Dota teams take victories and maybe blundered a couple losses under their belts here with T-Panda and Harry Freak. We're going to be taking on some exciting 1-0 matches, so we're only going to have winners and maybe teams that have only won at the end of the day.
Yeah, and you're becoming local, Panda. I mean, that was actually very good introduction when it comes to Serbian, and I can see that you're learning very, very quickly. But as you mentioned, we've got the second end of the day, and I'm quite excited about it, especially for the start, because we're having the winners first.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the whole story about this, like this FISSURE tournament's been at the couple last few months, the Dachas to this point and onward from this point as well. Just love the storyline that's being built from these FISSURE tournaments. But to the detail, here is the Swiss stage bracket where we stand right now. So we've had a multitude of matches in the first round, couple upsets, as we discussed a bit. That is this the day of upsets? Literally in day number 1. So that is pretty spicy. But now we start to look at some matchups where things could still continue on the same track. However, we're not entirely sure if that upset storyline is going to continue. You've got some pretty spicy ones with Liquid going up against Talon. That's going to be our first match here on the A stream. And of course, on the B stream, some pretty crazy matchups too. You want to look at what is Shopify's shape going to be like? They took a bit of a beating in that previous series. Can they bounce themselves back up in day number 1?
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about that specific match, it's BetBoom always crushes the underdogs, right? Somebody who we're going to be looking at being the weaker team. If they're going up against BetBoom, they're not going to have a nice time. But I think versus some other teams, they might just be good enough to take the games off of them, especially during these best of ones.
What do you think about that? Entirely about that matchup. Wildcard took themselves a bit of a surprise victory versus Extreme earlier on today. Do you think that NA finally has some hope? Because there's a lot of people out there who've been talking about NA being a dead region for such a long time, but maybe this tournament is going to give them some magic, something to believe in.
Yeah, I'm hoping that does happen, because recently I've cast some qualifiers in NA, and there is a severe lack of new players, right? And when that is the case, that is why Eastern Europe is so good, right? Because there's so many young guys that are coming in and they're playing Dota. I mean, so many Russians and Ukrainians, they came to Serbia, and if you go to a PC game club, you see 1 million of them, all of them playing Dota. That's why they're so good. NA needs this, and for that, you have to have a good representative.
But that's going to be later on, because right now we're talking about Liquid and Talon. So let's look at what is up on our first matchup here in the 1-0 series. Team Liquid already with one win under their belts, and that came through their matchup versus Avalus. Avalus, who at the same time, a couple of months back, in the same country, different tournaments, were able to win that one. Now Liquid looking dominant coming out of this one. And this is, of course, a team that just never seems to fail people's expectations, even though we remember back in TI, Blitz was talking that people don't have enough faith in the Liquid roster. What's it going to come out? And then they end up winning the whole thing, and people's hopes have been rejuvenated.
Yeah, they have. But the thing is, last time that they were here playing Dacha, they didn't do so well, right? Remember, we were there when they got eliminated by Yakult's brothers back then. And it was only the start, though, with Saberlight. Now, they're looking much better. They've played some tournaments in between that, so I'm quite happy to see them do better this time.
Well, they're going to be going up against one of the SCA top teams. It's going to be Talon Esports up for the challenge. Maybe one of the upsets that we saw today came from the hands of Talon Esports taking a victory over Gaimin Gladiators in their opening round and put up to the challenge versus Liquid. I feel like Talon has always been that team that provides the results, and sometimes they look a bit shaky, but they still have a pretty sizable win rate under their belts. But how do they come into this one here, Harry?
Well, first of all, versus Gaimin Gladiators, somebody in chat, I really like that sentence. If you thought that this was an upset, you haven't been following Dota lately. GG haven't been looking the greatest in the past couple of months. So, you know, coming into that series, nobody knew what to expect. So it's not completely surprising, but how are they going to be looking versus Liquid? I mean, it is still a best of one, Panda. And that is something that needs to come to mind. I think if Liquid come into this series, you know, not really full on, and they let go of some of the Talon's heroes, that Talon could actually take it, no problem.
Yeah, and not even in a surprise fashion, right? So the way you're painting the picture that Gaimin Gladiators has to step up their game, but for Liquid, of course, a different type of beast. They have also decided to choose the Radiant side for themselves. I was looking at their past. They just do not go for second pick Dire, not a single time. It's always going to be a Radiant, or at least favored towards the first pick side.
Yeah, I mean, first pick is for a real tier 1 team that Liquid definitely is. You know, one that can play so many heroes. First pick is so much better. The 18 pick is where you're looking to solidify that you're going to have the stronger draft. And if you can set things up until that point, it is going to work out. And I'm surprised. Liquid hasn't banned out a Lina, right? Mikoto loves his Lina, but they picked up a Tiny. So now the question is, are you brave enough to play Alina into the Tiny? Because this is one of the best heroes. He repositions you, catches you, repositions you, and then you very easily go down. But Mikoto, that is one of his best heroes. I wouldn't want to play versus it.
Yeah, a bit of hit and run style Dota. Don't you speak of like low cooldowns, you go in, you go out. Lina, Tiny, both kind of have that similarity in that sense. Of course, if you put that Tiny into a support position, things do change quite a lot, but it was in the hands of Nisha last time around. But it's not going to be the Lina. It's going to be left in the pool. They decide to go for the sniper instead.
Yeah, it's interesting that Natsumi does play a sniper. I'm not the biggest fan of the carry sniper. That is because whenever I cast games, whenever I watch games and it is a carry sniper, it just doesn't work out. It doesn't mean that Mikoto cannot play it, but...
You have your doubts.
I have my doubts about it, you know, so it might be a flex, which then is fine, and then you see a good opportunity for a carry sniper, you put him there, but generally I like this hero more in the mid lane.
At least it makes it a bit easier for Talon getting rid of the Primal Beast, the Monkey King. Those two heroes specifically, easy to just jump straight on top of the sniper. Of course, there is still a ton of, like, say, offlaners that have Blink Initiation on top of the sniper. Centaur is one that comes to mind. Not really a really big ban-worthy hero, at least in the second phase, but considered a versatile hero that you can consider to pick up if you are Team Liquid. However, they have to start building up the support pool here. And I think that is going to be a really important part as well for both of these two teams. What type of supports do they want to play here? What's the tempo going to be?
Oh, I'm really looking forward. Jocam plays a lot of Ricky in his pubs, right? So I'm really looking forward to seeing that. I have seen some support Riki games, but I haven't still had a chance to cast one to really get into it, to see the little intricacies of it. People build like a classic diffusal into a Manta, and it's very fun to see on a support.
You want to know a fun fact about Riki? Because it's also the nickname for my very long Finnish name. I made a thing back in 2014 when I was starting to play Dota 2 more and more that Riki should be my main hero, right? But then I changed it because I didn't really enjoy playing the hero that much, that I'll play one game of Riki every year. And it hasn't really held in the last 2-3 years, but I'm trying to get back to it.
Okay. Well, now is a good time if you want to play support Riki. And it is definitely something that's creeping up a bit in the meta. But you know, you have your Liches, you have your Phoenixes. Okay, Phoenix is banned, I guess. But you have those heroes that are still in the pool that Talon could go for. But they go for the Dawn. Okay. Is the Nyx still in the pool? No, he's not. So
removed by Liquid, so they won't have their hands on it either. And also with the Batrider gone, those are the two heroes that come to mind when a Dawnbreaker is out on the field. Though, I think if you do not directly just counter this Dawnbreaker through her gameplay, the way that she initiates into fights, you could still look for a lineup that just plays the map, finds pickoffs, and when you talk about pickoffs, it's always 4 heroes on the other side of the map, and heroes like Dawnbreaker, Spectre, they're never with them because they have global ults. You just gank the Dawnbreaker instead. So maybe Liquid finds that as an approach.
Also, going through Liquid's pubs, you know, it's very hard to find their info on pubs. They don't really play a lot of it, but
secretive.
Yeah, or they might be hiding some of the info. We all know that Nisha used to have like an account with which he plays pubs and an account with which he plays competitive Dota. Maybe he still has things hidden. I'm actually gonna ask him later on. But something Boxy does play, and what he does play a solid amount or the most amount of is Pudge at the moment, right? So some of these weird or interesting position 4s are being played in pubs, and considering that not a lot of competitive games were played by some of the teams that are here in the tournament, at least not since December, it is possible that they're going to be trying to, in a competitive environment, try something that they've practiced in pubs.
True. I think you would have to wait a couple more picks, but I believe it could be an option to consider the Pudge. I do remember we had this practice interview yesterday, and Nat was calling out like people who play Pudge probably aren't the smartest bunch, but I really like the Pudge myself, so I'd be happy to see one if one were to be picked here. However, Magnus comes out for Liquid. Now you've got a nice amount of setup, go in, a bit of tower damage, potentially with that Empower, also increase your pause one's farm potential early on. The one that usually comes to mind when I see a sniper in the field would be something like a Faceless Void, but as he said, I don't really know if Liquid's been playing that of late.
Saberlight plays a lot of Magnus currently, and what I do like is a lot of offlaners nowadays are greedy. They get Echo Saber first. He almost exclusively buys Blink as a first item every single time. Having a Tiny on your side, especially if it's a mid lane Tiny, you might not have to, but generally you would want to have the Blink Dagger before your tower starts falling, right? Because then it is very hard. Imagine a Magnus missing off the map. He's probably farming stacks, but it doesn't have to be, right? He could just be waiting for you to start pushing a tower, to start applying pressure to come over.
And there comes the two-headed ogre to buff up at least Talon's right-click side of things. But now, what do they want to follow it up with? Because I think this will tell us more. Are they really locking in that carry sniper position? Can we still put him into mid? Because we do know that Tiny could end up being a flex potentially. The pause 4 is open. And Dawn carry is played by some teams, but I'm not sure if Talon falls into that bracket.
No, I'm now, when I see an ogre, I'm leaning more towards the sniper carry, right? But now you have to pick your position for it. Muerta is something that JoeCam has been playing. You want something that's going to be laning well with the Dawnbreaker, something that contributes to the magical damage department, right? You're versus a Lich. A lot of the heroes, you know, your Hoodwink's not really popular right now. Lion is somewhere there, would have been okay here as well. But you want a magical damage dealer so that you deal with the Frost Shield, right?
Yep.
So that first initial target can actually die or at least be hurt properly. Muerta contributes to that. And when you have an ogre, I mean, Muerta will inevitably turn into a core at some point.
Also feels like a bit of a block pick, right? As we saw Boxy's most played heroes, the Dark Willow, the Muerta in that mix. So I think that helps Talon as well a bit, putting Liquid maybe in an awkward position in terms of the draft. Not really that much of an awkward position, but still something that... Were they keying on the Muerta? Do you think Liquid would have wanted to pick themselves?
I'm not sure, right? I kind of feel like now when they don't have it anyways, that Morphling looks like a solid pick, because Boxy plays it, and Mikke plays it. You have a Magnus as well to buff you if need be. The counters on the other side are fairly limited. But no, we are going to get a Lycan. We're going to be seeing a lot of Lycans if something doesn't change in the next couple of days.
Yeah, depending on the position it's going to be in, very likely looking to be the off lane. A friend of mine quotes, that's your pause 4's worst friend.
I mean, that is because you're looking at it as like, okay, he's just going to farm. But the position 4, like, he can go and he can collect runes, he can move around, right? It's not that bad having him on his side as a support.
Banning out the gyrocopter as well. And of course, a quick reminder for all of you folks out there that on the 31st of January to the 2nd of February, we do have a lovely, lovely land for all of you folks to witness. All you need to do is make yourself get here in Belgrade, Serbia. Exclamation mark ticket into chat. Get your tickets. Make sure you are here. We will be here as well, along with the top players in the world for that $1 million prize pool.
And they're banning out the gyro, so they're expecting this to be a mid lane sniper. I mean, as we mentioned, Mikoto definitely does play it, right? So it's not an exclusively Natsumi hero, it's just that he's been playing it a decent amount in pubs. If you want to ban out the carries, you might be thinking of getting rid of the Morphlings, maybe the TAs, right? Something that goes well with the Ogre, but also hits the timing at a similar time as a sniper, because that is what you would want to be gunning for.
And Talon, even if Liquid decides to go for Morphling, Talon could be in a rough spot. Like, Doom would be great, but we can't really fill the role necessarily for it unless we put that sniper into the mid position and a carry Dawnbreaker will be coming out. That would maybe mess up their draft a little bit here. So I think Liquid does have some good keys in their hands. They remove the TA as well.
Yeah, that's a solid ban. It's not that great. Oh, we got a techies. So TA is not that great of a ban versus the Liquid heroes, but it's so good with the Talon heroes. It would get into a really good spot. And also, it opens up this techies pick, right? Because now you don't have the refractions nobody has to protect them from the heavy magical damage.
And out of the heroes that Boxy's been able to play, all of them were either picked by the opponents or banned away from him. So do you believe this techies is going to, you know, feel like an A-tier pick or even an S-tier pick for Liquid? How does it feel like it sits into this game?
I haven't seen it in quite some time, but having magical damage burst, you decided to go for a Lycan. So thus, Muerta, not going to be that easy of a kill. Ogre is an easy-ish kill for you, but generally you want some burst, right? That is what they were lacking. Other than the Tiny, you want to have some follow-up from the support position. And that is what the techies bring. So I think he fits quite nicely into the draft.
Yep. As you can see, quite a ton of picks there for this techies as well, considering Muerta was the 23 games played for Boxy. And the Talon answer is going to be the Naga Siren to close out the draft. So as mentioned, the Doom wasn't really an option for them to pick up here anymore. Mikoto locks in the sniper for himself. Now I'm just curious about the Mag and the Lycan, because I have seen a ton of Magnus carries of late, but do they still want to put the Lycan in the carry position and let Saberlight, like as you mentioned, the Blink Initiator? Nah. It's going to be Saberlight with the Lycan and of course Mikke to pick up that Magnus. So
I think the reason is because you have a Tiny, right? So he's going to be getting a Blink Dagger. You don't necessarily need a Magnus that has a Blink early on, right? So it is going to be the Tiny and the techies, or Tiny and the Lich playing in the early stages of the game while these two farm, and the Lycan, of course, mows down towers. When I saw a Naga, I wasn't sure, okay, is it a carry Naga or is it a support Naga, and we will see a Muerta, though it just wouldn't sit well with me to have a support Naga Siren and a support Ogre. It really doesn't do well. But this is actually quite cool, right? Because you have a way to counter-initiate, not only with the Dawnbreaker, but also with the Naga Siren. And versus a Lycan, you need something longer. He's going to force out the Solar Guardian easily, right? But Song, even if he forces it out, a lot of his ulti is gone.
Well, when we have to look at either Liquid or Talon ending up with that 2-0 scoreline, that would mean that the next series they play is a best of 3. So you could forget about the best of 1s. You don't have to, cook too much with your drafts. How do you think this one's going to go, Harry? Who do you think is going to win this one?
Ooh, it's a tough one. I would say it's easier for Liquid to play, right? That they set themselves up to know exactly what you need to do, how you need to do it. So I think the ease of execution is going to be where I'm heading.
All right, all right. I mean, looking at the predictions on your screens right now, I mean, I know a lot of the SEA fans are probably already asleep, so the European heavy Liquid, 85% by the chat. But I think I'm going to join the Liquid squad as well on this one. I feel like they have the tools, they have the tempo, the snowball, and I think they have that good vibe. Not saying Talon doesn't have it, but I feel like Liquid is maybe a tad bit stronger in this one.
Yeah, I'd say so as well. And, you know, it is the first day of the LAN. Maybe not everybody has settled in nicely just yet. Going for ease of execution, going for things that are simple, that everybody plays right now. And their only thing that kind of moves away from that is the techies, and even contributes like a lot of the same as some of the other position fours. You just do damage, right? So I'm thinking that Liquid are going for simplicity today. They did that in their first game as well, and it worked out well for them then.
Have to say that is one of the most beautiful versus screens that I've seen in a while as we head over to Liquid versus Talon in this BO1 to find out who has a 2-0 at the end of the day and who has a 1-1 score and has to continue on the next day with best of ones under their belts. Looking at some of those facet options as well, I know like an Alpha Wolves has been really popular, but in this case, gonna be the pack leader.
Yeah, I think the idea is that Sniper, first and foremost, doesn't deal well with the units, right? So you want to have them fast, and you want to be running at him, not only with your hero, but also with the units. So I'm guessing that's the reasoning behind not going for Alpha Wolves.
Obviously a bit of deep warding as well from Liquid. They know the positions of Talon as they head over with this smoke on their side. Maybe Natsumi is caught off guard because in a moment they're going to start popping out of the smoke and looking for the Wolves to body block, and he's got him. Natsumi could just be first blood for Liquid. They're chasing him down. Bunch of damage flowing in. It's slow and stable, but it should get the work done. However, Boxy might just be the one to drop first as Mikoto will take the techies down. Jokum traded to get the Morta down for Insania. So that is Talon with the first kill.
Yep, they got it. The thing is, you're going to an Naga Siren. This hero has a decent amount of armor to start with, and is definitely not easy to kill. Pretty speedy as well, 330, as we can see, is the movement speed of the hero. They went with the blast off to get close for the blood grenade. And, you know, you were missing out on a couple of more hits just because of that play. So Talon, it seems like they knew that Naga could take it, though barely.
Yeah, applying the damage slowly but surely does mean that Natsumi is just a few seconds late for the lane, but doesn't seem to hurt the Naga Siren too much. Natsumi is straight back in. Of course, with this WS Dawnbreaker versus the Magnus on Mickey, how do you think this lane is going to go? And maybe favored by either side? That is a pretty scary level 2 timing on the Talon side.
It depends on how the lane control is, right? If Liquid manage to keep the lane close to the tower, then just the threat of the skewer is going to be giving them the advantage. If the lane is somewhere in the middle, where the skewers are not going to happen, then Talon should have a slight advantage just because of the positioning of the Muerta and the harass that she will come out, bring out. But overall, both teams have very strong lane there on the bottom.
Yeah, sometimes, oh, well, we just talk about that, and it doesn't take too long for Mickey to find an opening. I was just about to mention about the Muerta. Once you have level 2, you have the calling, which most importantly is that ability to interrupt that shockwave skewer play from going through. Now you didn't have your hands on it, so Liquid able to find the kill there.
Yeah, this was beautifully done by Liquid, right? Literally schooling Talon. Like, you put them in a position where they don't have a play. Their play was to move back and allow the enemies to just get those range creeps without any contest. And well, because they wanted to contest it, they gave away a kill.
You got the level 2 up as well on our learning curve Ogre. Can finally start spamming out some spells, but Lycan is a pretty difficult target to take down. I think it's going to be more of a war of attrition type of lane here in the top.
Yeah, it's, you know, Techies might not be a melee hero, but this is a brawler lane, right? The Techies is going to be spamming right clicks, not really doing a lot of damage to either the Ogre or the Naga, and then same is going to be happening towards the Lycan as well, right? They're going to be punching him a bit, but it's not going to hurt him all that much. So a brawling lane, and in the end, I'd say it's going to be very close to the CS department between the cores.
It's going to be pretty important for that Naga to also hit those timings early. The Naga carry hasn't really been in high regard in the last few months, at least if you look at the meta, what type of heroes are being played. It feels like a bit of a last resort from time to time. How do you feel? Like, is this Naga Siren still a strong hero in the meta? And because I find hard to believe in the hero. I like the Naga Siren more as a support above the carry.
I think it is in a place where it should be, and that is that she is a situational hero.
That's
right?
a lot said for an illusion hero.
Yeah. I mean, every illusion hero is mainly like that, but Jokem.
Yep, looking for a kill here, has to pump up that one regen.
That's fine. But back to the Naga. The thing is that she's at least gonna help you control the lanes, and she's very good versus the techies. So, all in all, those are already solid reasons to pick her up. And I think mainly you're protecting your teammates from the Lycan. The sniper is gonna be the one who, at least in the early mid game, is gonna be your main hero.
Yeah. It's going to be very important to keep that sniper up and alive, considering the snowball potential with heroes like the Lycan, the Tiny. They get their items fast, and combined with aggressive supports, Talon does need some type of weapon to respond early on.
I expected, though, that sniper to do better, right? He got the first blood, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And he's versus a Tiny who has 0 armor, and you have so much physical damage. So I expected him to do a bit better, but Nisha is always impressive. Not necessarily always in the lane, but even there, he's quite good. But also the rotation is going to be when we're going to be looking at him.
Also, a nice little fact brought up to you people who have been watching Pro Dota and those who haven't been watching for quite some time, and that is a long duration of time. Players have been sticking together on this Liquid roster.
Yeah, those three were on Alliance. That was their roster, and I think it was 2018 TI Open qualifiers.
It was a while ago.
Yeah, very, very long time ago when they were playing together. I think Koikwa was on that lineup.
With the first 5 minutes of play completed, Mickey far ahead in CS, looking for Insania down the bottom lane to WS Jokem. Able to secure one with their level 3 timing, but as you mentioned, the Tiny is coming down bottom. Sniper still happy sticking down in mid. Can Nisha catch up to them? Jokem with the calling, slows down Nisha and Mickey. WS with a quick jump on Mickey and also the creep wave in between, so they are able to move themselves away from harm.
Yeah, that ward saving their lives, right? They knew that Nisha is going to be wanting to rotate towards this side of the map at around this moment when nighttime comes, and they just place that ward.
Yeah.
That is very nice presence of mind. He really likes these rotations towards his
and you look at the minimap as well. That sentry is really close to revealing where that obs is, and they finally actually find it with a second sentry.
Yeah, because there's no way they could go out there perfectly like that.
Oh, no.
Mickey?
There's no Oracle in the game.
Yep, no Oracle, unfortunately. But considering it's Insania, there could have been.
Imagine if there was a hero whose in it was that if somebody's approaching from Fog of War, you get a warning.
Yeah,
that could ruin the entire game mechanics at that point.
Yeah.
Not giving any ideas here. Nisha does take some damage from Kuku and Makoto. The ghillie suit sniper.
No mana sniper.
Greedy finish off the kill. Jokem also a bit of trouble here with Insania and Mickey. They should be able to take this Morta down, and maybe even WS, even without their mid rotating in, because Tiny has to take the walk all the way back to the fountain. So Nisha not available at this time.
Yeah, but you can see a day and night difference in the amount of damage that he takes from a sniper when he gets his level 6 in the extra armor. Still, this tower is taking a big beating, and that is huge. Tiny doesn't want to lose his tower early because there's a big access point to move around once you get the Blink Dagger. It is a disaster if they lose this tower.
So talking about a bit of these stacking numbers as well. On the side of the teams playing in this tournament, Liquid just happens to be one of those that do prioritize that jungle pretty heavily in the triangle. Kuku, well aware, placing that Ops ward in the triangle. They did scout his movements to contest the Wisdom Rune, but do they know that it's also warded? So whoever decides to move into that area might be in trouble. You know, do have this Dawnbreaker level 6 getting closer and closer.
If I was a big stacking team, this is the cores I'd like to have, right?
Absolutely.
The Tiny and the Magnus, even the Lycan isn't half bad, especially once you have your helm, so that you can go for multiple creeps and choose.
Bit of harass here on Saberlight, looking to close out the kill. Techies is coming in, though. Might be able to, with the blast off, save Saberlight, but is it enough? Looks like it will, as the Ignite runs off of the Lycan.
just enough. And that was a perfect time to kill him. He's not level 6 just yet. When he does get level 6, it's going to be increasingly more difficult to take him down. And even scary to even try, right? Because he can turn around and kill somebody, but they go once again.
Yeah, something you can always do with the web and the reel-in. Only that the duration on that level 1 web is not really a very long one. So holding a, say, shape-shifted Lycan down, that's not really going to work out until you have 4 points in it when it's like, what, a 5-second snare?
Yeah, it lasts for a long time. It is, yeah, exactly 5 seconds, so... But Nisha, man, he really doesn't want to let go of this tower, but I also don't think that he's going to be getting his Blink Dagger before it falls, because he doesn't even have his phase boots, so hasn't even started on his journey towards the Blink.
At least taking control of the action runes. I think that's something that the sniper wants to prevent this Tiny from having. It is an arcane that he's bottled up, and I'll be curious if without the face boots, this Tiny is forced to make a move. Because he has made a couple rotations, and they haven't really worked out in his favor, costing a lot of time. There was a time in Dota when if a Tiny failed his rotations once or twice, it's like lane over.
Yeah, well...
Or maybe even game over.
I mean, if you look at him, his lane is kind of over. His tower is almost dead, and he's more than 1,000 gold behind the sniper, so
yeah.
He's not having a great time. But Nisha has been in these situations so many times, right? He is very, very good at creating openings later on down the line, so you know, we shouldn't be afraid for him just yet. And that tower is still... Yeah, the tower is still standing. Daytime is coming, and that is when you can go for a smoke with a Tiny versus the sniper, because then he doesn't really have the added vision as, well, here's a smoke even before that, because they want to reveal their Lycan helmet. They want to push with this creep.
Well, Lich is quite deep here into Dire territory, not quite close to the rest of his teammates on the top side of that tower, and I think this shrapnel might just be enough for Insania. Well, the assassinate will be thrown in.
Yeah. He needed the shrapnel for division because he didn't have the spell just yet.
Yeah, Nisha does get his jump on Jokum, but they also get rid of that ward instantly. As Mikoto money for us. Boxy having a bit of a fight in the rune. It is Cuckoo who got the illusion rune away. So another rune taken away from the Tiny.
No. So look. So what the Liquid tried to do is go and push in the mid lane. It didn't work out, right? I hope, though, that what does work out is our viewers making it to the LAN, right? To do it, exclamation mark ticket in the chat, and you'll get all the info that you would ever need so that you can join us here from the 31st of January to the 2nd of February.
Join us in the celebration of the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament here in the heart of Belgrade, Serbia. Potentially, one of these two teams might be on the main stage if they make it all the way through. Talon.
These are the winners, right? They're getting there 100%. Just kidding, of course.
Yeah.
The Swiss stage only started, but starting off with the win is a nice boost to your confidence.
Oh yeah, step by step. That's how you do it.
Well, one of these teams is going to be ending the day with a 2-0. Then you only need one best-of-3 victory, and you're going to have 3 of them. Shouldn't be too hard.
Yeah, I mean, Talon, they already had to pass the harder phase in a way, which is the qualifier, considering Liquid was an invited team to the Swiss stage. So hopefully Talon still rides the high. There was a time last year when they were prepping for TI qualifiers. You remember when I brought this up, when we talked about them playing an entire tournament as an all-hero challenge. They played 10 games with 50 unique heroes. And I talked with their management about them, like, is this intentional? And then they just brought up, like, how did you notice? How did you realize? Yeah, we want to keep our strats safe, but now is not the time to save your strats. Now is the time to use them.
Nisha is approaching the Blink Dagger, but the thing is, he doesn't have that tower any longer, and you really would want to even get a couple of kills with this Tiny before the Blink Dagger, and because it's down, it's just impossible for him. You can see how Nisha has been very nicely shut down, and it all started with that sniper getting the first blood. That could have been actually a big deal for the entirety of this game, but it is daytime, so no extra sniper vision. I'm hoping Liquid tried to make a move during this time.
And we have been bogged down to just 6 kills in the last 12 minutes of action, so we're just waiting for 1 or 2 items on both sides. Not that first item reveal, and it's go time, basically. But which team has the faster group up here? Are we looking at Liquid wanting to play at plus 15 minutes as a 5-man death ball, or do you feel like Talon's lineup is better suited for it? It is a Naga carry after all.
Talon is never going to be like a 5-man. type of thing. It's gonna be more so, it's nighttime, we have better vision with the sniper, and our lane's in a better position because of the Naga Siren. So they're gonna have more info on what's going on the map, especially because you have a Dawnbreaker that can split push as well and join the team whenever. So it is gonna be down to Liquid finding a way to make this a 5 versus 5 rather than just being
on the receiving end.
yeah, totally separated around the map.
Well, we're 200 gold short from the blink on the Tiny at least, so maybe with that blink reveal, they can start getting something done on the map. Mickey does have the Echo Saber flying in, combined with that Mask of Madness, so he will start to dish out some serious damage.
The timing for Liquid is coming, and you know what though? It is not going to be easy for them to use it. They need to force Talon into a lot of the mistakes because nighttime is coming, and it's not going to be easy to do. Even with the Blink Dagger on the Tiny, if they just see you before you see them, that Blink Dagger isn't going to give you much.
Maybe even the longest night, because you have to keep up with your plays around the map. Keep those waves pushed out, time your smokes right. And there's a lot of pressure on Liquid.
Okay, Game of Thrones fanboy. It's the longest night. You're right.
Not even Game of Thrones. I mean, I come literally from a country where in the northern parts, people haven't seen sun since November until the 15th of January. 2 months of darkness.
Yeah, guys, don't worry. Here in Serbia, we have the sun, right? So you can come, you can enjoy the sun, and then you can enjoy great Dota as well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. If you don't enjoy the sun, make your way here.
Yeah, Talon are in a smoke. They're moving towards the top lane. So right now they want to pressure this one, get the tier 1s down as much as possible so that the Naga can posture aggressively and shove in the waves even more aggressive.
Dire's bottom tower.
We're talking about that Pudge for Boxy during the drafting stage. Even production agrees on that. Pudge should have maybe shown up, but Cuckoo is in a bit of dangerous waters here between 3 Liquid. Make it 4 Liquid heroes as Saberlight shows up for the assist gold with the Howl. It's Jokum. Will fight versus Insania, force out the chain for... Oh, the Naga Illusion's almost brought close enough to get some extra bounces onto the Muerta. Now the Wolves are going to be chasing Jokum. Shockwave slow. More and more slows on top of him. This Muerta is going to get bogged down to death. So Liquid will find their response.
Liquid are so good at this. So they are not committing at all, but they're getting 2 support kills. And they weren't really even looking for the big kills. They want this mid lane tower to go down. Now you're going to be looking for the big ones.
Absolutely. A bit of a defenseless sniper maybe with the Wolves and Nisha getting the combo off of Mikoto. Doesn't get the Shockwave to connect. He's trying to TP out. And the Naga song just in time from Natsumi to save the life of the sniper. But now it leaves this Naga quite alone. Mickey's chasing Nisha, finding the Ogre for a second time. Cuckoo from death to death as he respawns again back to the graveyard. And here's the RP coming out from Mickey, but there's WS to follow up on it. The blast off from Boxy, but they're dropping low on the side of Liquid. They will lose Boxy, and now forcing Mickey away. I don't think he might survive this one. Saberlight might just be the one to tank the bullet for his teammates, trying to TP out. And the Starbreaker just in time. But he does find a kill off of the Dawnbreaker with that Black Dragon assisting him there. So they will find something for their
They're still hunting. It's not over.
And it's definitely not over. The Black Dragon is finally killed by the sniper. And Nisha is going to have to back out as they run out of firepower.
That Nisha's move revealed their ward, I think, right? Because earlier, I don't think Talon necessarily knew that Liquid plays that ward when they were chasing them, but now when he tried to go for the Naga Siren, it should really get taken down if Talon were paying attention. Though the Ogre just moved next to the ward and didn't do anything about it, so maybe they still don't know.
But a bit of a warning sign. You say the calm before the storm, but Liquid really ramping up the tempo now with those last few plays. This started all the way from the top tier 1 tower to the enemy Tormentor as Jokum and Cuckoo will explode. The supports found once again by Liquid, and they will continue to repeat this. Supports will die this game.
Mind you, this is nighttime, right? First they poke,
then
they push you out of a good position, and then they ward really deep. So now the sniper's extra vision during nighttime, it doesn't really do anything, because if he wants to go anywhere where there's a high ground, there is a good chance that Liquid have already taken that area.
And it helps with the Wolves, right? You have so much information going in the way of Liquid.
For sure. That is their vision game, right? Something that helps the Tiny. Tiny really likes having extra vision on his side. he's one of the heroes who uses it the best and really does badly without it. So these Lycan Wolves are going to be a big deal. And look at how early he got the shard on Lycan. I know it's very popular, but versus a Naga Siren, versus a Dawnbreaker, it is a necessity to get it this early.
You're going to need something against that push. You need a push of your own. And certainly the Lycan does find his place in the game here. Liquid again with a bit of a aggressive smoke move towards the top half of the map this time, where Talon probably suspects there are no wards because Liquid has been playing mostly in the mid and the triangle area. Can they find themselves a kill? There is the sniper deep in the jungle. Smoke pops. Nisha does find the ogre, tosses him back, and that's going to be Cuckoo back to the graveyard for the 4th time this game.
Yeah, the thing is, you're not, at this moment, you're not chasing for the big kills, right? You're chasing for the heroes to take away from the map so that you can extend this timer until it's daytime. That is when Talon are not going to have the added vision from the sniper, and it's going to be even easier to catch them. But as you mentioned, a masterclass from Team Liquid in the last 4 minutes. They did everything right and set up for this move towards the top lane as well. Now they set themselves up for a Roche as well. A bit risky versus a Naga Siren. We'll see if they can make it there.
If they can get away with this Roshan, that could save them the next daytime cycle with the 5-minute Aegis duration, forcing Talon into a pretty difficult position to look for fights versus Liquid. They also have this Magnus that is, considering that right-click build, is a pretty good Aegis carrier in my eyes.
It's pretty solid. The interesting part, though, is... Okay, that looks like a dead Insania. I don't think he's getting out of this one alive. But also interesting how some Tinies, man, they just go blink Kanda every single time. Nisha, he really likes his Echo Saber, right? He's a big fan of it. Maybe Howl has something to do with it.
Maybe. Scale into a bit of extra physical damage, right?
Yep.
We'll help him out. All right, Talon, what is your plan? We've got the Orchid Manta up on the Naga Siren. Of course, that pinnacle item for a Naga carry, the heart, which is much needed.
Oh, I don't know if he's even... Oh, he's actually going for a heart. Okay, I didn't expect that. A lot of the Nagas would just get a butterfly. Boxy is in no man's land. Is probably going to go down. But the thing is, this Naga build with an Orchid and with a Manta, it doesn't work unless you're controlling the waves. And Liquid did an awesome job at preventing Talon from controlling the waves. That's why we're seeing this Orchid not really coming into play all that much.
Though they are looking for some extra protection, but the shapeshift with Insania jumping on WS. It's a close one, but it doesn't look like that shapeshift's going to be there in time for Saberlight to secure the kill. WS will be able to escape from this one.
Yeah, Insania going a bit earlier, but the Ancients were dying, the Dawnbreaker would have gotten out. Speaking of which, the Dawnbreaker has an Aghanim Scepter. But overall, Liquid have been playing in such a way that they don't care about the Solar Guardian. Even if you use it, they're just going to move away. So now they're going to be even more careful in how they approach these kills.
Oh, nice deny there from Saberlight. Takes away the Wisdom Rune away from Talon. Something you absolutely want to do with those wolves ring around the map. They will get their own, and of course secure the Tormentor. This is going to be some heavy work here. Boxy, he's having his doubts already. They're pinging. We need some extra help here, boys.
Yeah, well...
now Insania, another low HP support shows up. And it looks like it's going to be a close one. A Howl used. Cuckoo is also dying on the other Tormentor on the other side of the map. Liquid, however, will not have any casualties on this one.
Yeah, Boxy gets the shard. It's actually not half bad to be able to put it on somebody who's running in, right? Because disarming the sniper, disarming the Naga Siren, it's actually a big deal, right? And all three of the cores of Liquid get really deep in there in these fights. It is it's actually quite a solid shard to have.
So now with that Aegis still up for another 2 minutes, do you think Liquid right now wants to calm it down and look again for another nighttime phase to just push their advantage onto Talon? Or do you think they want to use that Aegis for something, for an objective? Is it literally just controlling the map right now?
It's making sure that you are on the enemy side of the map. If that's the case, the Talon lineup doesn't work, right? Be it day or nighttime. Generally, during nighttime versus sniper lineups, you go for kills, you go for smokes. But Liquid don't feel like they have to move away from the map because they're controlling 2 waves versus a lineup that is basically built to control waves. So you're taking that away from them, thus you're slowly winning.
That does help them with the information about where's Talon moving. They had a Wolf at the Twin Gate, seeing the Mort to move in, and they have Mickey in a very deep position, and that Aegis will run down. Does he have a way out of this one? Liquid only just now arriving to the area. Natsumi does have him right in front of him. Avalanche comes out from Misha. There's the Dawn ulti with an Aghanim's upgrade, and then we'll keep at least Natsumi alive and Cuckoo as they take down Mickey. And now there's a shapeshifted Wolf that's going to be in big trouble. So Saberlight and Mickey both down on top of the Aegis. Talon, good defensive fight.
This is one of the scary things of keeping the status quo, right? You are winning the game by what you're doing right now. But if you're not changing anything, your opponents will properly adapt, and that was their adaptation. They protect the tower, they get 2 core kills, they get ahead just before the nighttime is coming, just before they want to be more aggressive. So it's actually a perfect time for Talon to overtake the game.
Yeah, a bit of a Bear Grylls right there. Improvise, adapt, survive. Not in that order.
Don't eat bugs, please. Thank you. Let's see.
But I think that was a much-needed breather as well for Talon, because now they don't have to worry about the Aegis. They can potentially move themselves away from their side of the map, slowly but surely. But Liquid still has good control. However, that last fight did show Talon has the damage to fight back.
Look at the waves now, right? They're shoved in towards Liquid. Talon, they have a heart on the Naga Siren. They're going to be shoving them even harder right now because it's going to be tougher to deal with those illusions. And now he's going to be going for a butterfly. But more importantly, because the lanes are shoved in, this Orchid from the Naga Siren might give them a couple of kills.
It might, and it's exactly used on the techies with the Cliff Ward. Also catching Insania. Doesn't get the dead shot to connect on him. But Boxy, just a very ambitious TP out. Sure thing. Your opponents ain't fully committing on you, they'll just disappear.
And there's the reactive taser for you. It really does help. You just cannot attack him, and that's the case. They used all of the stuns that they had. They didn't really have all that many, but either way, they used them and they gave an opportunity to Boxy to get out. Pretty easy for a player of that caliber to recognize it.
Yeah, maybe a bit hungry there as well to get the Lich kill too, recognizing 2 squishy supports. Split some of their roots on the Lich. That allowed both of the supports to disappear. Mickey yet to find a kill on this Magnus, but give him some time.
Yeah, he can't really play aggressively in this game without the BKB or a Blink, right? He's opting to go for a BKB. They probably think that later on down the line, if they just itemize for the later portions of the game, that they are going to be able to win it. Because Sniper and the Naga don't necessarily become super ultra late game heroes. They can be countered.
Natsumi pressing his advantage quite far here, hoping to get on top of the Tiny, but not quite successful in doing so. Insania TP's out, and also a quick moment too. I mean, as we're waiting for the action for the next fight to kick off, a reminder about the tickets, !ticket into chat. Make sure you make your way here into Belgrade, Serbia. Still a plenty to pick up, but as today the Swiss stage started, those tickets are running out quickly, so make sure you get your own.
Hoping to see people in a huge number here. Tekis has an Aghanim Scepter. Okay, that is quite solid. The thing is, though, that the side of Talon, they can be okay by standing their ground. So the minefield, we'll see just how much it can do. If he's somehow in a good position and they start pushing them back and Talon feel like they have to run away, then it's gonna be perfect. But if the sniper can stand his ground, this Aghanim Scepter won't contribute all that much.
Just looking at the buffing minus armor with the Howl, the attack damage reduction, and the increase of it as well at the 25 talent for this Lycan. So there's definitely a lot of scaling that will hurt the Sniper, hurt the Naga in terms of damage output. But they've also got Riptide on the side of Talon. Talk about that. Mickey has to force the Manta out into an instant silence right after. They've got Jokum right in the middle of the fray. Gets hit by the Chain Frost, slowed down. I think that Mortis is pretty much done for. Mickey letting the RP into forcing WS. The Solar Guardian to protect the Naga Siren, no longer a target that they can focus on. Saberlight Shapeshift is running low by the second. WS protecting the front. A lot of abilities traded back and forth, and now Natsumi, do you get the real opportunity on this Magnus? Still, you can see that both teams are very cautious about how they engage, how they approach the fight. So all we really see is just a more to die and a ton of spells traded back and forth.
Yeah, if Liquid commits too much, the turnaround of Talon can be insane. And on the other hand, Talon, they lost a hero. So chasing forward and losing your positioning with the sniper can be detrimental. Imagine if the sniper shows himself very, very easily. They can bring him down. I mean, this is why he's playing this this game with the ghillie suit. He's just attacking and nobody knows where he is. But in some situations, if he shows himself, if you start chasing, it's going to be much easier for Liquid to find that opening.
Just sitting and guessing. 15 seconds for the next Roche to spawn as well. Liquid currently have control of the top half of the map, so if they get info on it, Talon could still easily contest that Roshan. One good Naga song. Might just be that we wait all the way until daytime if we do not get an engagement in the next few minutes to start in the top half of the map for one team to have the advantage and safely take it.
It might be
it's actually Talon charging in there.
They should be. It's nighttime. It is on their side of the map. Second row, she usually save a couple of buybacks. Sniper has one, and he's probably the most important guy, because if Liquid see a sniper, they probably think that they can win a fight right there and then. But with the buyback, Talon, they cover even that. So this is a very, very good move. Liquid, they have to use their spells perfectly.
Wards down on the gate. Mickey looking for a way to go in. Nisha with an instant blink toss. Will take down Jokum. Following on the next with the Orchid landed there as well, but that is purged away by Mickey again. The use of that Manta down for 30 seconds. Still has his BKB. Natsumi down to half HP. Last time they forced the RP, that's WS's time to shine and respond. I think what they're trying to do is wear him down, force that ulti, and then try to look for a turn with our RP as WS is there. But Natsumi has a song of his own, but Mickey with his BKB able to get the RP off. However, who will get the most of the damage in this fight? Mickey has been able to push WS away from the fight. Cuckoo's fallen. WS doesn't have the help of his teammates. Boxy is sacrificed, but Natsumi found by the Lycan. Liquid able to crack the puzzle.
And now you just need to pull out slowly. It is now daytime. The Roche has moved. Nobody's in position. You can reset.
There's a response coming out for that Lycan deep dive. I don't think Saberlight's going to make his way out alive from this one. No shapeshift left. That is to support buybacks from Jokum and Cuckoo. Talon, they know how vulnerable those supports are going to be in that next engagement. Not really putting them in a good position after that fight.
And not even did you win that fight, all of the lanes are shoved in. So Talon, right now, while some of your heroes are dead even with those buybacks, they can't do anything, right? They cannot get towers, they cannot get good vision around the Roche pit. The only thing that they can do is hope, and even that has to be done cautiously because you can get caught, to shove out the waves to give themselves some kind of a chance to contest the next Roche.
Setting themselves up for that Radiant side Roshan for Liquid, knowing that Talon's going to have a harder time contesting that Roche now. Might just be Liquid picking up the Aegis and the banner for themselves. Would have to be a pretty miraculous fight from Talon, considering how that previous one went. That Liquid, they held on to that RP for such a long time. They know what the answer from Talon is, so they tried to keep pushing their damage over time, force out their abilities first, and then they'd have the advantage, and everything fell apart. So good adaptation from Liquid, but what will Talon learn from this?
Well, the problem with Talon is that they have low damage, right? And in a team fight, they will lose. They need better lane control. Now it is in a good position. Use those lanes, wait for an opportunity, rather than allowing one of your supports to die.
Hold that thought as Liquid gonna look for the opportunity. Wolfbite is heard in the background as well. That was the Ags ready on the Lycan. They're just charging straight in. Nisha with the Tiny, one of the scariest Wolfbite targets. They finish off Cuckoo in a matter of seconds. And now Natsumi and WS, you indeed need to run away. The Wolves They're knocking on your door. Boxy with a jump and stuns WS's Dawnbreaker, and they will just buy some time. Gets a kill off of Boxy. Dawnbreaker's damage is serious to consider, but Natsumi is all alone and nobody there to help him out.
He just bought that butterfly and they killed him. And the thing is that the Magnus is getting closer to his MKB already, so that butterfly might not even do anything. And now we're seeing that these Naga lineups, man, if you do not control the map, if you do not control the game, at some point, things are gonna become scary for you. But also Talon, they're panicking a bit. Every single time, they're comboing the Sleep and the Solar Guardian. It has to be one or the other to reset the fight, and you save the other one.
I think you do have some truth to it, that the damage from Talon's side is lacking. And it's only going to get harder from here. Naga Siren, not exactly the one that scales in super high damage later on in the game. When you look at Magnus, you look at Tiny. They've got the base, and now they can keep upgrading from there. And that wolf bite on Tiny, that is a serious thing to consider. That just enables Nisha to become a real killing machine.
I mean, not only that, you are buffing him with an Empower as well, and it's a Tiny. He has such huge base damage that he will have 1 billion armor, 1 billion movement speed. He has 2 stuns of his own, and even Kanda will be finished up right now. A perfect mixture of both physical and magical damage burst coming out from the Tiny. And guess what? He even has a shield rune, so you're gonna have to go through 4.5k HP plus an Aegis. This is a beastly Tiny at the moment. And you know what? He is the least farmed core on the side of Liquid.
Pretty balanced. OS Frog in chat.
Exactly.
But that's what Liquid's been playing for here. They know how well this lineup can work in every stage of the game. Despite a rocky laning stage for this Tiny, unkilled, 307. Clean 10 KDA for Nisha so far.
He's going for a shard. It used to be the Tinies would get that shard to farm. Well, nowadays it is kind of a later game item for him.
Another shapeshift forced out. This time Talon being the aggressors onto Saberlight's Lycan. Not really able to do too much to him though. Protective tasers. Now the wolf bite. Nisha on the hunt. Cuckoo was the target last time. This time they find Natsumi. Huge amounts of damage onto the Naga Siren.
Again, they're overlapping.
And the Song and the Solar Guardian both forced out. Talon in full retreat. They just cannot fight back. And this is not a fight that they wanted to take either.
You find finally an opening that you force out the shapeshift, and it's okay, you haven't used any of your spells, but Liquid are so good at forcing out your spells. They see an opportunity. Yo, guys, we can go. We can force out the Sleep and the Solar Guardian and make sure that not having the shapeshift isn't going to be that big of a problem. It's just beautiful. They also get a tower on top of it.
It just feels like Talon can no longer teamfight Liquid.
They haven't been able to for at least 15 minutes. That
or
is
at least 15 minutes, sure. But now you finally get the realization of it as Natsumi goes down. No buybacks on pretty much anyone on the server, but they're trying to turn things around. Hope to get the kill on the Tiny at least, but he's just going to respawn with that Aegis. Mickey, he's dropping low, 500 HP. Gets the Manta, the blast off coming out from Boxy. That will force out Cuckoo on the retreat. At least Makoto's going to be able to take down the Magnus. And here comes the Solar Guardian right on top of the Lycan and on top of the Techies as well. There's going to be another kill going the way of Talon. They've taken down 3. Makoto just pushing Nisha away, but here's the wolf bite from Saberlight. At least it would allow him to run away as Cuckoo falls to Boxy, and Nisha just slaps down Makoto with a big crit to the face, and they will continue to take down WS, and Liquid will be the victors in the end of that team fight. Despite Talon having a short moment of hope, Wolfbite was back up again.
Their short moment of hope came out from Makoto being in such a great position, right? He did, I have to check just how much damage he did in that fight, 7,000. So he pretty much crushed them. He was untouched, Gillisuit, they don't know where he is. And he was in a very obvious position as well. But there's nothing you can do about it. He almost wins them the fight, but as you mentioned, the shapeshift, the wolf bite come off cooldown, and that is where the sniper just cannot fight any longer.
So you could basically use Wolfbite on Nisha's first life with the Aegis very early on into the fight. Say you want to engage with it. Aegis expires or he gets killed. The fight takes long enough. You'll have another Wolfbite for him for his second life. And that's just crazy for this Tiny. Already hits like an absolute unit.
They're continuing to push, and they push really fast. Usually you want to force out the glyph, and Liquid did that. It's time to bail.
At least they're able to force out the shapeshift coming out from Saberlight. Nisha, Insania in position. Saberlight thinks that maybe I should just charge in and do some damage here. The Song thrown in there as well. They wear out the Frost Shield. Do they have another from Insania to protect him? Coming in from the sides. They got the gaze on Cuckoo. He won't be able to get the follow-up stun.
Magnus is
Liquid
coming
just
back.
able to turn back around. Nisha straight on top of Mikoto, forcing his BKB. The Sniper has to grenade himself to the high ground. Now you've got both Wolves dropping very low on HP. Nisha down. The jump, Mickey will be able to find him. The RP comes out as well. Cuckoo the target of it, and Jokum with a one to fall too. Supports are out of the way, just down to Talon's cores. Mickey taking the fight to Natsumi as Mikoto battling versus Insania's Lich. And Lich will fall. Mickey left alone, and the kite simply is too much. Talon. They find some respite in the moment it felt like it might just all be over.
Get sniped, man. Mikoto is playing out of his freaking mind. The way that he's positioning, getting there on the high ground, there, when he got skewered towards his team, the RP didn't come out immediately from Mickey, right? He didn't RP Mikoto and then skewer him to the team. He skewered him in. He had time to Hurricane Pike away, and that was such a good Delta split when the Magnus is coming. Look at now the minimap. Magnus is far away, but his team has cooked things up, so maybe he can find a great opening. Mikoto to the high ground, and at this point, the Magnus will come. But also, at this point, when they dispersed and you already lost all your cores, look at that. Only one hero in an RP when just a second ago, there were maybe even all four of the heroes that were close by.
In a moment, you think that everybody's going to get caught by that RP. Suddenly, nobody's caught inside it. Nice Delta split there from Talon. And in the end, they just end up kiting this Magnus. He's got pretty much nothing left. Naga's really fast in her movement. Already highlighted at the very early stages of the laning stage that this Naga is going to be tricky to chase. Not to even talk about all of that evasion that the Naga has. Having webs, having a sniper with long-range damage. Talon finds a way in the end.
But you know why? Because Liquid didn't play textbook Dota there. So what you do, you get one lane of racks, you come to the second one, you force out a glyph, you go back. It is a classic move. And they just got greedy, right? And because of that, Talon are completely back into the game. Is the sniper still committing onto his Satanic? No, he bought a Daedalus. Thank you. Yes, that is the way. You are lacking damage. If they find you, even with a Satanic, there is a good chance that you die. With a Daedalus, you can kill them fast enough so that they never find you.
Jokum right next to Mickey. The daytime will reveal him. Get information as also the break of dawn from Talon, showing that Liquid is ready for another fight. And when they're stacked up, that's probably not a moment for Talon to jump in. But you are right. That was a moment where Liquid could have opted to just back away. Maybe we would lose the Lycan here, but that's just one hero dead.
Not only that, but also it's a classic move, right? Everybody always does it. And, you know, this is one of the, if somebody's asking themselves, why don't they stay more often? Why are teams afraid? That is the reason. Liquid could have been in such a dominant position. They no longer are. They are still ahead, and playing this Talon lineup when you're behind, when you lost the lane of racks, is tough. But they're still in the game, and you know, one more mistake like that from Liquid, it can easily turn things around completely.
Yeah, especially the advantage anymore. What still needs to happen here? Of course, for Liquid, there's still a ton of big items. We talk about Refresher on Magnus, for example, can give them teamfight edges here. But what about Talon? Is there another game-turning item that they could potentially pick up here? You mentioned the Ogre scaling into a potential core later on, and maybe like a multicast Scythe or something like that could work.
I don't think that Talon's lineup is a one-item type of lineup that if you would give them like to choose an item right now, that item wouldn't change much. The plan with Naga lineups remains the same. You need to shove out the waves, and you need to have a numbers advantage in a fight, or at least a solid positioning advantage. In a couple of times on their defensive, they were able to do it, but you also have to do it on the aggressive. In some Roche fights as well. That is what they're gonna have to be gunning for. They sure are getting these BKBs. Now Naga has one, but I don't think in an open fight that you're getting the victory. You have to outsmart Liquid.
Maybe the smoke could be one of them. Crossing over the river, Arcane Rune, Nisha right in front of him, instant silence before he's able to blink out, and this Tiny will be torn down to pieces, but will he die? Down to 800 HP, Nisha able to get out, WS has gone really deep in at the same time, but so has Saberlight. There is the Solar Guardian into the air with the Naga Song, both big ultis used, Talon will back away.
Magnus is now a wolf, he is
And
Jason.
there's Mickey. Again, looking for WS here to finish off this Dawnbreaker. Not a lot needed. One more right click, pretty much, but that's such a tanky Dawnbreaker. And Mickey has to move away, but Mikoto is another potential target. Also the minefield placed down by the techies. Talon has to move away from that one. Mickey skewers away to safety. He got the jump on Jokum. That is the Muerta falling first. Does have a buyback though. Just nothing to TP
RP still ready.
instantly, so Talon looks like they're moving towards either the outpost or the home. And
Oh, he's
Mikoto! Oh, he doesn't get the RP! He doesn't catch him in the end.
He hesitated for a second there. He went for the shockwave first, and the sniper gets out. I thought he had him. He also saw the concussive grenade where it was used. That is how he knew exactly where to look for the sniper, and he just didn't use the RP in time.
Sniper can feel his soul leaving his body that moment the TP's about to finish. And must be a huge sigh of relief for him that he doesn't have to. I mean, he wouldn't have even had a buyback if he died there.
Yeah, they put... the soul gets pulled back in, Panda, so it's in there, right?
You're given a second opportunity in life. Use it wisely, Mikoto.
go towards the light, but the right one, not the wrong one, and he did. But RP was used, so Talon, they could go for a play right now when there's no big spell on the side of Liquid. Also, I like the change up. Use the bite onto the Magnus when the Tiny is low. He couldn't go in, so they went with Mickey, and he did a decent amount of damage in that fight.
He sure did. Forced at least WS to run far away, but the jukes around the trees were a bit too much for the Magnus to finish him off. Now Invasion coming in. Mickey finds
Good
Cuckoo.
grab.
That's a good catch. Finishing off a pretty squishy Ogre. And Nisha's also got the jump in the backline. Natsumi is gone. Double kill for the Tiny. And Mikoto, with all those abilities Sniper's been given over the years, he'll be able to get out with a simple BKB teleport out. WS Solar Guardian interrupted. And Liquid will find 4 kills, and here's the time to maybe force out some buybacks. Roshan is also home in his own pit.
You push so fast that you're forcing buybacks here 100%. You know that if they don't have them, you're killing the throne in like a second. But the thing is that the Naga Siren doesn't have her buyback.
It looks like they make the call. Go straight for the tier 4 towers. Look to end the game. The pushing power is serious here. The Glyph forced out early. 1 buyback. That is WS on the Dawn.
I mean, look at that damage.
And the Roche banner, which they've been saving from that second Roche kill, put to use. They don't really have anyone else except for the sniper to potentially hit it down. Mickey does find WS, and that's a dieback on the Dawnbreaker. Gone from this fight, down for 2 minutes. And Liquid can push another lane down. Get the lanes to push in. Potentially look for another push on the tier 4 towers, knowing that that Glyph is gone.
All 3 of their cores have level 25s. The Magnus went for the extra RP, the Tiny double toss, and for Lycan, the Howl impacts your entire damage. Now Talon, they really don't have damage with the Howl.
Here come the bites. The Wolves are in. Nisha takes down Jokum. Muerta gone. Naga respawns now. Mega Creeps tier 4 down. Ancient exposed. Liquid. Just a little bit more needed here. What is the answer from Talon? Saberlight down to half HP. Roots upon roots. Roots, bloody Roots, as Nisha goes in again. Blast off from Boxy, Ancient down to half. Will they push her back all the way down? There's the song coming in. Boxy's buyback all the way on the other side of the map. This techies will not be able to make it in time.
RP still available.
Saberlight with that Tiny getting destroyed completely by the Bloodthorn. Mickey doesn't get Mikoto. Grenade to get away from the skewer, and they will finish off Cuckoo. El Saberlight also down, and now onto Natsumi. This Naga Siren needs
Liquid
to stand
smells
his ground,
blood.
but that Mickey Magnus is taking a chunk of damage and will go down to Mikoto. Mickey with the buyback, and Liquid coming back in with numbers. They have everybody alive, and Talon won't get their full team alive until 40 seconds at least, but Liquid's already here.
Are we gonna see a losing Rampage? Nah, they got him.
I don't think so, as that's going to be the sniper gone. Mikoto will not even have the time to press the buyback button as Liquid finishes off the Ancient.
Oh, what an ending. Liquid, again, they could have taken it easy there, went for Roche, but they decided, okay guys, they don't have enough of their heroes to stop us from going for this push. Their Lycan is the slowest pusher out of 3 of their cores, and that is a huge statement. Tiny has 600, 700 damage. The Magnus has like 500 every single hit to that throne. It hurt so heavily, but Mikoto, man, his damage output in that game from the sniper was amazing, but still not enough.
Yeah, basically, when you talk about a team during the course of a tournament, you discuss what is the team that improves the most from start to finish. And this was a game where you could see the adaptation from both sides. What is Liquid doing? How does Talon respond? Will Talon get to play their type of Dota in this game? Not really in the end, as Liquid still found the majority of the answers. So well-deserved victory and put themselves in a 2-0 position. So the next time Liquid's playing Dota, it's going to be a best of 3 instead of a best of 1. So that probably feels really good.
Yeah, for sure. And versus some other teams, a carry Naga might work because they're gonna start panicking and they won't deal with the waves. But Liquid, throughout this game, they had one thing in mind: waves. And when the waves are shoved in, that lineup doesn't work. Slowly but surely, they were finding openings, and at some point, they will present themselves.
Absolutely. So a real battle of attrition from moments, from the mid-game at least, when thinking that what are the timings going to be for both teams. And Talon especially, they don't really get that Naga Siren to work probably in the way they wanted. It was a bit of a map game, a map awareness game, more about that, but still left a bit of a wanting, waiting feel that what would have Talon been able to get through with this game.
Yeah, the Talon lineup never really got to what it is supposed to do. How it is supposed to control the map, how the sniper can be in an aggressive position while Team Liquid cannot get together because the waves are shoved in, and it's very easy to understand if they're going for a move. That never happened. And sure, for 47 minutes they were playing, but Talon were mostly losing for those 47 minutes. Even though it looked good for them in some fights, they never got into a position where they were controlling the game, which just goes to show like how well Liquid were approaching it.
You have to think about Talon, again, another best of 1 awaits for them in the next round and until they can start considering those BO3s. But for Liquid, you know, you get rid of the BO1 stage, and now even a lot with that Lycan in the draft.
For sure, but also one thing to keep in mind, this is a Tiny that got shot down in the beginning.
Absolutely.
That dealt with the sniper, that got the first blood, and it's a Tiny, a hero with 0 armor in the lane. And Nisha still made it work. He lost the tower early on, and he was still the most important factor.
But hey, you know what they say, usually Lycan doesn't need armor. Neither does the Tiny by the looks of it as well. But of course, for you folks, what you might be missing right now is maybe tickets to the event here at Belgrade, Serbia for the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament brought to you by FISSURE. As of course, we want to see you here on the 31st of January to the 2nd of February. Please get your tickets, !ticket into chat. And we are going to be back with our second series, our second best of 1 at the 1-0 stage in just a few minutes. Welcome back to the Fissure Playground 1 Dota tournament brought to you by Fissure as we're heading over to the second 1-0 series. Just watching Liquid take down Talon and now to look at another set of two teams looking for that 2-0 finish at the end of the day. These are going to be two very different types of teams that are playing, and when we mentioned earlier on at the very first start that we saw a lot of upsets, this is one where an upset team made their way through and potentially start to ride on that tournament momentum, that tournament high, and they could even surprise in this one.
Yeah, and that's wildcard, right? They're coming from NA. You were talking about how their region needs to be lifted up so that we get some young guns in there thinking, oh, if these guys can do it, we can do it as well. And I'm really looking forward to seeing if they can stick it to BetBoom, because I think that BetBoom is the ultimate boss for underdog teams, because they tend to stomp a lot of their games. So I'm hoping they're here. Wildcard can at least prevent that.
It's not an easy challenge for sure. I mean, when I've been looking at some of these players on the side of Wildcard, you have to go all the way back to the DPC and in Division 1 and Division 2, most importantly. You look at players like RCY, like Fade, like Speed. RCY is only 18 years of age. Is the star power coming in from NA, potentially considered as one of the future Sumails from the NA region to take over and cover those boots. And that is what a lot of people are expecting and hoping to see, that he lives up to those words. So let's not put too much pressure on the guy, but sure, a lot of people hope to see that RCY thrives when he gets his right hero. And playing against a star laner from BetBoom, as mentioned, not easy.
Yeah, it's not easy. And the Eastern European mid laners, ever since, no one times are back, but the old no one times, the iceberg times and all, have always been very good at dominating their lanes. A younger player, it's not easy to go up against that, especially when you haven't been in the international scene that much. Wildcards have been playing a lot of qualifiers. They usually lose to Shopify. In this tournament, Shopify got directly invited, so they kind of had an easy path through. A lot of people, I've just cast them in the qualifiers, and even some of their opponents don't believe in them. They're stomping some of their opponents. They're like, yo, guys, you're not good enough, stuff like that. It literally did happen. There was a lot of flaming around. So I'm hoping that they can make sure that all those biases go away here during this tournament and actually improve themselves as a team.
Well, let's bring up one of those rosters on your screen right now and get ourselves familiar with the wildcard players. It took only 24 minutes for Wildcard in their opening series versus Extreme Gaming to get themselves the W on the board with the roster like this. You have boys like It's Your Boy Speed out there. You got RCY, and of course, a lot of people looking at Yamson from the Nouns days. Wildcard just being signed not too long after that qualifier run finished. A lot of NA hopefuls and maybe looking to build a new fan base from maybe European players, European fans, maybe around the world going to get interested in what is this wildcard team all about.
Yeah, overall though, funny story, a lot of people were speculating that OG were gonna get directly invited to the tournament because they didn't play in the qualifier. And I'm like, okay, there's no OG. My wife is looking at it, it's like, there is a wildcard team. And I'm like, yeah, really? No, that is literally wildcard. That's the name of the team. Baited me there. I thought, okay, we're getting somebody that we didn't expect. Not the case. I'm glad, that we have some younger guys from the region. I'm hearing a little bit about some from B-Cop, especially about some young people from NA still playing Dota, but they're not quite there. These guys are in a solid position, and very important that this kind of tournament can elevate you.
I mean, I'm a big Enigma enjoyer, so Fade happens to be one of those offlaners who likes to play that hero, but we'll see if he gets it against BetBoom. They are the slayers of the Tier 1 scene, and by the looks of it today, also the NA Destroyers, taking down Shopify Rebellion in the first round, now up against another NA team. For BetBoom, it's probably just one series among the rest and a regular day at the office.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And I would say that BetBoom, not because the opponents are weak, but because they are somebody that they should be doing well against, just because of the composition of the teams, that they got themselves an easy first 2 games. I'm looking forward to Wildcard proving me wrong, but overall, BetBoom versus underdogs, I don't know what it is with every single roster, no matter how many players they changed. The underdogs, they always stomp. Remember the first iteration of this team? They just went through everybody in Division 1 other than Team Spirit.
Yeah. All the way from Division 2 to be fully exact with that original BetBoom roster. That was a very different one compared to the one we see today. And of course, I'm basically talking about like BetBoom's play of style, and you've mentioned it multiple times. East European teams are the masters of the snowball, deathball, Dota, and that could be a big obstacle for Wildcard to engage against BetBoom. So what do you think for BetBoom in terms of drafting and play style? Will they show us a pinnacle experience show of how quick that deathball can be?
You know what's funny with them? Sometimes when they draft, you don't even think this is a lineup that is going to crush you early on. It is usually a okay laning lineup, and they crush you in lanes so much that you never recover. So what I think that they're most likely going to be drafting is very, very strong lanes to overtake the game as early as possible. Though, you know, they have one player on the side of Wildcard that is not from the US, and they also have a coach who is from Romania, you know, a neighboring country. Blink, he has been in the scene for a long time. Yep.
That's a name that always comes up. You know, the good old no bounty hunter roster times. Yep, that most notoriously brought up. And I think that's also maybe that experience that the roster needs. A player that's been around for such a long time that he's got some ideas to kind of refuel. Maybe not from like old Dota days, but surely that kind of patience, the calmness, to make sure that you've got this like youngster in RCY in the mid lane to get him the best tools available.
Speaking of no bounty hunter, both Miero and Save play a bounty hunter, so I doubt that is something that you're going to be banning out in the first phase.
That could be a spicy story.
Yeah, but it's also a pretty interesting hero that I love to see here, even in the first day.
A bit of a history there as well for a Bignum, talking about his Dota scene, I mean his history and experience all the way from 2011, 14 years ago. And it's only from last year and he's been able to play at a tier 1 LAN.
Dude, he looks so young.
So yeah, I mean, it's quite hard to say. Some kind of miracle youth potion been enjoyed on the free time or what, but he's still here, he's still around, and of course that experience, hopefully it does show here today.
I mean, you and me, we don't look too old ourselves, but we need to, we need to see what this guy, this guy's eating, what he's doing.
You talk about that, and pretty much all of my Finnish pro players that have been in the top level, some of them ended up being bald because of, you know, what kind of Viper, Veno type of heroes that they've been playing in the past. Luckily, at least Thompson wasn't one of those, and I'm just worried, when am I going to lose my hair?
Yeah, I mean, Thompson was making people losing hair, rather than losing it himself. I mean, I think in Dota, that is how it goes, right? Either you're crushing somebody, or you're getting crushed completely yourselves. Well, it seems that Wildcard, they chose Radiant, but before that, first pick did go to BetBoom.
Yeah, that is something that has to be addressed in the first phase instantly. Is there a hero that BetBoom would very likely want to get in the first phase? I remember you talking a bit about like the support pool, maybe more importantly for the side of Wildcard, what do they like to play on speed? But in case of BetBoom, would they like to open up something similar that Liquid did in the previous game, straight up mid, get your tinies out there? What do you think they want to approach and take that first pick to their advantage?
It's hard to say. I wouldn't mind, you know, something like Batrider opening, Phoenix opening, right? Something along those lines that can be played maybe in both position 4 and 5, has some farming potential, but is also versus it is an enabler of many heroes. Yep. But yeah, we get no such thing. We get a Magnus once again. This hero has been an opening pick for a lot of the teams in various qualifiers recently, so no surprise really.
And of course, something that maybe strikes your eye is that literal Chen first ban, but I think that's something that Speed has been enjoying as of late.
Yep. And the response to a Magnus as a Night Stalker, Magnus hates being seen, and more so he hates buying an early BKB. I mean, we saw Mickey in the previous match, he bought a BKB very, very late, right? Versus a Night Stalker, it is something that you have to get. First of all, he sees you, right? So getting a surprise RP, they're very, very hard. But then sometimes you're going to think, okay, we see him, but we cannot commit because we know where he is and he's going to catch us. Well, not versus the Crippling Fear. With the Crippling Fear, even your melee heroes can commit onto a target, and the Magnus can't do anything about it.
Yeah, the Night Stalker is definitely a nice one when you want to look at, one, are we going to win our lane? If we pick up, say, the Night Rain facet, want to push our advantage early, you need to address BetBoom definitely in the early minutes of the game. If you start losing your side lanes, it's going to be hard for RCY to just get this team together and try to win the game for wildcards. So you got to start with strong lanes every time you're playing against an East European team. It's a general guideline of Dota to always build strong lanes, but I think you have to really emphasize it here.
Yeah, it's not... Some teams don't do it. They know how to slow things down. The thing is, BetBoom, even versus the teams that are very, very good at slowing things down, they tend to do well in the lanes themselves. So yeah, I'm pretty sure Wildcard have to make sure that their lanes go well. That's why Night Rain, even though it's more popular, I think in this game necessary. You cannot allow your Night Stalker to get destroyed.
Yeah. So there goes the Phoenix and an instant Morta to follow up, and this could potentially be our off-lane duo here for Wildcard with the Night Stalker and the Morta paired up together. But I guess in some cases, if the game is right, you can still flex that Morta into a +1. Not really today's meta. I think we have to go back like maybe a year, 1.5 years, maybe even 2 years when that was a thing that some teams like to go for, but have to keep that option open.
One thing that people are playing quite a lot right now, and one of the reasons is definitely Night Stalker is a Bloodseeker, but there's the Batrider that we've been talking about. I mean, the Save loves this hero, and Zeus has been making an appearance as a position 5 mostly, so we can just assume that it is going to be Kataomi playing this. This is the thing. The Night Stalker uses his ulti, you pop the ulti of your own, and then your cores can posture themselves in such a way to protect you.
That is so much vision. It's hard to find a powerful word for it. How much vision? I would say they have all the vision in the world with that combination, at least, to try to help them out versus that wildcard initiation. How do they set themselves up? Good protective abilities as well. Mentioning that Batrider combined with how they approach fights, who goes in first. They have pretty good ways of walking into the high ground too. Doesn't have to be the Magnus just going in there. Batrider's a good vision provider to do so. And now you just really need to close things out there with one potential support, unless they want to play Zeus support.
Yeah, Zeus support. Zeus support is how people are doing it right now. They go for the live wire, and then in the laning phase, they're hella annoying.
It hits quite hard. And that is a hero I really wanted to see from Wildcard. That's the RCY Invoker.
Yeah, but I don't necessarily love it here, right? I see Zeus, I see Batrider. What do I think? I want to burst them down. These heroes, if they get initiated on, they're pretty bad. And sure, the Night Stalker does do that, but as soon as you see the Night, the ulti from the Zeus will be coming. So I was expecting maybe a jump hero to come out from Wildcard. Unfortunately, from the mid lane, that's not going to be happening.
Yeah. I don't want to sugarcoat and sweet talk too much, but still back on RCY. The thing that really shined out, why I remember this guy so well, is when we were playing the NADPC, he had a matchup where he was not favored in that particular 1v1. He would bounce back. He wouldn't really lose those lanes. It's kind of like you play against Dendy. Doesn't really lose his lane when you play against him in a competitive setup. RCY able to replicate that from game to game, super consistent. So might not look like the best Invoker game, but in his hands, I put a lot of faith in.
What year are we talking about here? 2012, right? 2011, 2012, Dandy.
Come on. That's pretty mean.
Dandy is baiting me always to watch his stream because the message says has private messaged you. Dandy has private messaged you. So yeah, that's...
You're the gullible sort.
Yeah, and I always click, right? Yeah, he messaged me and then I'm watching his stream, which isn't really a bad thing at all. But Wildcard, they have the last pick, so we can assume that it is going to be a support here, a position 5. Something like a Clockwork comes to mind as a pretty decent one versus these two. A little bit of more vision and more engagement from them. They go Enchantress, so they don't get their Chen, then they go for the Enchantress. I don't necessarily love the Enchantress in this lineup. I think they have a problem at finishing people off.
Yeah, it's not really particularly targeted against a specific hero. I think it's more of a reinforcer for the lane itself. You can, of course, use the enchant if timed right versus the lasso. So another hero you can use it against, but he also builds this BKB, and Bloodseeker doesn't give two hoots about an enchantress in the game.
No, not really, but this is what we talked about. Seeker versus the Night Stalker. He definitely entered the meta. One of the reasons is the Night Stalker being such a nuisance to the supports. You see the Night Stalker, you rupture him, suddenly your supports can actually play the game. Not be afraid to instantly die.
Yeah.
So I'm also pure. I think he has played pretty much, I can't say exclusively Bloodseeker. He has played a lot of the games, but this is his #1 hero in pubs in the past couple of days.
And also, one thing that strikes to mind here looking at this wildcard lineup versus the Bloodseeker is one way to counter the hero. You have to look at anti-heal, you have to look at Scotty builders, Shiva's builders. Doesn't really look like the best lineup to get those items in your team. So maybe the Night Stalker can sure build a Shiva's, but I don't think that's going to be enough versus a Seeker. So this is a really good pick from BetBoom.
No, you need damage, right? You're not taking away his heals with the lineup that you have. You need a carry that is going to kill him. Right, that's the, or that can kill him. Exactly, right? That can kill him. Something like a PA maybe comes to mind. I know it might be slow, but that could be your way to go in this game, especially because you picked up an Enchantress. So at least utilize her laning presence.
That will be one way to do it. Wildcard last time around when they played themselves the Night Stalker versus Extreme Gaming, it of course was with an Ember and a Brood Mother in the final phase. And that Brood is taken away for good reason by BetBoom.
Yeah, one thing that also Yamsen does play is a carry Tiny, right? So that would be quite nice. So I'm curious to see if BetBoom will ban it out, or maybe even pick it themselves, right? The Tiny for them is not amazing in this game, but the thing is, because you have the Zeus, you have the Batrider to contribute a little bit with the damage, you can get away with the burst.
Well, they ban out the Ember at least here, away from BetBoom. Indeed, showing that this Zeus is going to be the support with that live wire facet that you mentioned before. Right-clicks pretty hard in the early minutes.
Maybe an Earth Spirit for GPK, right? It is a classic Invoker counter. Versus these heroes, they don't have the burst to take him down. The Blade Mail is actually quite nice. And a hero who builds an early BKB is also quite nice. He kind of fits all of those boxes.
Yeah, probably not like the puck-type hero, considering that there's not a lot of armor to go up against these, the Night Stalker Silence as well. Pretty annoying to go up against too. So surely something to watch out for is not the puck in this particular case. And of course, for all of you folks out there, a reminder about those tickets for our LAN on the 31st of January to the 2nd of February. !ticket. I will give you all the information that you need on ordering those tickets here to Belgrade, Serbia.
Yep, and they banned out the Beastmaster, so definitely some tempo heroes that Wildcard likes to go for. I like those bans because Enchantress gives you a little bit of push, so maybe doubling down on that, considering the damage is already going to be an issue if you rely only on it. But opening up the map and then having these types of heroes actually wouldn't be half bad. So if they really want to go for that, they could go for the Lycan on the side of Wildcard, and there's the Tiny, right? You have the Zeus, you have the Tiny. You can definitely burst people down, but more so, just start off the fight by somebody being low. Seeker immediately blows up.
And that is, again, the epitome of snowballing on a lineup here for BetBoom.
5 seconds remaining.
All they then need to do is just get to those Bloodseeker timings, and you're good to go. So damage is what Wildcard is missing here. Only a couple seconds left on reserve, and it's going to be a Legion Commander that comes out. So is that Yamsen then with the carry Night Stalker?
Yep.
Yes, it is.
Yep, he's going to be playing the carry Night Stalker, and I guess it's fine, but I've seen people pick up this LC, and I just haven't been impressed by it all that much. And in this game in particular, removing the lasso, it's huge. And I've seen so many of the games that Purge is great, and then still doesn't. Nobody's picking the LC, nobody's picking the Abaddon. They're creeping up in the meta right now, but without any burst, how are you getting those dual damages?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you always have to be right next to the person who's getting jumped on, and probably not the spot the LC would like to be in. But at least when you talk about how do we try to close slows down BetBoom early on in the game. LC's kind of hard to find. He will never really show in lane. He'll keep his movement hidden from his opponents and try to find the target that in lane, and that is the easiest for them to continue killing off. Get some easy dual damage early on. Then suddenly your LC is a big powerhouse of damage if you get to that point. So I do like the positives of it, but the negatives are obviously involved on, will you ever find anybody? You could spend a lot of time on an LC never finding a proper dual target.
One thing that the LC does bring, or can bring, is a strong laning stage, right? This hero can posture aggressively, considering that you have a Muerta as a support. That is a very strong lane. Plus, later on down the line, a long lockdown for a Bloodseeker, even through the BKB, so as to prevent everybody on your side from dying. But overall, I like that they went for strong lanes. I just don't think it's enough.
Well, that is probably the question that's been thrown out there. Is Wildcard up for the task versus BetBoom? Not going to be an easy one for sure. And just like last game, the chat truly has found their favorite on this one. But what about you, Harry?
Yeah, I think I'm staying with BetBoom coming into the series versus any team that kind of has some problems in some parts of the game. I'd always go BetBoom. I remember even on TI, I was cheering for Nouns. So they had problems versus BetBoom. I think this team is going to have problems as well.
I want to believe in wildcard magic. So, NA, I'm with you, but we'll see if that carries enough. I'm probably not enough as a beacon of hope. The players will have to prove and show themselves in this tight matchup versus one of, you could say, the ultimate favorites coming into this tournament, BetBoom. So, all the best of luck on both teams and let the best team win in this particular best of one.
Yep, let's see how it goes. BetBoom are already in a smoke, and it is there's no Night Rain though. I guess it's because it is a safe lane. Nice Stalker.
Yep. So the Void facet being chosen this time around, I guess it could be handy. And of course, when it comes to Night Rain, so it was the early theory that you pick it if the lane looks too hard for you to win. Try to get that snowball early with your levels, your damage. You can definitely find a kill threat if your laning duo is correct. However, in this case, do you feel like with the carry Night Stalker, you would really have to, like, do you need to win your lane as a carry Night Stalker? Is it okay to draw it?
Yeah, drawing is fine, but in this lane, I'm a little bit afraid if BetBoom pulled the wave back before the level 3 of the Enchantress, so before you get that bigger creep, then the skewer to the tower is a real possibility to the Night Stalker. He's very, very slow in the daytime, so it would be easy for the Magnus to skewer him back. And we already saw in the previous games some skewer backs. Of course, that was a carry Magnus, but these teams that come in as the favorites, they're usually a little bit better than their opponents at controlling waves.
Of course, the matchup to watch here, RCY versus GPK, one that has already proven to be a star mid laner, and the other hoping that people will start noticing and picking up his name. And he is definitely out there as well. And to watch out for. But there's a lot of new, you could say, LAN experience as well for the wildcard roster. Not that many appearances in Tier 1 tournaments in general. Only just a couple players who have been around, like we saw earlier on in pictures with Bignum. But still, going up against a giant like BetBoom, minimizing all those mistakes.
Yep, that is the main thing, and it has to happen in the lanes the most. But the thing is, we've talked so much about wildcard, we haven't really touched upon that BetBoom lanes are actually really, really strong, right? These lanes can really hurt you, and this is what they went for. But Kataomi is taking a decent beating.
Instant reply. Muerta might have the movement speed, and Bignum's got the damage as well on top of it. So first blood goes straight for the North American side.
Usually it doesn't happen that the team that is shoving out the wave early loses a hero, but the Zeus was pushing himself to the side there, just trying to harass as much as possible with the right clicks, with the lightning bolt, and in the end he pays the price. This is the power of the Muerta.
It all comes down to landing those abilities. You start missing those dead shots, probably won't get that full nuke from your lane. Kataomi wants to return the favor, throwing in a bit of apples straight to Bignum's direction. And of course, you have that Bloodseeker, who, even if you don't kill somebody, he will have his enjoyment from all these low HP heroes on the map.
Yep, that is the idea. BetBoom, they want to constantly fight, even on the other lanes, to make sure that the Seeker does well in the lane, because LC can be very, very dangerous.
Never want to count out that big nuke. Gamson, maybe a tiny bit of trouble in terms of CS here. Has the least so far, 9 to the 16 on Miero's Magnus.
Oof, this is Miero doing really well in the lane, and they're actually holding the equilibrium in a good position.
Well, Muerta just surviving because of the calling. Silence is connecting, but Kataomi is just enough range for him to land that lightning bolt, take down the Muerta. Supports have now killed each other in the top lane 1-1.
Yep. At least, though, the cores, they did get involved this time around, and we can see just how much pressure Fade is applying here. Is he gonna buy an Orb of Venom? No, I don't see it in a quick buy. In some of these situations, a LC would buy an Orb of Venom, maybe even a Orb of Corrosion versus a Bloodseeker. It would make sense, and try to dominate the lane completely.
Yeah, I mean, choosing your targets in the lane with a Bloodseeker is really important. When do you focus the support? When do you focus the carry? And it comes down to levels, right? Like, there's a moment where Bloodseeker could just be pretty much untouchable, and there's no point in really focusing him down because you're probably losing more than you're dealing to him. So understanding on Wildcard how they focus this lane, really important. This is still a moment where you want to apply pressure on Pure while you still can.
Yeah, it's definitely showing that he knows what
Gamson
to do.
down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, that's a bummer, right? Your LC is brushing the Seeker, but Pure is still farming quite well, and because people are dropping low, he's not going to die. Speak of dropping low, Zeus again. Almost dead.
BigNum just needs a little bit more with a dead shot.
Oh.
That's a bullseye.
He had a healing Lotus on Kataomi. He just didn't think that was gonna connect. So a bit of a blunder coming out from him, and BigNum is just proving that experience. It definitely shows.
It's a good read. Finding himself that Zeus once again. Pure still does hit level 4 before the LC does. Now they can turn their attention towards the LC. Not a lot of barrier given from that nuke, and they look to set a lot of damage onto him. Pure, though, has to be cautious about this Muerta. One overextension into the calling, and that movement speed slow. Most importantly, a pretty annoying one.
Yeah, of course, if heroes are low around the map, you are generally gonna be okay. Mid lane, we haven't touched much upon it because it's pretty much a snooze fest. They're both farming.
Yeah.
It is to be expected. Invoker Universal Hero has a lot of damage. Tiny just has a lot of damage, and this is the result of farm trade.
I think they might try to look on Pure here with that little glyph used on the creep wave as Yamson shows up at the 5-minute mark to take down the Bloodseeker. I like the theory crafting on this one. If you can't get much out of that lane, might as well look for your luck elsewhere, and it pays off for a kill on the enemy carry.
The thing is that they have to find a way to implement this Night Stalker on a lane. I understand that now it's nighttime, it's going to be a little bit easier, but if the Night Stalker is for some reason pushed to the jungle, this hero just doesn't farm. Oh,
And
he's
Gamson
scared.
stays. They want to look for a second kill, but the ward placed down does reveal his position, does have the crippling fear, and they will look to kill this Zeus. Just a couple more hits required.
He's
20
alive.
HP remaining. Gamson might just die first as he's able to clean up Kataomi in time, but the tree toss from GPK, the Tiny rotating in, and also onto a second core. Fades LC, forced to run away. Flame break, exit close by, the silence of the Bloodright. I'll die to save. So with the Tiny rotating in, a couple kills going for BetBoom.
In the previous game, Talon were prepared for these Tiny rotations to the safe lane. If you look at Wildcard, they didn't place a ward. They didn't know that the Tiny is coming, and he comes in a position when you are where you're diving. So now Night Stalker, I really do hope that he can stay in this lane. But I have seen some Night Stalkers build Midases, so that could be a way to go. But BetBoom are the type of team that punish you for those decisions.
Yeah. I mean, even with the Gloves of Haste in his inventory, still might just look for the Power Treads instead. Get that extra attack speed going. But sure, it is an option. And a pretty early Dragonlance timing as well for speed. Literally first item. Do you agree on this one? Would you build something else on your Ench to buff up the Night Stalker?
Maybe he just thinks that they need extra cores in this game, which might just be true. You are a little bit lacking in the damage department, and the Dragonlance is definitely going to help in that regard. But everybody seems to be greedy. Even Miero has queued up a Echo Saber on his Magnus. Probably feels that Wildcard can't really make any huge plays and get huge objectives before he can get his blink.
Yeah, I guess the Bloodseeker damage is maybe slightly unreliable in the early game, so Magnus can fill in that hole with the Echo Saber, and especially if his lane is going that well. He is top net worth, while Pure is being chased by Yamson and Fade. If they can get this kill, without rotations coming in, Pure so low, Yamson cleans them up with another Void. Also, 2 heroes sent down in the mid lane, leaves Speed all by himself as he burns to a crisp. Save and Miero. One quick note about Speed. You do have to remember that he was a Pause 3 player before this team, so he's, I mean, he does have support experience, sure, from many years, but mostly in competitive Dota, he was known as that Pause 3 guy.
Oh, you think that the greed is stemming from his core days? Could be, but I think it might just be the right choice in this game. We'll see
Such
if
a
he
smart
sticks
guy.
with it.
Maybe he thinks Dragonlance is so broken right now, like he loves to say.
Maybe he does. He's already level 5 because he was left alone on that bottom lane while the Night Stalker is finally allowed to farm, but this is generally not good to be forced completely out of the safe lane. A lot of the carries right now just like to stay in that little corridor on their own lane, even when their tower drops, but just seems a little bit too scary versus both the Magnus and the Batrider, and they're just giving so much space to Speed.
See if Kataomi and Pure able to get to Fade. LC just a little bit faster in terms of movement speed. Rupture was available, which they would like to use on this Bloodseeker. Hopefully catch somebody, but Yamson with RCY rotating to the Magnus. Tornado thrown in with the EMP, and with a Cold Snap, not a lot that this Magnus can do under pressure.
The Healing Lotus.
No Skewer as well, as that was cancelled, so that will be a kill. And, well, I was about to say it's going to be a kill, but wait a couple of minutes. By the looks of it.
Another Healing Lotus.
Might literally just be minutes here, Harry, as this chase keeps on going forever. And there's an RP from Miero. He skewers away after the RP. Night Stalker is furious. He really wants this one. You're not running away from me this time. And Yamsen finally under the tier 2 tower. Holy, that took a while, but they got the job done in the end and forced the RP. Rupture used onto Fade in the top lane, however, with GPK rotating in. Nice silence from Dignum. They also got the duel, but this duel doesn't look too good for the LC to win, but he's not going to lose it either. With Yamsen trying to focus on GPK. Save takes down Fade, and Save gonna get the lasso off as well onto Yamsen. Pure, how doesn't get that blood right to connect in time on that Night Stalker, but enough to force him away. Same third for Bignum as well. Kataomi unleashes the wrath of the heavens and drops that lightning on top of Bignum.
Yeah, every support in this game actually has quite a lot of experience, right? Because there were some movements from cores, and because of that, they got a lot. Just like our viewers are going to be getting a lot if they get themselves to Belgrade. And to do that, guys, ! ticket in the chat, and you will be able to join us in Sava Center in the big venue to be part of a very big crowd.
A special event for either of these two teams to make it all the way through to the main event. BetBoom, of course, that would be another big tournament ending for them as well. But for Wildcard, probably not a storyline a lot of people would have on their lips. But imagine if NA once again made their way through to the top teams. What a story that would be.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. It would be cool, especially if it was Wildcard. Shopify, they've been beating Wildcard in a lot of qualifiers, so everybody's looking at them as the better NA team. But Yamsen.
Miero and Save just playing this so well. They have constantly pressured Yamsen to do moves that he probably doesn't feel happy doing. And now we've got maybe a bit of a, I wouldn't really say a Benny Hill moment, just like we had a moment ago with Wildcard chasing Miero in the top lane. This one looks a bit easier for BetBoom to close out, to take down the Night Stalker.
Tiny is more than halfway towards his Blink Dagger. For this to actually be a strong Blink Dagger timing, you want to take as many towers. Mid lane tower, the most important one, but opening up the map in any way is important. So BetBoom first, what they're going to be doing is focusing on the lane where they did well. But Wildcard, well, they do trade a tower. So far, so good for Wildcard. They've been surviving the early game quite nicely.
Towers being traded. GPK for one, and Faye taking another in the top lane. So side T1's down. And now we can look at that Radiance being built on, well, not being built on this Bloodseeker. We'll take a few more minutes at least.
Some players, they actually buy Maelstrom from time to time. Not too often, but you can see it in their pubs that they experiment. Pure, every single time that he has played a pub in the last week, he went for Radiance. There's just no mistake.
No variation.
No, not at all. Every time he went for it. The fastest one he got, I think, in a pub was like 13 minutes, which is hella impressive.
That is really fast. Consider he's got a talisman in his inventory now, and you would have another 3.6k in the next minute. That'll be wild.
Yep, not gonna happen. But what is gonna happen is Wildcard going for a smoke, and they're going towards top because they know that the Seeker is somewhere in the vicinity.
See if they can find the big target, farming in the fog of war. Might just be a twin gate move to bottom and be suspicious that potentially BetBoom is playing on that half of the map. And here's a bit of statistics as well, brought to you by the Bloodseeker Pure.
Yep, that is the build he goes for as Magnus.
There's the move from Wildcard. Isolate Miero. Goes a little bit too deep in the lane after him losing his T1 tower earlier on in this game. Doesn't really find a safe space. But at least for BetBoom, we know where they are now.
This is huge from Wildcard, right? Because if you look at their lineup, they're not really great at pushing. The only one who contributes a lot to it is the Enchantress, and they made it work by getting both of the side lane towers. And this is the thing, they don't want to be playing around the mid lane anyways.
There's a Zeus ulti, there's a lasso. Fade running all the way to the safety of his T1 tower and does have the backup of his supports able to rotate in. So Speed able to zone out Kataomi.
Tanky enough. If the Seeker would have gotten closer, he would have gotten the shield from the overwhelming odds. So definitely wasn't even close to dying BetBoom. Just cannot close the gap. And BetBoom lost the mid lane tower as well. I think Miero might be regretting his decision not to go for a Blink Dagger.
We'll see. Wildcard is happy to be able to take over the map a bit. Save. Looking to stack another set of Ancients here. Wildcard was considering making a move towards that area for the 14-minute Wisdom Rune. That's going to be secured, at least one per team.
It's huge, right? The tiny blink is done, but you haven't taken down the enemy mid lane tower, and there's going to be nighttime in 15 minutes. So the vision game, it will be in favor of Wildcard. BetBoom, they might have to make something happen now with this smoke. Get a kill around the mid lane, maybe even pressure that tower. But you know what, Panda? It should be an obvious move that Wildcard should be able to read.
See if they do. Yamson.
He's not reading it.
He's gonna get caught by the lasso. Already down to 50% without the RP even being used, and they'll get him down. Not aware of the approaching threat of BetBoom.
It is a blink reveal, so I guess he wasn't expecting it, but around this time, you're expecting the Tiny to get it. Unnecessary death, but I think it could have been avoided and actually could have predicted it. But one thing that is still fine for Wildcard is that the mid lane tower is standing. Everybody was still close. BetBoom, it took some time for them to get that kill, so they couldn't put any type of damage on the tier 1, which really does hinder their ability to snowball, and this lineup likes to run at their opponents.
Well, you talked about Miero with that Blink Dagger. He's pretty much got the money, being able to stack these double, triple Ancient stacks. And he's got the money ready for it. And with all of this action happening this week and next week, to remind you folks to make sure you follow our Fissure social medias and, of course, this channel and our sister channel, our B stream, that is also showing games throughout this week with !F. And it might just be pay F to respects here for this unlucky Yamson under the tier 2 tower.
No way.
Yep, !F right there. RCY is going to have to force himself away. The Sunstrike didn't quite find its mark onto the Magnus. GPK on the chase, finds another target. Good isolating silence there. Doesn't really connect on the hero, but it would have been enough if the Tiny stuck around for a little bit longer. But BetBoom, they find themselves again the Night Stalker kill, and his net worth. It's in a very, very grim spot.
This is the thing about Wildcard and overall the inexperienced team. There is one move or one approach to the game when you don't have damage that you go for, and that is forcing out TPs and bailing out. You can see that they're always committing on the side of Wildcard. Just let him go. You went for the Magnus, you forced out the TP, probably, you don't know, it's behind the from what you can see, but just go back, poke, go back until you have the items necessary to fight BetBoom, which at the moment they do not.
And that Radiance is about to be ready for Pure. It's not like one item changes the game, but surely has an impact as Fade is caught with the Rupture Lasso combo. Pure will get this one with the Bloodright in the end. GPK, he's in between two fires. Bignum bops the sentry down, but do you have the damage to deal 2,000 onto him? Yamson comes in, they hear the Dark Ascension, and Night Stalker flying to the occasion. GPK does not have a way out unless he has the tankiness, but the Tornado will cancel his TP, seal his fate, and that is an important one for Yamson to grab.
Finally finding somebody out of position, right? And they knew that he was somewhere there in the vicinity. This is just BetBoom not being ready, right? The Tiny generally wouldn't be at that part of the map, but he found an Invis rune. Unlucky for him, Wildcard were aware and they were ready. So that was beautifully done. This is the way that you get kills, and then when you can't, you should go for those force out TPs plays and reset. But I still don't know. And how is this Night Stalker coming back?
Can they push this tower? Because Katami's under the tier 2, revealing
can
himself,
dive.
and RCY is right next to him. The pings are coming out. Yamsen for the dive.
Nice.
That could be some damage on the tier 2, but without the creep wave and Tiny respawning, looks a bit too risky to stick around. Meanwhile, BetBoom want to clean up that mid T1 tower. Waiting for someone to come to defend this lane, but it's just a Wildling Ripper from the Enchantress to clean it up.
Very nicely done by Wildcard. They're controlling the top part of the map quite nicely, and by doing that, they're protecting their mid lane tower as well, right? They're not showing on the lane on top. They're not that great at pushing. That is why they're not focusing on the tower. This is what I like. You find the pickoff, you reset. You find the pickoff, you reset. You force the rotation, you reset. This is what their lineup is currently good at, and it's going to be even better once the LC has the blink that is being delivered.
Part of these Magnus meta draft that we see with Empower enabling a ton of different carry heroes, especially for the Bloodseeker to get to his BKBs, his Aghanim's at some point of the game, which is an absolute game changer for the Bloodseeker.
In this game, I think he's getting an SNY before the Axe. He's playing versus
Also
an LC,
good.
so we can expect him to go for that one. I've
Yeah.
even seen some games where he buys it before the BKB. In this game, because of the annoyance of the Invoker, you can't get away with it.
Yeah, I'd love to see an SNY on this Bloodseeker earlier than later. Well, let's see what they can do. This move in the darkness again. Their smoke runs out, and here comes a counter smoke from BetBoom. Under vision as well with that mid observer ward.
They're going to be pulling out over the ward.
It looked like a neutral item bait for a moment. They're like, what is this item doing?
They're all under vision.
And they are going straight to Yamsen here. He does get his Dark Ascension off, though. Gives him a bit of protection. Save isn't able to go in deep. GPK has found Big Num, no. And Fade, you're going in all alone. Can they protect this LC? No, they cannot. Pure will be the victor of this duel and take some extra damage for himself. And a lovely, lovely little rupture toss there from BetBoom. Clean up 3 easy kills. Wildcard just not on the same page with this one, not ready to fight it.
And BetBoom didn't even do that great with that initiation because the Night Stalker wasn't directly underneath vision. They needed the Zeus ulti, and it gave him time to react so that he doesn't get lassoed. But either way, this LC being like, I got the blink, let's go in. That was the first duel, Panda. And it, unfortunately for Wildcard, goes to Pure.
Yeah, and that was 20 damage as well because it was a level 2 duel.
Yup.
Not even just a +10 you're used to seeing.
Yeah, what the... we remember that stat, what production said, that he is playing a lot of Seeker in his pubs. He takes Radiance, BKB, and he wins the game. Well, you add 20 damage on top of that. It's definitely going to help. It's just not going to help Wildcard.
And it might not even be the last duel damage that he picks up off of Fade's LC if that happens again. 9,000 gold lead for BetBoom. Everything is going according to plan by the looks of it, but what can Wildcard still do here? This Invoker and RCY at 10,000 net worth.
Okay, so...
What's the game plan for Wildcard right now? Because it is in a pretty tricky spot. The attempts that they've made have sometimes worked, sometimes haven't.
Well, it's a rough one. So LC Blink Blade Mail is your main play to get pickoffs that are not completely isolated, right? So you need to utilize that in some way. But I think with the current positioning of the game, don't think about killing cores. Get the supports off the map, and by doing that, delay the game. Something like what they were doing earlier.
Yeah.
Maybe dive a tower, force a TP, get a kill on a support, pull back. You need this game to last. Your Night Stalker is way too underfarmed. Your LC is way too underfarmed. And this is why, when I saw the Night Stalker suffering, I thought maybe Midas is the way to go.
Well, Tormentor action. And like the last game where taking Tormentors looked a bit tricky. This one looks a bit more stable here. Shard picked up for the Morta.
Not the biggest of deals. Wouldn't have been. It actually would have been a bit better on the Enchantress, but BetBoom, they're in a smoke.
That's a fast Pure. He knows something's up as well. I mean, they did get the information about the Tormentor being taken, but him noticing that, hey, my thirst is going up a bit, boys. Should we do something with it? Maybe an Enchantress? Maybe catch this speed inch in the lane? Sure, let's take it.
This is not that great of a death because it's so close to the tower. Usually when supports die on the other side of the map and the enemies still need to shove out a couple of waves, then it's fine, but this just gives them an extra kill on top of a tower.
Maybe this one shows to be a bit different, hoping BetBoom split. They see a hero bottom, they see her top, but there's the nice Zeus ulti there. Gataumi spoils the surprise.
I don't know why they maybe even save them. Imagine if you go for the Magnus and he responds with the BKB. He does have it before the duel comes out. The turnaround from BetBoom would be insane. So that Zeus ulti might have just saved wildcard.
Dire's middle tower is under
Still looking to set up something here, but the smoke's about to run out. BetBoom playing on the entirely other side of the map currently. Closing up on some more timings here for the Bloodseeker. That shard is also pretty big to have when you have the BKB and the Radiance.
Is he thinking about Lincoln Sphere here? I see the ultimate orb. He does buy a shard first, so that's gonna be his way to go for now.
It's a really good one to have now. Now that you have the protection from your BKB.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's better to get early. When it used to be percentage-based, later on in the game it's better, but now the 35 pure damage per hit early on is actually quite huge.
Yeah, flat pure damage. Very nice to have. Well, wildcard, they spot where they are. Especially with the wards and the triangle, seeing the Ancients move around, the smoke there, and now getting closer. Yamsen has to be lightning fast with his Dark Ascension if he wants to live, but GPK gets to jump in first, and they will just run him down with the Rupture, the Tree Toss, the Lasso. They cliff RCY, and it's not an RTZ this time around. However, Pure will be taken down, and Wildcard given a bit of a fighting chance. The Sunstrike doesn't lead into a kill. Not sure if it even connected, but GPK taken down by Fade, Speed, and Bignum.
Pure is usually very, very good at responding with the BKB. And considering that they were in control of that fight, BetBoom, he had time to think about when he was going to use it. If he uses it before the duel, completely different fight, but he doesn't. And now the shard that he bought actually worked against him because he was consistently returning that damage to the blade mail.
Yeah, he certainly was, and RCY lucky to have that Hurricane Pike in his inventory. He got cliffed for maybe a half a second. Didn't want to follow the fates of his fellow region player that has been notified throughout the years being cliffed. Does not want to live that same fate.
Yeah,
and now we got a Hurricane Pike as well on the Courier for the Enchantress.
Yep, the damage output of the Enchantress is getting bigger.
Miero, Sunstrike coming out. Is it going to be enough? Just a couple more hits required. And the RP from Miero comes out into the arms of GPK. Just that little bit more was needed. Oh, okay. That's a tip to return the favor. What were you doing, boy?
Yeah, Seeker is your target, but the Magnus has 3,000 HP, Panda, so it is just not easy to bring him down. And the timing for Wildcard, they are trying to get back into the game, but BetBoom, they're going to get their Lincoln series. Okay, now playing with the...
straight through the gate, into the arms of Yamsen, though that Rupture almost kills himself, but he knows that he's done for. There's nothing he can do. Bignum forces out the BKB from that Seeker. Speed running away, Miero chasing him at the same time, but Bignum, the target for Pure and GPK. Blood right for the vision. Just a little bit more. Another Blink Toss is going to be available soon. Speed will fall to Miero, and Pure slices through another target. So Wildcard will drop a couple heroes here. BetBoom, a bit better engagement this time around.
And this is the bummer of the wildcard lineup. If there is no LC, you have nothing to threaten this Bloodseeker. You have got nothing to threaten these cores with in general on the side of BetBoom. So that is why they just walk through the Twin Gate. Usually that is a suicide play, but with the LC being dead with his solo play earlier, it just made it more than possible and actually very easy to execute.
And that also means of Roshan. It's going to go in the way of BetBoom here. Picking up that H is the first kill too. Pure continues to grow bigger and bigger. And yep, you mentioned that Lincoln's, that is indeed what he has in his quick buy as his next item. So that's going to make things a bit more trickier for this LC to at least consider getting that duel out. He's got no item, and LC rarely has an item in his inventory to pop the Lincoln, so it's going to have to be somebody else's job if they want to focus that Seeker down.
Oh, he's threatening, but he's under vision.
Oh, doesn't quite catch save. Nice blink dodge there, and GPK rushing, but he's got so low mana on this Tiny that he's barely got a single ability available. But with the help of save, the Rupture, Miero to finish things off with the Skewer. They don't need GPK for this one.
He had a ward on the high ground, so he thought, oh, I see them. But the thing is that he was under vision as well, and that's why BetBoom could react with the blinks back. You don't get the initial jump, but even if you do, I don't know what the hell he was thinking. You might kill the Bat Rider. You're going down 100%. That's way too deep.
All right, Harry, I'm going to ask you a question. How many Lincolns are we going to see this game?
I'd say 2 is going to be, and maybe 1 Lotus Orb.
What about 7?
You think, oh...
You've got Ruptures and Duels and Lasso.
Oh, okay. I was thinking only about BetBoom. Yeah, but still, it's still not gonna be. It's still not gonna be 7.
They're not gonna build 7 on 5 here.
Yeah,
that would be a bit of a waste.
Yeah, obviously, but it's not gonna be 7 in the game. I'm thinking BetBoom. It's gonna be Magnus and the Seeker, and then maybe. I mean, maybe we get a Lincoln. I see the Invoker is building one, but he's not really a Lincoln's target.
What about the Night Stalker? Is Yamsen getting frustrated about the constant Rupture spam?
He is, but his addressing of that is the SNY, right? Just to have the status resistance to help you. I don't think Lincoln's is somewhat of a luxury item nowadays, right? So you do not have the luxury when you're 14k gold behind. You need some way to kill your opponents.
Yep. Damage is definitely going to be an issue, but right now, Yamsen's not really getting to use his toolkit. That is his 8th death already in this game. BetBoom completely disarmed this Night Stalker. And GPK with the Conda ready, just nukes Bignum.
Yeah, I'm also liking the Zeus ulti there, just to make sure GPK wants to make sure that he's not gonna have to use his BKB to get that kill and get out. So once the Thunder God's Wrath is out, he sees exactly the positioning of a wild card, and he thinks, okay, without the duel, my BKB isn't gonna be necessary to survive, going in for the kill.
Despite a 16,000 gold lead, I do have to say I'm pretty impressed with RC White keeping up with net worth, but unfortunately it's just not a one-man show. Speed. Bit of trouble here with Pierre and Miero.
The duel?
Looking for the duel, and maybe this is the one that they get as the Sunstrike comes through, and Fade will get his first duel victory at 30 minutes, but all hell breaks loose with BetBoom diving under the tier 2 tower. Yamsen does have Katalmi right under him. GPK still has a shield rune out of all things. And now the Rupture tossed onto Speed. Yamsen keeps Pierre at bay. They want to prevent that toss combo from going through once again. Tiny cannot get close enough.
The Night Stalker ulti is going to be expiring fairly soon, so the side of Wildcard, they have to move. A bit of a correction, Panda. When you kill a hero with a Aegis, you do not get dual damage. He got the dual victory earlier when they,
it was earlier,
the Seeker on the bottom lane. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, but I think it was always like that with the Aegis. I'm not sure if that's a recent change.
Yeah, it's like a minor victory, dual victory.
Yeah, but it's a moral victory, and those are the most important ones.
Never feels good, especially with that Aegis out.
Run, Bignum. They're ruthless, right? This is just when somebody wants to murder you. They didn't really have to chase this. Oh, what a dead shot!
That was a nice one, but still so many abilities to try and dodge. You've got one ability versus what? 3, 4, 5 on the opposing side. Maybe this one counts. And hey, there we go. For RCY to get the kill. And Harry, that one counts.
That one definitely does count. That's 40 dual damage for DLC. Finally has more than the Seeker himself.
And of course on the other side of the map, save finding Yamsen. Ooh.
What the hell was that damage?
Exactly my thoughts.
What the? Oh, okay, Enchanted Quiver. Okay, the Kanda plus the Enchanted Quiver, both of them proccing, and we saw the result. You know what the scary part is? That is the carry of Wildcard. So, you know, we are seeing them killing the Seeker a couple of times, Pure now getting his BKB before getting dueled. But how are you gonna win when you have no carry? It's very hard to see it happening.
One thing as well, when it comes to mine, those Lincolns are soon going to be up, especially for this Bloodseeker. And of course, when you talk about that Aghanims at some point, you have a shield versus the duel, even if they break the Lincoln. So it is a fight. It just cannot win. And maybe this one, though, at least a jump onto the Magnus, another duel win, and suddenly ramping up a bit of tempo. Wildcard finding a couple important kills, keep them still in the game.
I mean, RCY can carry this game, right? It doesn't have to be the Night Stalker. He can still only give
404.
vision. Yeah, it can help the RCY Invoker. He is crushing it. I'm so glad that you hyped him up before the game started, because he is doing this versus one of the best teams in the world while his team is getting stomped. But also, do you feel like BetBoom, that they're not at their 100%? One thing that these guys were always known for is mechanical skill, that you can never catch them with a stun without them using the BKB, and they haven't once reacted with it when getting dueled. Now even through a Linken's.
That is true. There's definitely a weak spot in the armor for BetBoom. Wildcard has been able to exploit. A lot of teams, when you look at like a huge, maybe you could say it this way, there's a margin difference between two teams. You mentioned BetBoom, one of the world-class teams out there. And a lot of people probably don't have Wildcard on their papers to win, but it's a best of one. Anything can happen. But still, those teams, they really don't have anything to lose in a way. They'll try the craziest drafts. They'll try the craziest item builds and suddenly make them work. Most of the time, they don't. But when there's not 1 out of 10 game, it works. This is what you get. You're 15k behind, and you're still finding kills.
And most importantly, they're gonna be bold with their plays. It's not gonna be the drafts, the items. It is the craziest plays as well. They've been fairly aggressive in this game as well. And BetBoom, despite being this far ahead, a couple of times got surprised by it.
Let's see if they adapt. Like we saw in the Liquid Talon series, it was all about reading the game.
He has an SNY and Yamsen, but that BKB, it is a necessity. BetBoom, however, they are hunting, and RCY seems to be aware that something is coming his way.
Gem picked up on the mag as well. Will help them find RCY. 8, looks like there was a potential AD rune as well activated. Not sure if I saw correct on the Tiny, but that could definitely be a ton more damage. Zeus ulti for info, and they find RCY. That's the one that they were looking for, and they'll get it. That's his first death in the 34 minutes of play.
Both of the supports of BetBoom have their Aghanim Scepters, and they are such huge items. For Zeus, of course, pick-off-wise, and in a team fight, a double lasso, imagine bringing that to a Tiny or a Magnus. They are gonna rip apart whoever is caught in that one. Despite the Invoker being dead, they're going for a play. That is your strongest hero by far.
Very long wraparound as well, hoping to find somebody.
The Wisdom.
The 35-minute Wisdom at least is going to be there, but will they find a hero? BetBoom, they're more interested in pushing down the mid lane and their advantage. The Linken's up on that Bloodseeker, and an Aghanim's almost ready. The big scary item here for Pure.
Oh, Pure is out, and they're drawing a beeline. It seems that Wildcard, they're too afraid. Now when they see the Seeker, they might move to their initial plan, but at this point, it's going to be too late.
And we're suspecting maybe somebody to farm in that Radiant bottom jungle. Unfortunately, Miero has already moved away from the vicinity. And the only real objective here on the map is the tier 2 on the top lane, which is completely opposite. Of course, Roshan is right there in that same lane. So BetBoom have control of the area. Wildcard gonna have to find a way, but they find the Mort in the mid lane. Big Num, quite far.
This is kind of sad, Panda, because Wildcard, they're the ones with the Night Stalker, but they don't have a single ward on the map. And look at the vision on BetBoom. They see everything. Every single lane is covered by them.
I think they also caught a glimpse of the Invoker, but the gem carrier's not nearby. Yamsen, look, and they got the Linken's pop as well. But this is a really tanky Bloodseeker, and it's not going to end well by the looks of it. The duel will not finish. Yamsen and Fade down. RCY's BKB perfectly timed blink break from Save. He'll have to fight this all by himself. Him against the world. And it's just not going to be enough. And Speed, that's going to be the full team wipe. BetBoom, they take everyone down, and they have doubled their lead.
It just seems that Wildcard were one fight away from BetBoom responding with a BKB to losing this game. It has been that way for so long in this game, and Pure, he even buys a death, so wants to end this one. There are do buybacks ready on Wildcard. I don't think those change much. Miero, he even RPs the ground. Okay, he's trying to taunt them. Come on, come and fight.
But it looks like there's no spirit left. Maybe they have to wait for the Invoker to come back up. But 40 seconds is not a luxury you have right now.
Throne
Time is
not
against
the
you.
way. No, it's definitely not. And they're going.
They're going to try it with 3, see what they can do. The Bloodseeker dropping low, a duel.
He's alive.
And that is just going to be the end of the game as BetBoom force Wildcard to tap out. And they will go 2-0 to end their day.
But I'm not sure if maybe BetBoom took this game a little bit too chill, right? But they just weren't that clean in their execution. That is something that they're known for. Maybe they're focusing more on movements around the map, which would most definitely elevate their team to new heights. And look at the Puris finally. Yeah, I got the BKB off before the duel, and we won the game.
Yeah, you could say maybe a team makes mistakes. It could also be some good calls from Wildcard, sure. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because BetBoom's result in the end is just dominating fashion and taking another win. Wildcard suffered their first loss, but I don't think they should feel really beaten here because they did get a win from their first round and now going to start the second day with a 1-1 score. I think Wildcard still has some good tools to work with going into day 2.
And I mean, despite everything in that game, they were so far behind, but in the laning stage, despite their Night Stalker getting destroyed, they did show that they can be adaptable, right? And they surprised BetBoom a couple of times, especially Pure on his Seeker on the top lane. So if you're playing versus a team that is not that dominant in the laning phase and you do better, those ideas are going to shine even more.
Absolutely. So all of it is just, polishing ideas, improving, getting the best out of your product, and that exactly is going to define which teams are going to be the best out of the rest. But for BetBoom, going to be happy that they will have won both of their opening games, feeling a bit more relaxed. Again, the same fate for them. Best of 3s only from now onward. So basically, you could end it in the next one, secure a spot into the double elimination playoff bracket, but we'll have to find out who's going to be playing against them. I feel like BetBoom, you're saying that they have some small errors maybe here and there, not like crystal clean 100%.
Mechanical and
individual, yes,
yeah.
Exactly. So maybe they're just saving their energy a bit as well.
Yeah, that could be. But I've played competitively. You should always try to play at 100%. Though it's already quite late on in the end of the day. These teams have started off quite early, so you never know. It might be a hard day for them.
Maybe it is, maybe it is. Of course, RCY on the wildcard side surely tried his best on the mid position. I'm happy that he did get a good performance out. All he needs is his side lanes to do a tad bit better, and they can really turn this team into a crusher. But it's still far away by the looks of what we saw there. The Night Stalker's power taken completely out, and Fade with that Legion Commander. Well, the draft is quite one-dimensional to some extent.
Yeah, I would really like to see RCY a little bit in the role of being able to rotate to the side lanes, not only farm because his side lanes are destroyed, but speaking of mid laners, we talked about the young guy GPK. He has been the young guy once in the scene. Now he's a veteran who is pretty much crushing everybody.
Yep. And back-to-back mid-tiny MVPs, just like in the previous series. So maybe that's something for other teams to keep an eye open for as well, because we still got 2 more series here in the A stream. Plenty of Dota to come. And of course, we don't want to keep you too far away from the action, because next one's going to be East Europe versus China, Harry. Really excited to see what comes out of that one. So without further ado, let's head over to a break and come back with another hype series. Things are starting to heat up here at the end of the day here at the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament brought to you by FISSURE with 2 more best of ones to end day number 1. We've already seen a ton of Dota action. And have we seen the best yet, Terry? Because now more regions being introduced as well from our casting desk here as well. It is Team Spirit versus Yakult Brothers, who you had some fond memories of the previous Dacha tournament. You brought it up in our rehearsal. I want to hear that story again.
Yeah, you and me, we were doing another tournament. We actually weren't part of Dacha back then, but we came to the audience, right? We hanged out with some of our colleagues as well. And in the audience, there was Yakult, right? That was the last series of the day of the first day of the playoffs, right? They're playing versus Liquid, elimination series, and he is so hyped up. They win. He starts running towards them. It reminded me of the old lands because there's that passion. And they say that Yakult is always like that, which is really fun, right? Because when I think Chinese Dota, I think paparazzi, right? Yeah, completely dead face, right? He shows no emotion. This guy, he was running around. I thought he was going to be falling off his feet there, how excited he got. So it was quite fun. Their song in the Dacha, Yakult's Brothers Better Than the Others, I think they definitely made an impression in the previous FISSURE tournament. So I think this time I would hope this time it's an even bigger impression.
Yeah, that is a miracle that people really need to see. He was absolutely livid when we were sitting in the audience. I see him run down the stairs trying to find a way. How do I get to the stage as quickly as possible? And then he gives the interview as well at the end. So that was just amazing to see. But who are the Yakult brothers? Well, let's take them on our screens. The Yakult brothers took down Tundra in the first round, knocking them, and also we saw Gaimin Gladiators drop to the 0-1 scoreline as well. This team shows what true Dota can truly be at its peak. You can look at guys at Baboka, you have Emo, you have Ame. This team has everything to be a star-studded lineup.
You know why I'm sad about this series is because it's a best of 1. Spirit are so good at drafting. They usually adjust their drafts to every team. And one thing that Yakult's brothers, they do the same, right? So I would love to see these guys maybe even in a best of 5, the way that the minds would clash. I know Spirit are coming in as the favorites, but Yakult's brothers, they have been in the previous FISSURE tournaments able to take games off of some teams. And considering that this is a best of 1, Spirit are not going to have an easy time.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, this is a team that, of course, with the experience that they have, the flashy type of Dota that they can play doesn't match up to one of the East European stars of Team Spirit. Truly a story of a team from TI victories to multiple Tier 1 tournament appearances and wins under their belts under a name that a lot of people have been waiting to see on the stage. This is their second series of the day, but a lot of people waking up to the FISSURE Playground tournament right now are looking at Yatura.
Yep, he is back, right? Spirit looked awesome with Satanic, who is actually a part of the tournament as well with Paravision, but everybody wants this guy to be back. And, you know, the hometown crowd, they definitely want Spirit on the stage. We don't have anybody from Serbia playing, but these guys have been in the country for like 4 or 5 years. So they're definitely kind of homies, and we hope that they're gonna be doing well. Also, there was one interview Lizard was doing with Yatoro back in the day. He asked him, "Do people recognize you in Serbia?" He's like, "Yeah, it does happen quite a lot. Like the guy who makes my coffee, he always says, hey Yatoro." So I'm glad that they're playing here at home again.
Oh, absolutely, and of course, a lot of people looking forward to seeing Team Spirit on the LAN stage as well. If they can just get all their way through this Swiss stage to play at, of course, we have a couple days online with the first 2 days, and then we go to the main event. Of course, they want to be there. There's a lot of Team Spirit fans out there. So this is kind of like, how do you put it? You've got 2 teams who are quite easy to root for.
Ooh, it's a tough one. You know, I'm in Serbia. Team Spirit has a Serbian flag on their on their Wikipedia page, I want to be able to go outside. So it's not even now when I think about it, it's not that hard.
Yeah, absolutely. The numbers also speaking for each other is that they are quite even in team comparison the last few months of play.
Look at days in roster.
Just the days in roster also pretty close to each other, sure, but maybe a bit more maps played for Team Spirit, of course, with Yakult brothers being a part of a previous organization and then going their own way. But still, I really want to look at this matchup as probably the one I waited for most out of if these two teams ever face off against each other, or even just East Europe versus China. How well do they match up against each other? Because there has been a ton of talk about the Chinese Dota scene. What state is it in right now? And these guys are probably the ones who are still holding on to that hope so they don't fall into the what is so-called NA problem situation.
It is in an okay spot ever since China removed that part where you can play a PC game only 1 hour per day, so they're getting an influx of new talent. But China Dota is still not at its best. And when they were close to their best, this guy right here was smacking them around.
Yep.
So
He was.
ooh, this is gonna be some PTSD for Ame.
It certainly will be, but can they turn that course around and maybe get a win over Team Spirit? It's a best of one. You can expect anything, but Harry, if we talk slowly about the drafting orders, what kind of picks they're looking for, gameplay styles, are these two teams that would love to play each other's based on how they play Dota? Would you give an edge to maybe another compared to how they play?
I would. In the best of one, it's a tough one.
It
right?
sure is.
In a longer series, I think I would still give it to Spirit because Yakults, they are good, or they were good at preparation, but I don't know how good they are at adaptation. The other teams were better at it than them. In a lot of the series, they would win game 1 and then lose game 2 and maybe even game 3. Whilst Team Spirit are very good at adapting their drafts and playstyle when they are playing versus an opponent. So I think I'm still giving an edge to them. They're coming with as a slight favorite for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, there's always that comparison that I like to talk about, like, is there two teams that are good against each other? Because sometimes you have a matchup where the gameplay style just doesn't fit. You have a team that loves to play aggro early on versus a team that has a 4 protect 1 style most of the time, where you have an AFK pause 1 and he shows up out of the jungle at 25 minutes and they'll see how far that will take them. I'll take an example. Any V2 roster versus Avalis is something I referred to quite a lot last year.
Yep.
So maybe you consider this one as particularly maybe Spirit favored slightly because maybe they are a bit more active, they're a bit more faster. The last few games that I've seen them play, they really hit their timings well when they want to group up, and that could be the decisive moment. That first fight could just be the game-winning fight for Spirit.
So yeah, there's these. This what you're describing happens when you have a team that is one-dimensional, and then a one-dimensional team is good versus some teams and bad versus the others. I think both of these teams have a wide variety of heroes that they can actually play, making it so that the play style of the team isn't gonna be the determining factor.
Absolutely. Well, we'll have to wait a little bit longer until we do get those hero picks on our screens. The draft slowly loading up. And of course, the golden squad, Harry.
Yeah, well, the boys are back. The 2-star players, most definitely, from their first TI victory, maybe even their second TI victory. But in the first one, they entered the scene with force, collapse, crushing everybody with this Magnus, and Yatoro just showing everybody how you can play 20 heroes in TI and still win it. And those golden boys now are back, and they are not losing, given they did play some qualifiers, so you would say that the caliber of team might not be as high as this, but it is great momentum to have.
What do you think about the fact of, when we talk about mental pressure for players, these guys rose to stardom really quickly when you think about it. Team Spirit hadn't, with this roster, been around for a very long time. You have to look at like 2020, 21, when they got signed from Yellow Submarine, and suddenly starting to win and then get the confidence built up. Do you think that pressure ever caught up to them, that they're now stars and everybody's looking up to them? I feel like they never really let it phase themselves at all.
I think that they've gotten so good at their craft that they do not fear fear anybody. And because they had ups and downs as well in their career, it wasn't like an upward spiral and then just consistently being the best. They've been lacking at some points in their career after that first TI victory. They were losing some tournaments, right? And then everybody was making jokes. Team Spirit only play if it's like a very high prize pool tournament, right? If it's like $30 million, then they'll play. Everything else, they don't do that well. But overall, I think that every team has its ups and downs, and because they had it, because they were able to go all of those phases, I think the pressure doesn't get to them any longer at all.
Yeah, hopefully not today, at least, when they're going up against Yakult Brothers. They had a 28-minute, almost 29-minute victory versus Tundra Esports. And looking off of, we saw Lycan earlier on today. They also played that. And of course, Ame having his Bristleback position 1. And we were kind of talking about that you could obviously flex these two heroes around between 1 and 3. Something that I like to play quite a lot is actually just not Rocket Bristle above the Seeing Red Bristle, which is just fine, just really good in itself. But combined with another right-clicking damage dealer like Lycan, I feel like Yakult's Brothers could also come up with these flashy early timing minus armor type of drafts.
Yeah, most definitely, right? But I think that at the moment, with how the meta is going, that it's very possible that they go that route. And speaking of minus armor, I'm noticing something in Ame's pubs.
Tell me.
That he's playing a carry Tidehunter, right? And he's going
Say
either
that again.
Yeah, a carry Tidehunter, right?
All right.
A big watermelon, even though it's not watermelon season, which is a bummer. But either way, we have good watermelons in Serbia. You're coming in the winter. Hopefully, you're going to be here in the summer when those are up as well. But you can enjoy Ame's Tidehunter if they want to show it to us. He either rushes Radiance or he goes Mage Slayer into Radiance, and then he's this big beefy guy that usually you ignore the Tidehunter. When he has a Radiance, it's a little bit tougher.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, you could definitely theory craft with a lot of heroes. How can they be played in Pause 1, Pause 3? I feel like there are options that are just not as min-max good as the Tier 1 Dota scene usually is. But sure, if they see an opening for a Tidehunter, say a Mage Slayer build, the game is right, you have a puck against you, it feels like that hero could be unkillable, especially if you have like Kraken Swell, where you just increase your damage block with every kill that you're participating in. So I would be one to see that, and maybe even, you talked about that Riki Pause 4, but I guess we'll have to wait a bit longer for that, sure. Both supports have apparently been playing it, so there's a small chance.
I mean, Baboka was always this guy who plays these weird roaming heroes, so I'd love to see it. But Magnus has not been touched. We know the Team Spirit likes this hero, but it's not only that. The hero is very, very heavily invested currently in the meta, so I really wouldn't be surprised that they pick it up here at the start.
Yeah, I mean, Team Spirit, they've already burnt over half a minute of their reserve time here with the first phase bans, which should be quite self-explanatory. What you want to get out, what you want to pick, and they go for the Bat Rider after the next ban, and hey! That's the hero we were just talking about, but we'll have to wait and see if they decide to lock that in for Pause 1. I hope Team Spirit has done their homework.
Wait, I hope that Zeal doesn't play this at all. I want to check his pubs right now.
Double check that, because we might be in for a pretty interesting surprise, especially for all the Twitch chatters out there who are trying to theory craft their next pub hero. And maybe that might just be, everybody's starting to play Tidehunter carry.
Yeah, you need to allow a couple of professional games to be played so that people would see it. Because if people don't see it and you're picking a carry title, a lot of people might not want to play. So I'm hoping that this actually comes alive. Zeal did play one Tide in the last 7 days, and it would be foolish to assume that an offlaner cannot play a Tide. It is like, which hero is the classic offlaner? Tidehunter, right?
That's the classic, right? Everybody wants to pick up a Tide, know that they know how the hero's supposed to be played, but getting rid of Undying, I think that's a direct indicator. I think we're looking at a Tide carry here.
Yeah, that would be so. I'm gonna cry, man. This is nice. When I saw
like a
it,
dream come true for you.
Yeah. When I mean anything that comes out new, because even in you would say, 10 metas ago it was the thing, right? And not a lot of people do this. I think I've gone through a lot of pubs today, and I haven't seen anybody do it. It's just Ame, right? So I'm quite happy because of that.
Yeah, I hear quite a lot of people talking about the patch has been out for such a long time that is there something new finally coming out? And fresh ideas are always welcome when it comes to the viewer's eye, at least.
Zeus's, Ricky's, now a Tide, right? We are seeing the Lycans. The meta is still evolving and there's no patch. And you can see that people, even pro players, they're not saying, oh, the meta is stale, because it's not, right? A lot of the things maybe have stayed, like the Alchemists, the Dragonites, the Magnuses, but the Night Stalkers are fairly new to be that popular. It's nice to see.
Team Spirit locking in the Chen here to combine with this Bat Rider. Obviously, could still flex Bat into a core position, but I think we really rarely see that happen these days. Not really your pause 3 hero at the moment, not really your mid laner's first option, at least, especially when you first face this Bat Rider, even if the Nyx Assassin is out. But what else would Team Spirit like to combine with this draft that they're building here?
Well, I'm thinking what can do solidly well versus a Tide as an offlaner, and Collapse has been playing some Razor. I don't know if Batrider is the best hero to have with the Razor, but if it is a possible flex pick for them, I wouldn't mind it being picked now.
Do you think that Lifestealer is still an option to consider? Maybe a hero that builds Silver Edge against the Tidehunter?
It could be, but then if you're thinking about breaking, the PA is something that Yatoro wants to play, but I feel like it's unlikely because he played it in the previous series. We know that this guy's like, I don't want to play another hero, the same hero again.
Yeah, they have the Storm and the PA, but for now, it's going to be the Bristleback, leaving things a bit open, at least for now.
Yep, you do want to have that flex potential. Maybe we see the Bristle and the Lycan once again. Yep, not out of the question. Though I wouldn't necessarily love those two versus Carry Tide. Don't seem like two heroes that are amazing versus him overall.
Yeah, I guess he would run into a position where we're just going to kill everybody else and Tide is then left all by himself and we can't deal with the hero.
Could be, if this is a Tide, could be a Doom opportunity for Yakult brothers. You're playing versus a Bristleback and the Chen. So it is something that Zeal does play.
It is a pretty classic S&Y builder, though, which you would have to do on the Bristleback anyway, versus if that Doom comes out from Yakult's brothers. But I like the idea.
I think the S&Y, one of the reasons why it got so popular is because people got sick of banning the Doom, right? It was first ban almost every game.
It was.
And now people are just not doing it because S&Y is so freakishly popular.
Well, let's see what Yakult's brothers are considering. Still a support position to be filled. Maybe something to combine with this Tidehunter in the lane. If you don't want to play a 5 Zeus.
Well, we could see that Ricky, right? If Baboka wants to play it. I know Shard isn't something that people buy much off of, but controlling the Bristlebacks so he's not running around is actually quite a nice thing to have.
Anchor is definitely nice to have. This is a classic from the China region. We bring out the Ember Spirit, and there is the Keeper of the Lights.
Okay, so Keeper with an Ember, that is a classic duo. You spam double Sleight of Fist, pretty solid if you get the Maelstrom in this game versus the China army. That's going to be a lot of damage. And at the moment, other than the lasso, you don't have much for the Ember. Laurel also isn't big on, you know, the Huskars and the Vipers, but it is a possibility to punish this Ember now.
Yeah, and especially if you do play a support Coddle in this case, it would help give extra mobility for this Tidehunter if he's obviously played as a pause 1. He's a pretty slumbering, quite slow hero, and this Coddle could definitely enable this Tidehunter quite a lot if they had recall on him, but not really in that much with Solar Bind, to be completely honest, so leaning more towards the support Coddle position here for Yakult's brothers when the puck is coming out for Team Spirit. That will help this Bristleback deal a mean amount of damage. You have Lasso Coil Break combo, pretty easy to kill somebody like, say, an Ember.
Yep, but overall though, Ember does really well versus the puck in lane. And I think this is one of the downsides of Team Spirit is Laurel's hero pool, because here where you look at it, what would be a good hero that he plays versus an Ember? It would be a Shaker, right? But that's the only one, because he doesn't play the Vipers, he doesn't play the Huskars, and why are you not picking the Shaker? Because there's a Tidehunter. The Shaker hates playing versus the Tidehunter. He purges the stun, uses the Ravage, and suddenly you're in no man's land, so you cannot allow that to happen. And then they go for the Puck, who generally, as you mentioned, not that great versus the Ember. Out of all of the Spirit Brothers, Ember is the only one who doesn't have to commit. So the Coil is the least likely to catch him.
And now we're banning out the Doom and the Medusa here in the final phase. Pretty self-explanatory. Both heroes are easily going hand in hand. Could be a free Doom game, could be a free Medusa game. Of course, that might give some signals towards one hero that Spirit really made a big name out of themselves, the Morphling for Yatoro.
It's banned.
It's actually, sorry, it is banned in the first phase, but a Morphling-like hero. Do you think they still want to look at that PA that they had before?
I wouldn't mind the PA. Really, not a... The problem is it's not a last pick, so maybe you would have some issues. And also, other than the puck, their lockdown is kind of limited. The question is, are we going to get heavy damage, which the PA would contribute, especially if there's a Snot Rocket Bristleback on your side, or do we have more lockdown, and then we're definitely putting this Bristleback in the carry role and getting something for collapse.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense, that they would like to get themselves a 3 with some extra control, getting rid of the Bloodseeker out as well, not getting their hands on the Beastmaster, so collapse. What do you want to play this game?
I still think PA here is amazing, right? If you look at the Ember, Coddle, Zeus, all of them died to a PA, and later on with the Shard, even the Tidehunter goes down. So I'd be fine with it. The only question is, do they think that they can create space with it? And remember that move that I said, poke, force out a TP? Well, we're not going to see it because it is going to be Carry Tiny most likely, unless Collapse picks it up.
All right. I think that is also what I believe. The Carry Tiny is going to be coming out as we wait for the final pick from Yakult's brothers. A quick reminder as well about those tickets, guys. Make sure you get them with the !ticket command in the Twitch chat to make your way towards Belgrade, Serbia at the change of the month and witness a $1 million prize pool and the best Dota teams playing here at the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament brought to you by FISSURE.
Magnus is still in the pool if they want to play this Carry Tide. If not, then maybe they'll pick up something for their carry here. How's Lycan for Ame? There goes Spectre.
Well, there goes the Carry Tide at least.
Yeah, so no more excitement. I guess when you see a Carry Tiny, you just want to have somebody that's going to sit on him, Anchor Smash, and reduce the damage, right? So maybe that's one of the reasons. And they saw this puck as a potential problem, so they thought about a way that they're going to kill him, because their lockdown is very limited. Spectre with an Orchid is the way to go. It might even be his first item.
Right now, I'm really curious about people voting for Team Spirit or Yakult's brothers. Before we get the prediction numbers on the screen, I want to ask you, how much do you think our viewers are favoring either one of these two teams? Because we've had 85% twice now.
It's not... I think it's not that much. I think it's maybe... More. 75 to 80 for Spirit. Yeah, Yakult's brothers. China still has fans. I know.
Absolutely.
Now we're gonna find out it's 95 Spirit, and it was only Snare in the chat, right, voting for.
Yeah, the one man. The one man rooting for his region boys. But yeah, I mean, it would be easy to say Team Spirit, though. I do like both sides' drafts here. I was hopeful for the Tidehunter carry. We'll have to wait for another Dota day for that to happen as we have the Spectre. But what I've noticed from these Spectres, of course, they don't really care too much about how that lane goes, but is the Tidehunter the hero that they keep sending in front for him to get his ulti off? They don't have this huge existence unless they close in gaps with the Ember and the Coddle. That's pretty much their key to finding kills.
It has to be the Ember forcing out mistakes from the side of Spirit by poking, right? You have that double sleight of fist, so you're softening them up, and if you manage to do it, then the Spectre can go in.
65%, actually even less than what you thought. So from these two teams, I do have to go with Team Spirit on this one. What about you, Harry?
I think I'm siding with them as well, because what I see is a problem at catching the puck. And if the Spectre has a bad lane, which usually does happen, and you maybe mess up another lane, let's say Ember versus a puck, killing that puck is going to be an issue. You need an early Orchid, and you need the Ember to have a good time. Ember having a good time, it can happen. Orchid is a little bit less likely.
Team Spirit versus Yakult brothers going against each others, and the winner of this one again will get that 2-0 to end the day and be one victory away from closing in a spot for the playoff stage. So a lot is at stake here. Already taken down some pretty big teams in the first round, and as we can see from our facet choices here, we have the Snot Rocket, of course, coming out from the Bristleback. And Solar Bind, actually, on this Coddle. I was thinking Recall for a moment to get people around there as quickly as possible.
I think the idea is for the two supports to have a lot of burst, right? So you have a Zeus and the Solar Bind. Imagine how much damage that's going to be. And really, when you look at Yakult's brothers, they have a problem with finishing people off. It is just pokes. The Tidehunter, the Ember, the Spectre, and then Zeus, your support, is like the one that you're going to be looking at to deal the final blow. So with that, with the help of the Coddle, it's going to be easier.
Just going to have to wait for those level 6 timings on your supports, especially for Baboka. Has to be active early on with this Coddle and not give away his powerful power spike timing with this hero. It absolutely has to be with that Solar Bind, enabling them to get a kill with it as soon as he has it.
I'm very curious to how early the Tiny, if at all, he's going to be getting the Blink Dagger, because it is a carry Tiny with a Snot Rocket Bristleback, so you want a lot of right-click damage. But also you are versus a Coddle and a Zeus, so two pretty much free kills for a Blink Tiny. So we need to look out for Yauro and see what he wants. I'm guessing that the first item isn't going to be a Blink, but I would assume it to come out somewhere in there.
Yeah, I mean, we did discuss about the maybe lack of control before the Tiny pick came out for Team Spirit, that they're going to need something to either close in the gap or get a continuation from the initiation, the primary initiation. Usually a secondary is good to have, so Tiny and Puck together, a bit of an easier time to play this game around the Batrider.
Yep, this bottom lane, I hope that the Zeus can help his Spectre, because generally that lane is not easy for him. But Zeus usually has mana problems versus a Bristleback a little bit less so. So you might just be able to give a Spectre a decent lane, and that is definitely one of the things that they need for victory, which is weird. Usually Spectre players are thinking, I want my other lanes to go well, which is fine, great in this game as well, but he's rushing the Radiance. He doesn't want to go for an Orchid. Okay.
No Orchid, no Blade Mail. I guess there's also, like, if you have to consider building the Radiance in the game, you can't get any extra filler items in between. Hence, the Blade Mail Radiance is usually just straight up Radiance. But you are right. Orchid Manta has pretty much been the way to look for early kills, get the Spectre on top of that net worth, and not slug behind.
I mean, I can understand how they can make this happen on the side of Yakult's brothers. I'm just not sure if it's going to work, because you're versus a Chen.
High reward.
Yeah, your towers are going to be falling, but what you do well with your heroes is you definitely create space in a way by forcing out TPs. If you're not forcing out those TPs, Spirit are going to be running you over. So Yakult's brothers, we're going to have to look at December. He needs to do everything right on emo.
Yeah, absolutely does. Of course, those rotations at level 6. Who makes the first one? And is there going to be a response to it? Definitely a lot of squishy heroes here in the early game for either side to kill. I am also curious, how well does the Spectre come out of this lane versus the Bristleback? Because Bristle can sure be very annoying to play against in the lane, but now with the Snot Rocket versus the Bristleback, versus the Seeing Red, does also mean that that's more minus armor, that's more movement speed slow, but also doesn't feel like I'm not able to hit this guy. I can definitely hit this guy, but how far can I extend myself? And Spectre's not your aggressive hero in the lane either.
Yeah, but the Spectre is relatively tanky. That is kind of the strength of the hero. And you're going to have so many sticks.
Yeah, talking about tankiness, he's already down to half HP.
Yeah,
with
not
Collapse
that
and
tanky.
Rue just running him down here, and a couple more right clicks should do it. Rue for the first blood for Team Spirit.
The bonus.
And Tianming also in trouble. That's going to be a second. Collapse will take one as well. Team Spirit 2-0 on the board.
Yeah, they used the timing when there was not any stick charges on the Spectre. Why doesn't he have a full wand in this lane? You're versus a Batrider and the Bristleback, and I think not having that wand there definitely hurt him.
For a moment, it looked like we had a double impact Ember hitting this puck, but it is Chain Gang, actually. What do you think about Chain Gang in this particular game? Not a lot of Ember Spirits want to prioritize that. We only have like a couple specialist players who like to do it.
It's a little bit better in terms of AoE damage, especially when you have a Coddle. So I think with the plan of pushing them back and constantly forcing out TPs, it can make sense. But if things start going badly for the Ember, this Chain Gang is not going to be looking good. This is good if you are able to stand your ground and push the enemies back. But if they're pushing you back, it is going to be all hell breaking loose.
Collapse, taking some huge nukes here. Tianming with a dive under the tower. And that's Bristle dead. But but only after Zeus
Wow,
dies
Ame.
first. And now Ame, 5 stacks of napalm, 6 stacks of napalm.
He needs to fight.
He's gonna man fight. He has a creep wave that the Batrider is also tanking, but Ame not able to get enough damage out. So Rue for the double. That is a killing spree on this support Bat.
And there's the second death of the Spectre. Okay, now I'm happy that he's not going for an Orchid, because in this situation, if you go for an Orchid, it would be way too late. At least being a bit greedy now is the way to go. But this laning stage is going really, really badly for Yakult's brothers. They're even losing the Ember versus the Puck matchup.
And that's how it usually works, right? When you're playing versus a Bristleback in the lane as a Spectre, your first death marks the end of the lane, pretty much. So now you're always going to be playing from behind.
That's pretty much for all of the heroes versus the Bristleback. It's just such a dumb hero sometimes. And then you have this Batrider who is spamming you as well.
I would think that Zeus with Livewire and Lightning Bolt being maxed out would be enough, but there are limits. Trying to battle it out versus Rue, at least keep the Batrider at bay. Though he does have Tranquil Boots, so all this damage dealt by the Zeus will only slow this Bat for maybe half a minute.
Other than missing that Lightning Bolt, that was perfectly done by the Zeus. Also, the movements were awesome. He was getting info from Ame, how the Bristleback was moving, and he gets himself to the runes as well, which the other supports aren't doing.
Emo applying pressure on Larl into the arms of Tianming. The Zeus shows up out of nowhere and being chased by him as well. Back to the river, but not escaping Baboka's getting himself that kill on Larl.
It does leave Ame alone.
It does leave the Spectre all by himself, and with the Chen rotating in, Miposhka will help Collapse get the Spectre down yet again.
Oh, he's really, really getting crushed. We'll see if this Chain Gang Ember can actually secure a couple of kills for him. It's very big that they killed the Puck, because we talked about it. Their counters for the Puck don't really exist in this game. He's kind of free, so at least try to slow him down. Considering that the Ember didn't win the lane in terms of CS, at least the kill from the support rotations is going to do it.
A lot of traffic down the mid lane. 6-minute rune only spawned a while ago. Big stacks here being made by Team Spirit in the triangle, so that's going to be happy days for the Puck Bristle Tiny to farm those up.
Probably the Bristle, right? It is Snot Rocket Bristle, so you want your first Aura item to come out as fast as possible. In this game, it's most definitely gonna be a pipe. Imagine getting a Vanguard in this game. Really, no need to do something like that.
Yeah, pipe's gonna be definitely a really big pickup here. And Ame, well, 7.5 minutes in. Those are his first pieces of gold towards his Radiance Fund.
I'm curious if Emo is going to go for a mage player in this game. It's just such a good item, but the thing is that you might need the Maelstrom to protect the towers. Okay, pressuring the mid lane tower, very smart. If this falls, the Ember can posture aggressively in the mid lane and create a lot of space. So that's why they're putting the emphasis on this one.
Laurel feeling a bit pressured here under the tower, calling in for some backup. You can see Collapse under vision though, but ready to make a move towards mid.
He's helping with the rune.
That's a bottled shield for Laurel. Emo will be left empty-handed, empty bottle as well.
Yeah, since he saw the Bristle, he was not going to risk it. That's a nice toss back.
It is, but how long does it take to take down a Tidehunter?
Yeah,
still several hits required, and he also has that Lotus as mentioned, so he should be just fine. Well, I won't say just fine, but he'll live.
I mean, he takes away a lot of the Tiny's damage. What is it with the Anchor Smash? 50% on level 3 for a Tiny. That is a lot of damage that you just lose.
On to Laurel they go again. The chains with Ame rotating him, but the shield is active, and Laurel, can he get away? No, he cannot. And that coil runs its duration, and Collapse didn't get there in time. Tianming pushed back to the T1 tower. Emo will also be happy to walk away with a kill on the Puck and with all of their lives intact.
They're outplaying Laurel so much. I thought that they were just going to be forcing out TPs versus this Puck, maybe getting him low a couple of times. But killing a Puck with Ember, Coddle, Zeus, does that look like a good squad to kill a Puck? Not really. They're making it happen. They're forcing mistakes from Laurel.
Yatoro, aka Radon, being relentless on this Tidehunter. Non-stop spamming abilities. Emo taken down by Potion. And there's the Ravage coming out as well. The Lasso Rue will burn, and maybe this time he's gone a little bit too far away. The Tide survives. but that is Team Spirit losing multiple heroes. Yakult's brothers fighting back.
Yep, and the Emperor is getting so much. This Mage Slayer of his is going to be coming out fairly soon. And then you will, if you get a Mage Slayer and a Maelstrom in a really good timing on an Ember Spirit this game, it's going to be huge. You will be defending towers. You're going to be reducing so much damage from Team Spirit. And imagine a Tiny who loses 50% of his right clicks, and then he loses all of his magic damage as well. But also, guys, what you should be doing if you want to be following the action, !F in the chat, and also follow us here, follow us on YouTube, so that you know we are live for the next 10 days here in Belgrade. We are going to be at the center. We're going to be the center of Dota.
Absolutely. And make sure you get your tickets too. !Ticket. Make sure you will be here in Belgrade, Serbia for the main event next week's weekend. Not too long away now, Harry.
No, not really. I mean, it is currently the weekend, and we just need a couple of days to get to that arena place. But overall, the tower is dropping down, and this is so huge. They're using the siege creep as well. Ember Spirit, when he takes down the tower, he just plays so close to enemy tier 2, and it's gonna be so much space towards Yakult's brothers.
Spirit not really finding the tools right now to address Yakult's brothers, so they're just sitting their pressure onto the top and the bottom lane. You've got a lot to play with this Bristleback. And can you still make any plays before the pipe? Yakult seems like they just want to stack up early, go with these Spectre ults, try to look for quick kills, and never really allow Spirit to play to their strengths in the early game.
Well, he went for a Vanguard in the end. So why he did this is probably because he wants to do what he's doing now and dissuade Yakult's brothers from coming at him. So when your mid lane tower falls, you don't really have anywhere to posture as a Bristol. So what do is you play very deep on the enemy side of the map and try to taunt the enemies to go for you, survive for a long period of time and hope for a rotation. But Yakult's brothers, they're just going to ignore him. Smart move.
Soon also the drums up on the Miposhka Chen. No boots Chen, if I saw correct. Yes, sir. Drums are going to be his only source of movement speed.
He got lucky there.
Doesn't quite connect on him. Instead, it's onto his army. Has his ult, but it's not going to be spent here. So Ame will be able to move in. Use his twist the knife facet for that quick burst. Make sure Chen falls quickly, and he's straight back to the lane to continue his farm.
And we're not going to be seeing a blink on Yadoro, so he's going to go for an SNY after the Echo Saber, and then he's thinking about a Shadow Blade. That is going to be his item of choice to find people, or possibly just burst down the Tide or a Spectre. Silver Edge is a big deal in this game. Though Team Spirit, they started off very strongly in the laning stage, but Yakult's brothers, that was just some beautiful gameplay around the mid lane. They're the ones in control now.
Spirit has really been pushing their advantage onto Zeal's Tidehunter, and first time they got him low, the second time they thought they could kill him. They ended up losing 3 heroes because of it, so a warning has definitely been given by the Chinese team. Emo, that Mage Slayer, just a recipe short, has the cloak in his stash. And it will be such an easy way to apply that Mage Slayer above the Ember Spirit versus a Tide or some other hero that only hit one target properly with it, or close range Anchor Smash, but this coil will do them no good. And Laurel will continue to be at the bottom of the core net worth.
He just popped the invis and he just walked away from there. I don't know what Spirits were looking to do there, but they're probably super annoyed by December and they just want to push him out of the mid lane. The thing is that you didn't really do any damage to him, so now without the coil, he's going to be playing even more aggressive and being even more annoying around the mid lane.
Net worth still somewhat tied thanks to the Tiny and the Bristleback keeping the top of the net worth spots here for Team Spirit. And the drums also up from Miposhka, so he has his first item to start pushing those towers down. They've only been able to take down the bot T1.
Yakult's brothers are coming.
And the Wisdoms are spawning in 15 seconds, so see if they can pull this one off under a tier 2 tower. Really draining this Tiny.
He's tanky.
Ame soon given the signal, jump this guy. Emo keeps him low. Vaboka, another vessel charge thrown in. Does take a mean burst here, and here comes Ame. That's the signal given to jump on top of the Tiny and finish off Yatoro. There we go, but the Zeal takes him away with the Anchor Smash, and now Baboka's gonna be chased as well into the tree line. There's the Ravage coming from the side as well, and Yakult's brothers looking to close them all up. They have to collapse, pulling pressure onto Baboka, and Miposhka will get this kill, and now with the Ember Spirit dropping low, Emo will fall, and Team Spirit turning this one around with Tianming to drop next. 3 casualties. And no one really makes their way out alive from this fight. Tide escapes, and the Spectre gets away. Much needed for Team Spirit. That did not look very strong at the start.
So this was so good from both teams, right? But Yakult's brothers got carried away after they killed the Tiny. So what is happening here? They're poking. They want to force out as many TPs. If they see Power Ranger TPs, they're gonna get themselves away there as fast as possible. And, well, what? He only won 32%. Well, he won when it mattered, it seems. So that
Win
is
the right games.
Yeah, exactly. That is the most important part. But overall, back to that fight. So they're poking. Team Spirit, they're not using their TPs immediately because they know what Yakult's brothers are gunning for. If they lose their TPs, Remnant's back on the Ember, and you've already lost that engagement. Also, beautiful plays from Baboka. He's reapplying the Spirit Vessel, and the Chen, Miposhka, is taking it away with the Purge Creep over and over again. But what happened? He used the Hand of God over the Spirit Vessel. He thought it was on cooldown, and I think that is why Yararo went down. He probably would have survived if that wasn't the case, and then it is complete disaster from Yakult's brothers. But that's just a beautiful bait from Spirit. However, Yakult's brothers, now they do have a Radiance on the Spectre, so this hero is going to start scaling.
Yeah, Dota's a beautiful game with all these small little quirks here and there. As that's going to be Rue dropping to Emo, bringing in Ame as well to help out. Get him an assist at least, and spotting an Ancient stack, but Collapse wants to clean this one up. Can he get the majority of the CS, or will he lose his life in the process because there's no one around to help him in time, and he will fall. Tianming will be traded. Larl,
maybe a bonus.
Caudle. He does have one more Solar Bind and a couple Vessel charges in him. Pushes Larl away, but still Yatoro close. One more hit, maybe an Orb and a Tree Toss. Not going to be enough.
He was waiting for the puck to get close to him, but because Zemo used the Sleight of Fist chains onto the both of them, they couldn't get closer to each other. So without the toss of the puck, the Caudle gets out. Giving away the Zeus there for a Bristleback, you also took some stacks, and you forced the rotation of all the Spirit cores. That is another win from Yakult's brothers. They're really playing this lineup exactly how they should.
Not really giving a single inch of the map away to Team Spirit or allow them to play that snowball game.
Team Spirit, they're going to have damage issues, man. Look at this. Mage Slayers, Tide Hunter. Like, how are you going to kill somebody?
I mean, I was just looking at the quick buy on this Tiny. Like, there's obviously a lot of items you can do as a carry Tiny. What does Yatoro... I'm not sure if Did he have the Blink actually queued up in that list? I saw an S and Y, maybe a Conda.
S and Y into a Silver Edge. No,
Silver Edge.
Doesn't even want a Conda. Yeah, I'm thinking that he's going to go full on in. Usually you think Tiny and the Snot Rocket Bristleback, people are going to die in one hit. Not if half of Yataro's damage is taken away and then you even hit him with the Mage Slayer.
Radiant's bottom tower
That is true.
under attack.
Bit of a scouting move here from Yakult brothers down to the bottom lane. Deep vision, but the T1s and T2s are still up there, so Spirit could also just rotate in. 21-minute Wisdom, something that they need to also secure alongside the Tormentor, but honestly, could maybe even be a Roshan contest at the 20-minute mark. We'll see. Not really the greatest lineup for Yakult brothers to take it if you don't have Manta on your Spectre, which is kind of needed for it. But with a max Desolate, it's doable.
Well, he's going to go for the Manta next, and with the Radiance, the Spectre actually becomes a decent farming hero. And Spirit are with the smoke, pushing aggressively. They want to apply pressure on the mid lane tower, but that's why you have a Tide Hunter. He just stands his ground.
Scouting Zeus ulti, they know something is up.
But that was fast from Team Spirit. They go in, they see that they're not getting anything, they get out. Some teams tend to linger and think that they're going to be finding an opportunity. Spirit, in this situation, they thought, okay, we got nothing to do there. But generally, you want to force out the Ravage on the defensive from the enemies.
Well, Snot Rocket Bristle marching towards the Roche pit, so this one's going to be a pretty quick one with Team Spirit able to get it without a response from Yakult brothers, knowing the Zeus ulti is down. Probably suspect that they're taking it right now. They'll trade the T1, and there's still going to be time for Spirit to, after the Roshan falls, teleport down to bottom, protect the rest of the objective still to be taken there.
And Larl is being greedy, right? Because he knows that the enemy team is very bad at killing the puck. He's pushing the tier 1 while the Roche is being taken.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Seal sticking around as the backup of his supports right behind him.
Radiant's top
Out they see the Tiny shows straight back in. And they're going to make an attempt here. A little bit of damage onto him primarily here, but if they can blow up that Aegis and get away with it, there's a lasso onto Baboka, bringing in the Caudal, who takes a chunk of damage from so many damage dealers around him. And will lose their support, but nothing else. They made a very, very gentle attempt onto that Aegis.
I think Spirit are starting to adapt to what Yakult's brothers are doing. What they are understanding is, guys, let's just kill their supports. If you kill the Yakult's brothers supports, the pokes from the Tide, from the Ember, they're not going to be enough to bring any of you down. So then you can just move forward. Take down one of the supports, and that is a huge chunk of damage from Yakult's brothers that is instantly taken away.
Yeah.
It is very, very smart. They've been trying to punish the Ember, annoy him, but now with the Blink Dagger on the bat, we can see that it is going to be the supports that he's going to be hunting for.
Yeah, quickly delete them out of the way and take the potential from Yakult brothers of having an easy opening. Put those cores under the threat of potentially losing their lives if they advance. As we talk about Miposhka also being a target for Ame and Emo.
No help is coming.
Looks like nobody's coming in for the rest. He even drops his ultimate on this one. But to no avail. The 21-minute wisdom secured by Yatoro just in time. Zeal drops the anchor on him. Make sure that this Tiny's got no way to chase him.
That is a very annoying thing for a Tiny. He generally doesn't have that good attack speed. Echo Saber is gonna help, but you don't want that. And really, when you look at heroes of Team Spirit, they suck. You don't have even one guy with a lot of attack speed, right? Not a single one. So it's not like, oh, it doesn't matter, my Snapfire will take it away. No, you're gonna have to do it yourself. And every hit from the Tiny is just such a huge amount of damage that is not going the way of Yakult's brothers.
See what kind of plans they have on the map right now. Yakult brothers spread around all the way to every single lane. Working in pairs, you could say.
Yep. Finally, they're gonna get an opening for this mid lane tower. It's because they did manage to push back the Tide that this opening is happening, but he's again back up to full and ready to defend it.
Yep, everybody shows up for the defense. Spectre can just happily farm the lane, but they want to make a move maybe towards the Spectre. You can see on the minimap, they're heading towards him, but Rue's not able to catch him in time, and now they get caught in the river at the same time. So they've got to make something here. Team Spirit, can they hold their ground? No channel ulti at the moment. Should be coming out cooldown soon, but the Ravage comes out. Ame comes on Laurel. They take the puck out of play, and that leaves Radon in the middle of everything, and this Tiny is dropping low. He wants to deal damage, but he cannot do enough. Collapse on Miposhka can maybe do something with that Aegis now out. Zeal instantly applies the Anchor Smash, and this Tiny's just tickling the Ember Spirit. But here comes the rest of the crew from Team Spirit. They've got Tianming taken down. Tiny will fall as well. Collapse is pushed away. Trying to get this Bristle down as well. It's a war of attrition, but it's a one that the Chinese find favorable.
They might not be great at killing the puck with their heroes, but the burst damage keeps surprising Laurel. He has been dying around the laning stage, and now he's dying in these team fights as well, basically blinking into a Ravage and just being blown up. He needs to be more careful. When the puck dies, the kiting of the Tiny becomes very easy for Yakult's brothers.
Absolutely. Been a pretty rocky road here for his performance in this game. Let's take a look at that replay as well from the previous fight. It all starts in the river, and it is draining to watch how it goes. Laurel initiates instant Ravage.
Yep. This is a problem, and also you can see damage issues, right? If there is no puck to contribute a little bit with the magic from the side to finish some of the heroes, the Tiny, he gets his damage reduced by the Tide, and he can't do much.
It's just a really rough fight for Team Spirit in general, especially with Laurel not able to dodge anything. Just gets insta-stunned the moment he goes in.
Yakult's brothers are playing some sick Dota, not gonna lie. That is the way that they are approaching, the way that they're waiting for the puck. Killing the puck so many times is the most impressive thing that they have done in this game, but still, even with all of that, they are not far ahead, right? So what happens if Laurel starts surviving through these fights, especially with the Parasma? These supports are still going to be in trouble in Yakult's brother on the side of Yakult's brothers. So Laurel, he ups his focus. Yakult's brothers maybe lose it for a second. Spirit are completely back.
Yeah, you got the Parasma already built up on the hero. And right now, yeah, he recognizes I need something defensive here. Instead of opting for some bigger items, he goes for the Yules in between.
The Spectre is now going for an Orchid, so it is a necessity for you. You do not want to come to a point where, okay, I'm strong enough to survive finally, or now my focus is there, I'm not going to be caught by Ravage. I got surprised a couple of times, not any longer, and then suddenly they have a tool to kill you. So you have to have a way to stop it from happening.
And we have to go back to the Spectre as well. Like we were talking about the high risk, high reward, and now it is definitely paying off as they'll find themselves collapse. And that is so much snot. Everyone has 100 movement speed pretty much here, but he doesn't have the defensive capability against so many heroes. And that Radiance is really paying off for the Spectre this game.
Yeah, give this man a tissue, but overall though, the Spirit side is starting to itemize quite nicely, right? They need some purges versus the Solar Bind, versus the Gush, versus the Chains as well, and now the Orchid that is going to be coming their way. They need to have ways to remove that. Lotus Orb is on the menu for the Bristle, and also Batrider is on the menu for a Ember Spirit.
Yeah, bit of a chase, right? I mean, that's the last remnant used, and of course Ame is like, well, that kills mine. I did all the work.
Is that a full Orchid that's coming for the Spectre? Also, are those tickets that people can find out how to buy them in the chat? Exclamation mark ticket. And you guys can be part of the crowd from the 31st to the 2nd of February, where we're going to be waiting for you here in Belgrade.
Yep, it's been a great tournament already so far in day number 1, and some hype action. You do not want to miss out on what's going to happen next week at the venue here. The Sava Center as well, where the Dacha was also hosted the previous time around. Very cozy place.
Yep, you can, and also, I mean, for all of the local people, especially people my age, they came here for movie premieres when they were kids, and they were probably thinking, oh, is there ever gonna be a gaming tournament here someday? Well, there already was one, and there's already another one happening right now.
Yeah, the hometown boy, right?
Yep. Oh, real?
Scouted out by the Zeus ulti, and just a little bit of poke onto the tier 2, but they're not hard committing to taking objectives here. Still aware that Team Spirit can be deadly with this lineup.
Very soon we're gonna find out if Team Spirit has what it takes to win this game, because they're gonna get a Silver Edge, which is a big deal, versus the Tide. Versus the Spectre as well, but versus the Tide especially, because he's not going to be able to push aggressively any longer. And then the Lotus Orb for the Bristleback. Those are the big items that are supposed to come out from Team Spirit that are big game changers. But that is why Yakult brothers, they bought a gem, right? So even if this Tiny is going to be running towards the Tide, he might just eat the Ravage and die.
Well, still a couple more minutes at least for the next Roshan to spawn. We'll have to wait a couple more minutes. Larl and Emo running into each other. Zaname is also here. Trying to force out his Yules here. Doesn't feel like Larl is feeling very happy right now. And
is that a late Yules?
His orb is not going to get out. He's not going to get out with it because of the late cast there on the Yules. And Larl goes down. Just brilliantly reading that moment there from Yakult's brothers. How do they kill this puck? They want to force him to use that Yules before they pop the Orchid. The moment they used it, it was during the illusory orb, preventing him from actually escaping. So Larl is being outplayed pretty hard, and he feels gutted.
It's because Ame is a genius, right? What he did is he waited for the orb, and then for half a second, and when a half a second passed, he knows, if I silence him now, and he Yules, he's not getting out. He's going to be staying there, and even without the silence, he's gone.
And those are the type of winning plays that you need, especially if you are looking for that main event spot. Of course, a victory here still takes you at 2-0, so the work is not done yet.
Dude, poor Larl. They massacred the boy in this game, right? Because
look how they massacred my boy.
Exactly. You came into this game as, how are you gonna kill me? I'm a puck. You've got no stuns. And then they are bullying him. He died 4 times.
Poor man.
I mean, it's in all of the situations that you would assume a puck wouldn't go down.
Just tells you how not unanimous all the viewers out there voting for either team to win this best of 1. That it wasn't a full 100% for Spirit.
Chen has a
Could still
shard,
be.
but doesn't have a single ancient.
Zeal is being chased, and it's been a while. Well, I want to say chased, actually. It is only just Miposhka. Take my words back.
Ignis Fatus, also available. You gonna get the grab here?
Rue being chased by Emo and Jianming. These guys are everywhere. Making life a living hell for Team Spirit. 18 kills now in the first 30 minutes. It's going to be daytime again. Roshan will set his camp to the bottom half of the map.
Remember when we talked about how the Team Spirit lineup sucks at killing the Anchor? Well, just like that, they suck at killing the Will-O-Wisp. So this Aghanim Scepter of the Coddle, it is going to be huge, Panda, right? Because you have a Ravage that is just going to be making sure that people are relatively close to each other stunned, and then you have the follow-up lockdown as well. With the Spectre, with the Bloodthorn, somebody on the side of Spirit is getting bursted down, and maybe even multiple heroes.
It is, and with that Manta, the Desolate applied by every single unit, that Roshan drops rapidly. And Ame, huge inventory on this Spectre, 19,000 net worth now, and Aegis on top of that.
Dude, he's so scary on the Spectre. The Tidehunter has a heart. At this point, even if you break the Tidehunter, which is going to be hard to do because he has a gem, so you can't get close to him that easily, he's just so damn tanky. I mean, look at that, 20 armor and 3,000 HP. He's not living only because of his innate.
Now they're mounting the pressure as well onto Collapse. As Ame, Emo, Zeal, they all surround Collapse and his bristleback. He's gone for 50 seconds. That's a tier 2 tower to fall. As soon as they get the creep wave in, as it does arrive right now. Probably not your best high ground pushing lineup, as you could look. That's a lot of melee with not traditional right-click damage onto objectives, but when there's no one to defend it.
Yeah, the thing is that they're tanky, right? And they feel like Team Spirit at the moment doesn't have damage, so you can just stand your ground. There's a good chance that they cannot burst you down. Without the Bristle, the damage of the Tiny is just not going to be high enough to kill any of the cores. Maybe an Ember can die.
That's going to be your first lane of Rack secured as well. They're fighting in the top lane. Ame does get the jump on the Tiny, but he disappears with his Shadow Blade, while the rest of his squad have stayed around to push down that lane. So just a quick pop by Ame, able to shift himself with reality back to his screw.
They were already thinking about the next move. The idea of that Shadow Step is to make sure that Yararo is pushed out of the top lane and that it already starts pushing a little bit towards Team Spirit. Then you move towards the mid lane, and with the super grips on the bottom, you're controlling the entirety of the map.
Are they smoking to defend the tier 2? Oh, that is scanned right away by Yakult brothers.
You cannot allow all of your other towers to drop, because you're not going to have anywhere to fight from. You're not going to have anywhere to smoke from. So that's why they're going for it. They're smoking because there's an Aegis on the other side, and they need a superior initiation if they're going to win a fight. But Yakult's brothers, they read it perfectly.
Ame spots Collapse. He knows how easy it is to kill this Bristleback, but the Lotus Orb takes away one root, replies with another. Bloodthorn instant Manta dispels it off of him. Not a huge amount of damage on the Collapse, but now with Zeal throwing in the anchor, and here's another jump in from Ame. The help of Zeal keeping him in the place. Another one for the Spectre, and Emo with the chain gang leading the front, looking for more. Larl landing the coil. It's only on the support store, but it might be enough, but Boca will drop. There's the tree toss coming in to finish the job off, and Rue did use his lasso. They're running out of ultis to work with, Team Spirit.
They overdid it there.
And there's the Ravage on Larl, and the same story happens over and over again.
Yeah, the story of this game is kill Larl, and they bullied the guy.
They're literally bullying him to a defeat at this point. Emo can't quite kill off Miposhka, but Ame can do it. Ame snipes him from the backline. Rue left to defense of his T4 towers, not even his teammates.
Not gonna lie, Spirit have made some miraculous comebacks. I don't think that this is one of them. They just don't have the damage to play. Their timing is gone. Their entire idea of their lineup was this puck, keeping people in place so that you can do massive amounts of damage. But every single time they've got his number, he's out of the way, he's not as strong as he should be, and then you just counter the Bristleback and the Tiny with the items.
Brilliant plays coming out from Yakult's brothers. And all they need to do is just hold on to this tempo. The game is over. Not a lot of tools that Team Spirit still has left to defend, but they will try it anyway. 13 seconds for the bat to respawn along with the puck, but that's going to be a second lane of racks falling. Collapse is trying his best, at least to apply all of that snot. But there's no one to take advantage of that.
Yeah, at the side of Yakult's brothers, they're staying focused. Spirits are very, very
They
good.
found the Tiny again.
Oh, they know where he is.
Just following the trail. Where is he? But nobody nearby enough.
Yeah, tied with the gem was a little bit far away, and he's not known for his movement speed, mobility in general. Yeah, you just don't have damage on Spirit, right? It's at this point, it's very hard to imagine how they can win this game, because even if you would get a perfect initiation, perfect toss back without huge mistakes, without huge errors on the side of Yakult's brothers, winning a fight is a dream.
One attempt here at least. Emo's right next to the Tiny. Not sure if they spotted him there, but they went straight for the Tidehunter. Zeal
Great.
will get blown up. So that, I think, was everything that they've been building towards, is the Silver Edge, the break.
The coil?
Oh, the double
Got him.
TP cancel. I'll be able to get Tianming and Baboka.
And that's a gem, mind you, right? Spirit, I might have spoken too soon. They managed to find the Tidehunter to make sure
Hold
that
your
he
horses,
goes
Harry.
down. Yep, they take him down. And when there's no Tidehunter, now when there's no gem, you actually do have an opportunity. Finally, Yadro will be able to use the Silver Edge aggressively and potentially be the one who's starting off the fights.
This will be huge, because it has only been them on the receiving end throughout this entire game. And Team Spirit has an opening. They should try to utilize that right now. There is a small weakness exploited. Now they just need to take advantage of it.
They bought a gem a long time ago, so they can buy a new one. So that is a bit of a bummer from Team Spirit, but they've definitely reduced this gold lead by a big amount.
Marl, he's dying in the base. Ame, he's giving no mercy to him. Another Nimbus right on top of him, able to blink out just in time. Tiny even coming to his rescue.
He dodged the Thunder God's Wrath.
Can they jump on Collapse? Spirit
They're
sent
bringing
2 heroes back home. They only had 3 around here. This bristle will be collateral damage from this retreat.
He's gonna be looking at the light, unfortunately, for him, and swatted down like a fly. But either way, Laurel surviving there is a big deal. If the Zeus was a little bit more patient, he probably would have been able to finish him off with the Thunder God's Wrath, but he used it over the phase shift.
Ame again and onto Laurel, but the surprise! They've got themselves some backup this time around on Ame, able to reality away.
Butterfly, man, that is what came in handy there. He has a Radiance and a Butterfly, and Yadro went for a Daedalus, so it's gonna be some time before he has the MKB.
That was like the first time he doesn't get a free kill using that Shadow Step.
Yep, he also got lucky with the bash there. He got lucky on the bash on the puck. And if there was no Tiny there, if that wasn't a bait, he actually kills the puck, which is... It's scary that a Spectre can solo a puck. That is without the Abyssal Blade.
Yeah, we got to the point where Laurel has hired a bodyguard of his carry position Tiny to look after him. And it's worked out. 2 Shadow Steps in a row now.
I mean, having Yatoro right next to you in Dota, it's pretty much, you know, like having Mike Tyson next to you in
the warm embrace.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, let's see if this smoke leads into anything. They do have good wards in a Bermuda Triangle setup here, right around the entire triangle area. But can they get a jump? Maybe even an isolated Spectre. They're coming in from the cover of darkness. And that ward spouted him out, and they're going to jump straight on top of Ame. There's the lasso to start it off, and last time they didn't get him, this time they do.
He doesn't have a buyback. That is a big deal, right? Because he doesn't have gold. They don't necessarily know this on the side of Team Spirit, but they can assume that he just doesn't have enough at the moment.
And when you look at the Roche spawn timer and when is Spectre coming back, there could be a window of opportunity for Spirit. There could be one.
Yeah, but for you to make that a reality, you need to shove out the waves, right? So now the main thing for Team Spirit is to be very quick and making sure that the waves are in a good position. And then Miposhka, he can easily scout out the Roche.
Well, this game might just be a bit more tighter than what we saw in the first 30 minutes of action. Team Spirit has shown signs of life. And more than just that, because they could even be soon in a position to be in the lead, whatever that lead is. Are you looking at net worth? Are you looking at mental damage? Your opponent can't end the game and you're given the opportunities to come back in. Roshan scouted now. Zeus ulti shows them all around the Roche pit. And no Spectre for 35 seconds. I don't think they can fight without him.
I thought
and Emo is considering going for the steal. Ember jumps in, Roche drops low, and there's the kill! It goes for Yakult's brothers, and it's a snatched Aegis, so Emo very, very close on the attempt.
Also, did you notice which Ancient Creep the Chen is holding? It is the Ancient Rumblehide. So they have more attack speed and they have accuracy increased by 50%. That is why they killed the Spectre so easily. I was thinking, like, why are they not missing the Spectre at all? It is because he got the perfect creep there on the Chen.
Yeah, the blue lizard. That is true. Not something you see too often.
Yep. I was thinking, like, where are his Ancient Creeps? But versus the Butterfly, he got the perfect one. Also, you need the attack speed to be able to deal with Ignis Fatuus.
The jump onto the Tiny. But is it a bait? Can they save Yatoro? They do have Rue control for now. Emo Seal close to getting the Aegis done. That's his first life about to fall.
Without much commitment.
Aegis still under the Ignis. This is going to be a very awkward position to be in. The early Ravage, actually thinking that they might jump in early. And this could be troublesome for Yakult's brothers because that does not connect on the Tiny at all. He's already saved. Collapse, tanking the majority. Face towards the Yakult's brothers lineup, so he disappears very quickly. And that still puts the Radiant team on a push towards the high ground, on a push towards the Mega Creeps.
This Ame Spectre, he knows how to bash, man. Every time at the perfect opportunity. The second that the Bristleback turns around, he bashes him and just kills him from 100 to 0.
Collapse with a buyback room with the lasso onto the Tidehunter. Can they break him? Can they take him down first? Because at least they don't have the Ravage to use.
That's
huge.
Now
Emo might be the next one to be targeted on. Radon doing some damage here. Ame battling it out versus the Tiny, but he's so damn strong. And now onto the Bristle as well. Collapse is low. Larl is down to half HP. They'll look for Ame. They take him down. 3 heroes down. Spirit looking for even more. Tian Ming to drop as well. Triple for the Tiny. Ultra kill for Radon as they clean them out.
And they didn't get Mega Creeps. Yakult's brothers couldn't take it down. All 3 of their cores don't have buyback. You are versus a Tiny. He is coming through the mid lane. Winning a game versus Spirit, it is so damn hard. And look at that, 11,000 damage on Yatoro. This guy's back.
Absolutely. I don't even know which guy to call at this moment. Is it Yatoro? Is it Radon? Is it a god that is playing on their team right now? But it certainly put them in a position to still snatch victory away from Yakult's brothers. Let's take a replay of that.
Yeah, the funny thing about Yatoro God, when he had that as his nickname, I think that was when they were getting the worst results. So, just getting it out of your name. Look at the damage he's doing.
Yeah, people don't... No, that's just sick as well from Larl at the back. And without the threat of the Ravage, he suddenly feels so confident in his puck, and that's been his Achilles heel this game.
Yeah, and that was an 8-second BKB on the Tiny. Still has a 7-second charge. Yeah, he's taking these Raxes.
Yeah, he's got 6,400 HP with that shield on.
Dude, he has 1,000 damage with all of the buffs from the Chen. Look at that. If you look at his items, he doesn't really have all that big damage items, but then you get all the buffs of the Chen, the Wolf as well. The crits are going to be coming from there as well. Dude, he is just going to be one-shotting the supports if he gets the opportunity. And from 94%, when it looked like Spirit couldn't kill everybody, just one little overextension giving the gem to your opponents, and Spirit are back into the game completely.
Yeah, didn't take that much, did it, right? And people wondering what took it so long for Team Spirit to get back in the game. And now, it's anybody's to win.
Puck is level 25, has an Axe and a Mjolnir, plus a Parasma.
That is...
Larl, they might have shut them down early, and we can look at Radon as a big damage dealer. Larl is going to be a huge damage dealer in the next
Talk about the ultimate revenge arc. If that were to happen for him. But it might be, as we said, too early to say anything yet. Let's just let the play march onward. smoking down the mid lane as well. Yakult's brothers into the triangle position. Ward's placed down. Spirit has vision on the upper right corner of this area, and they're going to be clashing into each other's. Zeus ulti dropped in. Lasso only now getting dropped as well. The Tidehunter is low on HP, but he does get the Ravage off. It's a big one, but the damage isn't enough on Team Spirit. They'll be able to take down Ame. They'll take down the Tidehunter before that as well, and they are in shambles at the moment. Nowhere to TP to. The Tidehunter buying back cannot help his team. Evo TPing out. No, sir. That's a Yules. That's a TP cancel. That's a death.
He just killed a Spectre from 35% HP to 0. And that is a level 25 Spectre with an extra dispersion on his side. Just goes to show this 1,000 damage per hit, what it does. 10,000 once again.
What is this gold swing as well? How high was it in the first place for Yakult's brothers to get to this stage? Now 20,000 gold. 3 buybacks against 0 for Yakult's brothers and Team Spirit. Looking to go straight for the tier 4 towers to look to end this game as well. They got the glyph forced out. There's no buyback on the Spectre. There's no buyback on the Ember. They cannot afford them, and they cannot hold this base with 3. They cannot hold this base with 3. Seagull's going to be the one jumping right in the middle of everyone, but they have the Roche banner. The creeps are alive. The backdoor will not go on. The supports in panic. Larl is keeping the supports in the fountain. You are not getting the victory as GG's call from Yakult's brothers and Team Spirit with the comeback of the day.
It was over. It was over for Team Spirit. They didn't have the damage. They were tickling the Tide. They were tickling the Spectre. They weren't doing enough. It's not even a real overextension, a slight overextension when they lose the Tide. And these guys, they take everything.
Absolutely insane to think about how small of a move it needed to be for Team Spirit to get themselves control over the game. And it wasn't even for certain at that point. It was still a doubt, like you mentioned it yourself. We didn't know if Team Spirit, with that one thing, can still get this game going in their way. But they sure as damn hell held on to that thought that we can win this game, and they got the W in the end.
Panda, is it? I mean, we got super excited, but this is kind of scary how they got back into this game. Really, if you're a team, you're looking at this and you think, dude, they beat Team Spirit, but you cannot take a game off them. They were always this good in the late game. I can understand how they have the nerves, but I wouldn't even be mad if at that point in the game where they lost 2 lanes of Axie, they GG'd out. It just looked impossible for them, and we can see it on the faces of Yakult's brothers. They're aware that that was their game.
It absolutely was, and it hurts for the guys as well. They were this close. They were this close to winning that game and weren't able to close it out in the end. So what the hell happened? What really is the turning point that Yakult's brothers just cannot win that game? How could it be so simple that one move costs them everything?
Well, it's not the one move, right? Because the thing is, Spirit were trying to get that opening for quite some time. At that point, they got the opening, but also a lot of the things that they did after that, the way that they shoved out the lanes, that Thunder Rumble hide that they got also made sure that the Spectre goes down. I wasn't sure with that movement that they were going to kill him, even with the break. But because nobody was missing hits on him, it was such a huge deal. So it was all of the little things that they also did after that, thinking about all of the little intricacies and even the small mechanics in the late game is what brought them to this point.
Well, all that matters is the end result in the end. You look at the damage dealt numbers here as well. Larl does get his redemption, dying 5 times this game, but getting the win in the end. You have... Are we getting another tiny MVP in the end, looking at the KDA stats?
No. We are somebody else is going to be the MVP. Yatoro definitely didn't deserve it because it's not like he was solo killing people in previous fights, in the last 2-3 fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just what a barn burner this ended up being. But I hope that Yakult's brothers are able to corral themselves together going into the next game. And it is a third tiny back-to-back-to-back MVP. This hero is turning to be something else.
Someone ban this hero, please. Just kidding. Don't ban it. It's actually very, very fun to play. But
well
also,
done.
one thing that Spirit, or rather Larl, has to be thinking long and hard is he got his team by being caught over and over again. Sure, Yakult's brothers, they forced him into that mistake, but I think Larl, at his best, wouldn't allow that to happen. So he should get his, or elevate his gameplay, and Spirit are going to be even scarier.
Yeah, well, I mean, just hoping to see if that storyline holds all the way to the end for Team Spirit or Yakult's brothers, because, of course, the tickets on your screens showing right now, we have a big LAN coming up next week from the 31st of January to the 2nd of February. Make sure you get your tickets here by writing !ticket into Twitch chat to get all the information that you need. We hope to see you there because it's going to be an absolutely crazy tournament. We have one more best of one to end out the day. So, of course, it's kind of time to go for our final break as well. Enjoy the highlights of this game. This was crazy.